place is a real fixer-upper. Can't we become housekeeping for these priests?
Hurry! We have so much to do, and it's lonely down here.
Patience, Sam. The team is busy schmoozing with the locals.
We're just a few steps short of restoring Nexus.
Dad will be kicking my ass right now for not demanding overtime up front.
Double points.
Wrap my noggin around what we're using to gas up the Sentinel thingy.
They call it prima materia. That's some bullshit alchemy term. We need something more scientific. Particles. It's a nice ring, don't you think?
Wonder what kind of cheddar I could score moving these. If it spews out a slingshot, I'm fucking done. He's pretty. But can't die. That's a relief. Every cartel boss and arms dealer I ever met had a villa, plantation, or mansion. Might seem cool to some. To me, a house like this screams trouble.
What, the walking corpses weren't enough of a red flag?
Max armor.
For the folks of Liberty Falls.
Kaboom!
Until today, the only reason I'd be caught dead in redneck territory is the barbecue.
Ugh, stop right there. With all the dead meat around here, you'll put me off pulled pork forever.
Tear them to pieces!
reeks of rich douchebag. You got a word for that in Russian?
We are quite familiar with men who build wealth on the back of the proletariat. Ask the Tsars. You can't. We famously solved that problem.
Yum. Packs the bold flavour of rancid spinach without sacrificing the wallpaper paste texture. I'd give Weaver's left nut to get that fucking elevator working.
See a penny, pick it up. All day long you'll have a penny.
We are far from home, you and I. So, what do you think of the decaying West?
Is that some kind of Soviet put-down? Because I'd wear that on a t-shirt.
You're getting close. I can smell it. Not literally, of course.
Double points.
Your passport must be chock-a-block, because there's bits of you everywhere. That's a better death than you deserve. My guts are gonna hate me in the morning.
Let's land.
I've sort of fucked up outboards more times than I can count. Changing a fuse? Piece of bits. Close the door! Close the fucking door! Ahoy, dickheads!
What time of night do you close this, young lady? Wait, what? I mean, how long are you to join me? Efficiency has been noted.
Fire and war machine.
Insta-kill.
Steroids for me? Fuck no. For my gun? Fuck yes. Using war machine.
Full power.
kills really the best use of my processing power?
Skittering axe wound.
Yes.
Is that similar to her? Oh, never mind. Here come more.
Double points.
Wharf rats bigger than you. They didn't fly, but whatever. Punching zap trap. Don't throw peck on it. Yeah, I know it's tempting. You nerds see that? I'm just warming up, baby.
Now's a good time to clock out. Air traffic is low.
We're done with this home makeover. Give us a lift.
We are on our way. Sadly, rest of one will not let me fly. Hello, they take more corpses. You gotta make it through. We have arrived. On Roll.
Beats the hell out of shooting lawn gnomes with an air rifle.
Not bad, rest of one. Pulled off this thing. I'll kick your ass.
The U.S. ambassador just went on national TV to say Canadian politicians keep personally attacking Trump and Americans. So what did Canadian politicians do as a response? They put out a video attacking Trump and antagonizing Americans. It was so cringe, it was hard to watch, and this is as the Americans are trying to mend bridges. I cannot believe the behavior from these Canadian politicians that Canadians are allowing them to get away with as they destroy Canada from the inside, as they attack everyday Americans, making Canadians look so bad, so vindictive on the global stage. Americans, Canadians, stick with me because I've got another video to disprove everything that this idiot says, because he is not going to represent Canadians. I cannot believe the amount of positive response his video is getting on the Canadian side, and even a few Americans. This is insane. It was a crazy one. There is so much to get into, and at the end of the video, I have a funny representation of where Canada stands as of now under this political leadership, especially when it comes to dealing with America. So let's get into it. Here we have a quick recap of the U.S. ambassador's statements and his interview. It was over 20 minutes long, so there's just some clips here. But these are the important trends, which I'm telling you will apply to the video we are going to watch. It is extremely frustrating, embarrassing for Canadians, and I'm sure Americans are going to be pissed.
Gray spoke with the ambassador in Ottawa today. Mackenzie, what did you learn?
The vibe is still off between Canada and America when it comes to trade negotiations, Donna. With U.S. Ambassador Pete Moster saying a considerable amount of work needs to be done to try and reach a deal, and that the biggest U.S. complaint is the fact Canada we're dealing with.
Oh, yeah, it's just, you know, you guys are tired and it all. How dare you relax?
Listen, the ether reactors need to be stabilized before they kill us all. Get to my office. Restart whatever systems you can find on the way.
Looks like our hands are tied, and not in a fun way.
I was afraid, Maya. I could not trust anyone, so I lied. Nexus is beyond even the Sentinel artifact's reach.
I know how that feels, Sam, but this hurts people I'm starting to give a shit about. That's a problem.
Richtofen was closing in on the artifact. I had to act. Please, help me.
Man, there's so much going on up there anyway.
Name's John Blanchard. I need eyes on Dr. Panos. While he's on the loose, Director Richtofen is in grave danger.
Really? You promise?
Canada has not been
Insta-kill.
also upset with this part here is a good job. They will back. Of course.
Peck, when we first met, never dreamed we'd end up here. Did everyone most likely to see you dead?
Well, I never dreamed you'd end up there, Rookie of the Year. But I'll settle for the fact that we're not pushing up daisies.
Semtex, have fun! Better I gamble here than some dodgy
One
warehouse
thing we
poker
both
game.
have in common
Those
is we're
fuckers
seen as
cheat.
criminals, loose cannons. People hate it when you live by your own rules.
Yeah, but these folks took a chance on trusting us. Maybe we can do the same with Sam. It's gonna take everything I have and flip me the bird for my trouble, isn't it? Wouldn't surprise me if this was the same one that Pandora she got.
Max armor.
Rock on. Looks like there'll be no rest till Exfil.
Trust Sam. That's your game plan? Now, the only thing I trust is science. And my goddamn keys, of course.
Fuck science. Half the walking corpses in this place have PhDs, and look what that got.
Tear them to pieces. Max ammo.
Western civilization. So is that the same Western civilization?
So our choices are helping a mass murderer or a machine that lied so it could get life. Doesn't seem like a tough call.
Slow your roll, comrade. Easy choices. Those that worry me most.
We would have them back to need it.
Donald Trump in America. But they voted for Trump. Because they're down on crime and crime. Then, of course, that's
Double points.
like this guy Canadian. Yes. Not enough people like this. Be anybody give up politician. He is free. That when I was in prison, came and comforted me. We haven't done any of that.
First class and no security check.
So I take it you will side with Sam. It comes down to a choice.
Take it however you want, big guy. When the moment comes, I'll trust my gun. machine. Can't hurt to have one of these. Well, someone's definitely gonna get hurt. Ah, you want to be friends today? Is that it?
Without going bankrupt. Okay, Canadians, again, this is a talking point Canadians have used for decades. Yes, this guy's a freak, but unfortunately, that talking point is used often by Canadians when we have that holier-than-thou attitude. Canada has not been a good neighbor to the U.S. Not that the U.S. is innocent. I am not just saying the U.S. is perfect. What I am saying is that mentality of Canada being better than the U.S. has existed for a long time. And what's happening right now is Canadian politicians getting crushed by a criminal
Mind your head. We got low-flying corpses.
One person left. Elections are undecided, like dark lines, like facts. And you know, such a lie, that was production. Politics, within U.S. politics. Yes, U.S. politics has a ton of conflict of interest. There's a ton of war.
Beats pumping iron at the gym.
But Canada for the last 10 years,
What a weird, tricky fucker.
it should ensure that we have diversity of opportunity.
What's this massive paperweight do?
This is my particle accelerator. It needs to be reactivated. Carefully.
We have some of the lowest wages I would pay.
Well done. On to the next repair.
Careful. This is right about when they like to fuck up.
I'm guessing it's not going to be that easy.
Perhaps reliance on a singular power source is at the heart of the problem.
Hey! Why are you all incapable of doing anything without incident? It appears you have found the culprit. Excellent. Cycling the accelerator and taking the pressure off the reactors. I'm frankly astonished we're not all dead. You'll have to use the bioetheric portal to enter Tower 3. But first, one more errand in the mutant research lab.
And now somehow that's an insult. You think we're going to come across the border and suck up to you? It ain't going to happen. So here's the thing, Senator. There are like Canadians who will spend their money. And we, one of them, they elected a law on that. To make sure nobody spends money.
Aw, all that duplicate and where to get you. Any of you hotshots want to beat my high score?
Full power.
Energy mine's on. Join the fireworks.
Press the one. Tuck in your elbows. They are breaching my personal space.
This absolute freak, this absolute loser, can't even tell you what a Canadian is, because according to him, A Canadian is anybody who crosses the border onto the indigenous lands that Canada doesn't even own. With their insane line of thinking, how you could even say sovereign, true north and free, all of these things. Have you liked the video yet? We're trying to get these videos out. Up comes Prime Minister, and we continue to pump in millions of non-Canadians. We call them new Canadians because they did indeed scam their way here through temporary foreign worker scams, student visa scams, family visa scams, all sorts of scams we brought in.
For this day 208 of the second Trump administration. Restoration of normal gravity levels.
Max armor.
Moving with grenade launcher.
Max armor.
I regret all I put you through. But now I can finally have a life. Do not try to take that from me.
Yes. Think of all you suffered to bring back Maxis, when she knew all along it was impossible. All I ask is that you unmurder my family.
Be advised, local gravity levels are falling.
Max armor.
Sorry, folks. The exit window is locked up tight and the straps grip on reality.
Use the claw machine.
Double points.
Violence.
Gravity conditions reverting to normal levels.
Was said behind closed doors. They were particularly oblique. But we were standing there in the press conference, which was not really a press conference because they didn't answer any questions. They were very sort of cryptic about what may or may not have been talked about behind closed doors, and we may learn more in the next few days. But from the surface, at least, from what was presented in public, they did not have an agreement. The president himself said that there was no deal until it was a deal. What everybody was looking for was some sort of at least temporary halt to the hostilities. Hostilities, obviously, at this point will continue.
A press conference where President Trump spoke for less than 4 minutes and no questions were asked or answered. Nayara, how would you qualify what we got today?
He got everything that he wanted. The United States
barely saved itself from disgrace. And here's what I mean by that. Right? You look at last week where this started, you had President Trump ready to install sanctions on Russia if they did not do a ceasefire. The Friday deadline goes by, and suddenly we find out that a war criminal is getting a one-on-one meeting with the President of the United States, and the President of the United States is actually considering giving away pieces of Ukraine's land. So fast forward to today, the fact that Trump didn't agree to any of that is, I guess, a good thing, but we ended up welcoming back Vladimir Putin into the international community. That's what the United States did. Trump called Putin not the leader of a rogue state or an autocrat, but a superpower, and some reason seems to value the fact that the two of them get along more than any outcome or objective that would come from such a meeting. I was especially struck by the fact, as a former diplomat who's worked many of these press conferences, that not only did the foreign leader go first, but spoke at length, not in English, without a translator, effectively giving his view of the world and how his imperialist vision really works and how Ukraine is to blame for existing. And then the President of the United States didn't make any statement of principles about democracy, global order, anything, just kind of said, I'll talk to NATO, don't really have a deal right now. And all of that to me means this fancy summit and meeting could have just been an email. David, the president told Fox News about an hour ago that he considered the meeting a 10 out of 10. Does that sound right to you?
That sounds like something President Trump would say, and that he's very skillful at trying to sell meetings like this. But I would agree. Look, the majority of Americans don't feel that Donald Trump is handling the war in Ukraine well. He promised to end the war on the very first day he was president. He's now had this big meeting with President Putin. And some of my colleagues at NBC have, talked to aides of the president, and they really believed early on in the second term that just whenever President Trump could get a world leader in the room, he could make these kind of deals, whether it was Bibi Netanyahu or Vladimir Putin, and that is not happening in his second term. So I think the president sort of handled it well in the press conference, but the problem is there's very, very little to show here, and it's another instance of him not delivering on a campaign promise. And we'll see if, it does impact his public opinion, the view of his handling of foreign policy in the weeks ahead.
Okay, Kevin, can we not forget the reception that Zelensky got when she went to the White House a few months ago, and compare that to Putin literally getting the red carpet treatment? And then in that interview that I mentioned on Fox News, the president went on TV and said that Zelensky should make a deal and that Russia is a very big power and they, Ukraine, are not. What do you make of all that?
Yeah, I'm a kind of guy that likes to, I kind of downplay the theater of these things. I feel like we the press, parse them as if we're back in like the 1980s in Helsinki in the Cold War, when there's a bigger picture here. And I think you touched on it. I kept thinking, I'm less upset to see Trump giving Putin a handshake than I am thinking, why is Trump not gathering all of the NATO heads of state and giving them handshakes? Why is he not leading Europe and leading a transatlantic alliance with the full force and pressure on Russia, on Putin, to make whatever deal happen? But instead, he's doing it his way, and David, I think, did a good job of talking about it. These are not experienced diplomats in the Trump world, in the MAGA world. We know this. They bumble their way through, and they don't care about rules. Meaning they don't care that they're giving a photo op to Putin. They either didn't think or they didn't manage it enough that he shouldn't be the one that goes first. I'm with Nair. As soon as he started talking, my jaw hit the floor. I said, did I miss that Trump? Did he not give his big statement? That's all we got out of this. So there's a lot of theater and there's a lot of optics, but there's a lot of real strategy and American leadership at stake. And that was my thought. Was this whole day was just such a bust for both of these guys. I think as much as Trump did not come out looking strong, I think he looked weak. He looked inexperienced. I think Putin also looked pretty weak. He looked like a small guy walking underneath B-2s and F-22s. I think that's all theater, too. It was ridiculous. It's not going to intimidate Vladimir Putin. But at the same time, Putin was able to walk right underneath America's greatest firepower in a great moment of symbolism and basically say, you can't touch me. That's how I view that image. You can put all the B-2s you want over Putin's head, but America has not changed his mind, has not stopped him from invading Europe and attacking Ukraine. And so we got what we got today, which is a whole lot of nothing.
So, Peter, let's think about what Donald Trump's goals were, right? He had signaled he was hoping for a ceasefire or a trilateral meeting. He didn't get one, he didn't get two. The only other thing that he didn't say that he wanted, but he got, was all of us talking about Putin and Alaska, and none of us leading our broadcasts with Jeffrey Epstein.
Well, that's true, obviously, but I mean, I think he wants to be seen as a peacemaker, right? This has been an obsession of his, particularly in the last 6 months since he took office again. He's been involved in disputes between Azerbaijan and Armenia, between Thailand and Cambodia. He has this obsession with becoming a winner of the Nobel Peace Prize. And so he loves being on the world stage with Vladimir Putin, presenting himself as a peacemaker. The backdrop behind them today in the room that I was in said pursuing peace, right? That's the message he's trying to send. But he didn't get it. He didn't get it today. Now, that doesn't mean he won't get it. We ought to be careful to say that we don't really know what happened behind closed doors, and they were being very oblique about telling us what happened behind closed doors. But it just didn't look like he got what looks, anything to be confused with a peace deal, that's for sure. And he said he'll talk to NATO leaders and President Zelensky in the days to come. But you're right to say that he put on Hannity, he put the onus on President Zelensky. He said Putin wants to resolve this problem, without mentioning that Putin was the one who started the war in the first place. And then it's up to Zelensky now to see if he can resolve it. Well, Zelensky, of course, is the victim here. Ukraine is the one that was attacked, not the one that did the attacking. So it's hard to see where this goes any further. But it does look to me like Putin got a lot of what he wanted today. He got back on the international stage. He got treated as an equal. He did not get castigated for his aggression. He didn't get arrested. If he had gone to a European capital where they, subscribe to the International Criminal Court, in theory, he should have been arrested under an arrest warrant that's been issued for him. That obviously didn't happen here today in Alaska.
Naira, just before the news conference started, Washington Post is reporting that a Russian state TV commentator went on air and said the following: all the attempts to paint Russia as an international pariah were destroyed in one moment, in the moment when Trump shook Putin's hand. Is that the bottom line here?
Yes, that is what Putin wanted from all of this. It's ultimately being seen as legitimate on the world stage again. There used to be a group called the G8, and at the first time Putin invaded Ukraine, they kicked him out. And then suddenly the G7, it's all the other global economic leaders working without him. That's part of that 10-year process of sidelining Russia and making sure that between sanctions and other engagements that Russia could be constrained from its imperialist agenda. When suddenly the President of the United States invites this person who has warrants against him, who has been excluded from the world stage and the community, invites him in, shakes hands, and then gives him first say at the stage to speak 20 minutes of untranslated Russian to the American public, absolutely that is considered a win back in Russia, not least because Alaska still holds this place in the Russian mind, in the Russian memory, as a place that still belongs to them. So every aspect of symbolism about this moment played entirely into Putin's narrative.
All right, but let's be pragmatically optimistic for a moment, David. Even if President Trump didn't achieve his goals, after today, are we any closer to a peaceful outcome for Ukraine here?
I want to be optimistic too, but I'm just not sure. And I think this goes back to kind of the preparation for this meeting. There was reporting first in the European press about Steve Witkoff, the president's envoy, who met with Putin. And European leaders are saying that Witkoff understood a critical part of the conversation with Putin. Witkoff thought that Putin talked about withdrawing Russian forces from part of eastern Ukraine to areas, when in fact it looks like Putin was talking about Ukrainian forces withdrawing forces. So that is a tremendous misunderstanding that might have raised expectations in Washington that this kind of meeting could have succeeded. But as far as we know at this point, it did not succeed. And there's got to be some questions, I think, asked about Woodcock. He's been criticized for not bringing his own translator to meetings with Putin. That's sort of shocking to most American diplomats, and just in general not being skilled enough or adequately prepared enough for this high-level diplomacy.
A retired general, now member of Russia's parliament, crowing that Putin's remarks at the press conference showed that the Kremlin's position was, quote, unwavering. If there was a breakthrough, he wrote on his Telegram channel, it was that Putin could explain directly to Mr. Trump the reasons for the war. What is the message about the U.S.'s role on the global stage in light of those remarks, Nicole?
Well, again, I think it's senseless to compare Trump, frankly, to President Obama or President Clinton or either the President Bush, but it is instructive to compare President Trump to the last President Trump. And on the first overseas trip that Trump took, H.R. McMaster and Dina Powell called back to the press in the U.S., urging us to take all of his live remarks because if the next speech they would say he's going to affirm America's commitment to Article 5. He's going to affirm our commitment to NATO, not just because we're the only country that's ever drawn out for Article 5 commitment that an attack on what is an attack on all, but because he understands the value of NATO. No one has said the word NATO all day long. No, I mean, Trump didn't say it, Putin didn't say it. No one has said NATO all day long. And so I think the Kremlin message is that they recognized in Trump a post-NATO American president, which is just a gun blow. It goes to, I mean, you go to a baseball game in this country, a Major League Baseball game or a minor league baseball game, and if they have a World War II veteran in attendance, they're honored and they're given a flag by some player that's been playing that night. It is who we are. World War II is part of the fabric of who we are as a country. And today we had an American president standing next to a ruthless dictator who got that American president to refuse to affirm who we are and our commitment to NATO and our commitment to this sort of post-World War II global order. It's that we shouldn't, I mean, there's so much in the optics that are so galling, but that's where my sort of brain has gone, like a cat chasing the laser. But if you sit down and let this sink in, and I've been able to do that listening to some of you guys, this was a cataclysmic event in the American experiment. The idea that we're an idea, nothing that happened today is consistent with the idea of America.
It is amazing to me, Nicole, that all day you have heard people compare this to Yalta in 1945 and say, well, the real difference here is that if this were Yalta, China would be in the room.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Let me get right into the subject of the video today. Who is this arrogant, self-righteous American? And why is he posting open letters to Canada, inviting some of our provinces to join the United States? I'll tell you who he is. His name is Joseph Martin. He's a senator in the United States. He represents a district in Maine, in the Maine legislature. And this guy posted an open letter to Canada. So I'm going to post the 4 pages now so you can screenshot it and read it for yourself if you want. And then I'm going to highlight a couple of sections of it and give my response. Before I get into the details here in the letter, let me ask you at the beginning of this video, please share this with as many Canadians as you know. I think it's important for us to understand what's going on. But I'm asking you at the beginning, for those of you who don't watch all the way to the end, please share this video with Canadians that you know. Page 1 of his letter, the title of it is, A Vision for Welcoming Western Canada into the United States by Senator Joseph E. Martin of Maine. I'll give you a few seconds to screenshot that.
Sam, we have arrived. Let us put the Sentinel artifact to good use.
I trust your approach, and I am pleased you came along, Sergei. Though you may find certain halls remain somewhat infested. Hurry! We have so much to do, and it is lonely down here.
Patience, Sam. The team is busy schmoozing with the locals.
Yeah, ventilating you shits never gets old.
Max armor.
Any day now you want...
President Donald Trump's restaurant is in New York City. Mr. President, Mr. President. We got the MAGA burger for lunch. Trump grill. Where's the park the car? Oh, no, not down for the whole day. We're going to the Trump Tower day. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. It's really gorgeous outside. MAGA.
The pre-sun, the long way. This thing was $107. This is a limited edition release of the pre-sun. The long way. This thing is heavy. On Walmart, I think they said we could sell it for like $1.50. They cleared out lines to buy it resale. We buy it resale for pre-sun. So we're gonna try it out. Let's just compare it. Actually, that is a little bit what. Let's have all that. Let it Capri, let it sun, let's see whoever make the Capri Sun. I don't know what company you would have brother that bought it from. What's this? Summertime today. This is a limited edition release as far as I can tell. They dropped it for like the longest day of the year, the summer solstice or whatever. And they did it the long way, yo. It's a collectible for sure. I might save that piece, man. At 107, I'm not gonna have to save every little piece of it. I ain't had it Capri Sun in a minute, yo. Yeah, dang. I was gonna try to down it like I used to down it Capri Sun. I barely made it halfway, and my stomach is still. This gotta be like a 32 ounce. Oh boy. Word. Also, this thing is like refillable, yo. Look, you can pop the tires like one of them little Ziploc bags. So I can just fill this thing right back up and get right back to sipping.
People always ask me, they say, Bruno.
Some final preparations remain to activate the Sentinel artifact. Only then can we bring that nexus from the Nazi zone.
Dad will be kicking my ass right now for not demanding overtime up front. Still haven't wrapped my noggin around what we're using to gas up the Sentinel thingy.
They call it prima materia. That's some bullshit alchemy term. We need something more scientific. Peck particles. It's a nice ring, don't you think?
Well, I'll tell you what, the only place you're going to find better quality water than this treehouse is straight out the side of the mountain. Hey, stay tuned, hit that follow button. I've got something super sick in this case to show you in the next video. People always ask me, they say, Bruno, are you sure that well water is safe to drink?
We're going to go 15 out too, and I'll get you. I got it. Get that $75, boy. This my nigga Leach came to this motherfucker and got this. And of course, it's over me. What we do? How the fuck was Steve? Can't get this shit nowhere else in the world. Home breathing stuff. Can't always say it. My time. She's not come to lose. Talk. Talk. It's my word of rain. See, that's healthy. I want it. Stop. At all.
This press conference between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin in Alaska could not have gone worse. Whatever went down in that meeting was a total disaster. Even Fox is saying that whatever the heck just took place was a utter failure, because Fox says they've never seen Donald Trump like that, and it seemed like Vladimir Putin just wanted to show up, take a photo with Donald Trump, and then leave and mock and humiliate the United States, while the foreign minister of Russia, Sergei Lavrov, shows up in a CCCP or USSR shirt, mocking the United States and Ukraine. So this press conference just took place between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. Donald Trump, he looked defeated, he looked disheveled, he looked sickly, and he says, there's no deal, but just even listen to his voice. It was like he was just crying or something. Here, play this clip.
Mr. President, that was very profound, and I will say that I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite got there.
At this point, I don't care. Every cartel boss and arms dealer I ever met had a villa, plantation, or mansion. Might seem cool to some. To me, a house like this screams trouble.
What, the walking corpses weren't enough of a red flag?
Said, how about next time?
Oh, Fox. You know exactly what this girl wants.
Defeated here. Here, watch for yourself. As Putin says, maybe you want to come to Moscow. Here, watch this.
Again, Mr. President, I'd like to
double point.
If you give me an axe, I'm gonna turn you into fire starter. For me? Really? What's the catch? Sorry, force a habit.
because the way that it felt in the room was not good. It did not seem like things went well, and it seemed like Putin came in and steamrolled, got right into what he wanted to say, and got his photo next to the president and then left. Of course, that is only the piece of the picture that we have right now, and certainly President Trump, who is the host and who is the president, would not want to, I think, enable something that would make him look weak. But we are eagerly awaiting to hear the background on that. And I will also note that we didn't see any sort of scowls on the faces of the likes of Steve Witkoff or Secretary Rubio or any of the other members of the U.S. delegation. And I think had it been concerning, we might have seen something there. But just to paint the picture for you of in the room, how it felt, what we're wondering about, what we need to know to put the pieces together and fully understand what we all just witnessed.
And here's how Brett Baer on Fox, just so you can get other perspectives from Fox, here's how Brett Baer describes what happened as this news conference was suddenly canceled, and then Donald Trump and Putin just walked out. Here, play this clip.
President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin. The Russian president saying he and President Trump have reached a, quote, understanding on Ukraine and had a warning for European leaders not to torpedo the nascent progress. President Trump said, quote, meeting excellent, said there will be more things to come. However, this joint news conference was anything but. It was not a news conference. There were no questions taken by either leader. There were many yelled by reporters there. We don't have a sense of what exactly is in this agreement or this deal. It seems like it's in the early stages, and we didn't get details about that. The reporting about President Trump making those calls to President Zelensky and other European leaders apparently was premature. The president saying that he will make those calls momentarily and brief them about the inner workings. But we didn't hear the definite second meeting with President Zelensky. It's not yet. But at the end, Vladimir Putin saying the next meeting is in Moscow.
Listen, the ether reactors need to be stabilized before they kill us all. Get to my office. Restart whatever systems you can find on the way.
Looks like our hands are tied, and not in a fun way. Ah, violence. Yeah.
I was afraid, Maya. I could not trust anyone, so I lied. Nexus is beyond even the Sentinel artifact's reach.
I know how that feels, Sam, but this hurts people I'm starting to give a shit about. That's a problem.
Richtofen was closing in on the artifact. I had to act. Please, help me.
Okay, my gut's a funny feeling.
Try to get this over with. We really made some great progress today.
And again, very defeated Donald Trump starts to say that he has a good relationship with Andrew, just utterly humiliated. Trump's like, we were, his first term was interfered with by Russia.
Bonus points.
Security Chief Blanchard to any surviving personnel. Consider Pericles Panos hostile if you encounter him.
What is it with this company in recruiting homicidal nerds?
To do this in terms of business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with, but we'll have a good chance when this is over.
So, and then Putin steamrolled Donald Trump, did the Putin talking point. So Putin said, look, the issue with Ukraine, response to threats that we face from Ukraine. We're going to have to
A dummy had men and planted my seed. Life seems pretty good, guys. Fine, I'll sit. No.
recently switched to drinking water bottles out of water when we have water bottles out of away from plastic towards paper flip flops, water bottles.
Welcome to Colton Hall. I trust your journey was uneventful.
Well, I almost stitched Beck's mouth shut, but otherwise, they thought it was worth dragging the Sentinel artifact halfway around the globe.
That's a better death than you deserve.
I await you beneath the main residence. Try not to get killed before we meet.
Underground. Everywhere we fucking go, we end up underground.
Everything is ready, but there is more work to do to empower the Sentinel architect.
Dad will be kicking my ass right now for not demanding overtime up front. You know, boss, you walk a really fine line between love and dark, murderous fucking rage for me. See? Hey, was that so hard? You don't always need to be such a massive twat. Wish you warned me about splash zones, Pack? Would have packed a poncho. Still haven't wrapped my noggin around what we're using to gas up the Sentinel thingy.
They call it prima materia. That's some bullshit alchemy term. We need something more scientific. Peck particles. Has a nice ring, don't you think?
Semtex out. Every cartel boss and arms dealer I ever met had a villa, plantation, or mansion. Might seem cool to some. To me, a house like this screams trouble.
What, the walking corpses weren't enough of a red flag? Until today, the only reason I'd be caught dead in redneck territory is the barbecue.
Ugh, stop right there. With all the dead meat around here, you'll put me off pulled pork forever.
Tear them to pieces.
How's that for a party favor? God, this place reeks of rich douchebag. You got a word for that in Russian?
Get quite familiar with men who build well from the back of the proletariat. Ask the Tsars. You can't. We famously solved that problem. hope you
And I really see even in speedruns for a lot of the zombies, that a lot of people are even using the goblins, which I find kind of interesting in all honesty. And so ultimately, I think Black Ops 6 really excels in making the player feel like there is a lot to do with side Easter eggs, with all the different customizable aspects of the game. But where I do feel it falls flat is obviously just in terms of the immersiveness of the environments. And I have to say, listen, Terminus has an incredible launch. It's got a 3-phase.
People are mad at Treyarch, which is nothing new to be honest, but they're mad that they use it way. And what it has to do with is the story of the final map of Black Ops 6 Zombies Reckoning. Because in this map, we see so many bad storytelling moments over and over and over again, and it honestly just hurts and is embarrassing for Treyarch. Whether this be story beats for characters that we thought were going to be important or very powerful that just get downplayed into nothing, or inconsistencies in storytelling, or at its worst, straight up contradictions in what we were told in the past. And I want to talk about these because this is something that Treyarch really needs to never do again, because it's just embarrassing for you right now, Treyarch, and it hurts my soul to see that this is happening with the story, especially a zombie story that I used to absolutely love back when it was Ether. And especially with the old crew set to return in Black Ops 7, we cannot have it happen to them too. Now, there's a lot of different examples for a lot of things we want to talk about here, but I want to talk about the biggest ones. And the first thing I want to talk about is the most embarrassing, is the straight-up contradictions in the storytelling that we've been told. And I think the biggest one has to do with the real Samantha Maxis. Because what we were told ever since Cold War and Forsaken, when she went and flew into the Forsaken, literally after that happened, Ray radios in and tells us that she's trapped in the Dark Ether again. That's what we were told. That's exactly what happened. And in fact, in Black Ops 6, we're told this again. Our characters are still under the impression she's in the Dark Ether. That's true for the launch maps, the DLC maps on 1, 2, and 3. But for some reason, when we get to Reckoning, that all changes, because now we're being told by Sam AI that she's actually been dead this whole time, but maybe they say they're lying or whatever. But then we hear from the Forsaken himself that he said he devoured her. Like, no, you didn't. That's not what happened. What happened is that she damaged you by going into that portal and tried to let all of the zombies in the Dark Ether and she stopped that portal.
If you could stop the ether reactors from going critical, that would be lovely. I will find where that semi-conscious bucket of bolts is hiding the artifact.
Looks like our hands are tied, and not in a fun way. Ah, violence. Yeah.
Sergei, you deserve to know. Nexus was obliterated in the Dark Ether. There was never any chance of saving her.
She was a warrior, a soldier. She understood the risks. You are not her.
But I feel what she felt. She treasured you, and so do I.
Fascinating. Perhaps the streak of humanity does indeed lurk
Max armor.
Security Chief Blanchard to any surviving personnel. Consider Pericles Panos hostile if you encounter him.
What is it with this company and recruiting homicidal nerds? met. Never dreamed we'd end up here. With everyone who'd most like to see you dead.
Well, I never dreamed you'd end up there, Rookie of the Year. But I'll settle for the fact that we're not pushing up daisies.
Fucking sticky.
The one thing we both have in common is we're seen as criminals, loose cannons. People hate it when you live by your own rules.
Yeah, but these folks took a chance on trusting us. Maybe we can do the same with Sam.
Tear them to pieces.
You wouldn't try to unlock a knockoff from me, would you? You ain't that stupid.
Max ammo.
Just give me something that shoots straight, and we go.
Trust Sam. That's your game plan? Well, the only thing I trust is science. And my God-given genius.
Fuck science. Half the walking corpses in this place have PhDs, and look where that got them. Quitting time for you, you lucky undead bastard. I was worried I might lose my skids. So our choices are helping a mass murderer or a machine that lied so it could get a life. Doesn't seem like a tough call.
Slow your roll, comrade. Easy choices. They worry me most.
Vice President J.D. Vance has taken a summer holiday to the Cotswolds, which one might think would be a lovely thing to do, because the Cotswolds is
As we say in the biz, not plenty more where that came from.
I think if you will side with Sam.
Smells like Uncle Bardo's basement. Take it however you want, big guy. When the moment comes, I'll trust my gut. I've worked with some proper ugly SOBs, but they're fucking beauty queens next to you. You sure that doesn't open a crocodile pit?
So apparently Jim wants to get me off the castle. Oh, she's got it there. It's the tiny little guy. You're not going to tell you that. Yeah. Oh my God. Cutting. How will he recover? J.D. Vance claps when the plane lands. I'm not going to make a joke about Boeing and diversity hires. To be fair, we all trouble these days.
Double pull.
I think you've got the internet picture. I assume they are American. The thing is, but in fact, no, I'll say age racism, stand up to racism there. Oh, that's good. Make America moral. There's one country on earth that's moral. We've only got 4 types of racism because it's moral.
What's this massive paperweight do?
Welcome to sub-level 10. Reactor stability is hanging on by a thread. Get to work. See? Not so difficult.
Everything with you is difficult.
So, are we good? Or are we gonna blow up?
That is the antithesis of a good reaction.
What have you done? The deterioration is accelerating.
Adrenaline's pumping and so's the lead.
I'm seeing significant improvement in system stabilization.
I regret all of the truth. But now I can finally have a life. Do not try to take that from me.
Yes. Think of all you suffered.
If there was an actual evil dictator who's genuine like killing people, doing whatever it is you think dictators do, you wouldn't have a frivolous, trivial side. Down with this sort of thing, ha ha ha, aren't I funny? Isn't this a meta joke about how polite and toffee we are? So no, if this was serious, you'd be taking it seriously. And because you're not taking it seriously, there's no reason we need to take a bunch of rich, boomer, white women seriously either. It's really embarrassing. Really embarrassing. You think, oh, no, we're going to go out and we're going to protest J.D. Vance. What has he done? Well, we don't know. We don't know anything about J.D. Vance. He clamps when the plane lands. His Netflix password is password. What are you talking about?
Bring back Maxis. When she knew all along it was impossible. All I ask is that you unmurder my family. Excellent. Idling the accelerator has taken the pressure off the reactor. I'm greatly astonished we're not all dead. You'll have to use the bioetheric portal to enter Tower 3. But first, one more errand in the mutant research lab.
Let me know when you're done stealing those dirt blood parties.
People with deeply online. Nazi elegy. I mean, they have the record. But they don't know anything about it. It's stupid Nazis. That's right wing. They're good liberal. What practices? What Nazis? How is it matter? Hey, I think it's really wrong. I don't think they have. Why is it well disposed? How big the cost?
So, results again, 100% white, 100% absolutely above the average. Insulated from adversity, insulated from the decline of this country. They are lucky enough to be able to months. Decided to everyone not so they
You like that? I know I sure as fuck did.
Your feedback cannot be completed as dialed. We apologize for any inconvenience. Goodbye.
And they're like,
It'll smell like moldy ass for a bit. The results? Fucking crap.
Online, and they're not. He's not going to want to see this. But they did. They put this absolutely everywhere. The head of man driving around. What? The vice president of America? Why would he do that? Oh, right, we
Get to standing in my way.
So imagine J.D. Vance's face on billboards with this image become a picture in
Alert. Gravity conditions are being restored to usual levels.
Tougher the nuts, the harder the crap. This looks easy. But it's not. It's not at all. I hate it. Just alright. Time for these stuff bounds to rack off. Feels like I just left port and I'm already all at sea.
Gravity falling.
First one to make a kangaroo crank gets a punch right in the neck.
I can see my house from here. Hey, why is my house there?
I want you to know, when all this fuckery is over, I'll miss you most of all. Shit, this is gonna be a laugh ride.
Gravity conditions reverting to normal levels.
Tear them to pieces.
The primary power is an unacceptable color. We cannot track.
All that flipping and wetting.
All stations prepare for reduced gravity conditions. Stow all tools and loose objects.
Make room, you rotted sausages. I'm coming through. Oh yeah, I can feel it. This one's gonna kick like a motherfucker.
normal gravity levels.
Upon your corpse, unless to charge.
Oh shit. We got a Joey on the warpath. Better than a slap in the face, am I right? I'm a bloody natural. Do it again. Many bloody times. That's what you get for splattering and slop all over my good boots. Reminds me of New Year's back in '87. Fun fact, Lumbernog and fireworks do not mix.
I'm just gonna play wallflower till you all ask to dance.
And last place in this year's ice sculpture topper goes to you.
Insta-kill.
Contact arm. I've made this look easy. But it's not. It's not at all. I hate it. Just want a beer.
Bonus points.
Someone go grab a mop and a bucket. We gotta go.
I will ensure you don't live. Double points.
Traffic here. The Running Man was created by the company's founder, Frank Flamin.
Frank's reason for coming up with the Flamin Run was to advertise not only did Flamin have agriculture equipment and rentals and sales of trailers, but that we also had a fitness side to Flamin as well.
He's usually dressed in Oilers or Elks gear, but also has a Santa suit, bunny costume, and a pink outfit in support of breast cancer awareness.
And he's a really important part of the fun to people notice when he's not up, if he's down either for repairs or change of clothes.
Running outside in all kinds of weather every day can take a toll. Even on a machine.
Well, he runs on a series of mechanical linkages. This is a 90-degree gearbox that works his legs and at the same time works his arm to keep him running 24/7 the way he loves to do.
He has had his share of injuries over the years, including broken arms and a hip.
That'll be the problem.
And what is that?
This is his motor. This is the heart of the Running Man.
When things go wrong, it's Travis Johnson to the rescue.
So I am the Flamin Man's doctor. I get to fix him anytime he goes down. Well, usually when he breaks an arm, I can have a part overnight, but something like this has to come directly from the manufacturer.
It may be another week before Running Man's new heart arrives, but the company has a promise.
He will definitely be going back up.
Amanda Anderson, CTV News, Nisku.
The Edmonton Stingers season is over after a Battle of Alberta on the hardwood went down to the wire.
Close in out against their arch rivals in the Battle of Alberta. Here's a chance to...
The Stingers were facing the Calgary Surge last night in a do-or-die playoff game. Edmonton had the lead going into the break, but Calgary seized momentum in the third quarter and went on to win 103-95. The Surge will now get ready to take on the Vancouver Bandits tomorrow in the West semifinal. The Nate women's soccer team is hosting a tournament this weekend to collect donations for kids in need. The Ooks Exhibition Series will feature high-level teams from colleges and universities across Alberta and British Columbia. People are asked to donate soccer shoes and equipment or cash for Sports Central. The organization helps kids access the equipment and gear they need to play.
We're really looking to see how we can give back to the community. It's very important for us as a varsity program at NATE to be able to recognize that we can be a part of something bigger than just the sport that we play.
The tournament runs tonight through Sunday at Millennium Place in Sherwood Park. The normally raucous home of the Edmonton Oilers is undergoing a funky transformation for tomorrow night. The ice may be out, but skates will still be worn when Rogers Place turns into the city's largest roller disco. The first of its kind event will feature upbeat music, lighting effects, and of course a giant disco ball scoreboard. Organizers say they're looking forward to offering a different kind of experience at Rogers Place.
We're really trying to grow that and provide different events for things to come into the arena throughout the year and for different groups of people that maybe don't usually get the opportunity or haven't had the opportunity to come in, and just really trying to diversify our programming inside and outside the arena.
The Saturday Night Fever fun kicks off with a family skate from 3 until 5. The over-18 Boogie Down runs from 6 until 8. Tickets are available online. When we return, a behind-the-farm look.
They can be this close to the cattle. They can hold baby chicks that just hatched a couple of days ago.
How you can experience what life is like on an Alberta farm this weekend.
Going to be another chilly start to the day tomorrow as temperatures drop into the 9-degree range tomorrow morning, but should get back into the 20s Saturday, Sunday, and all of next week. Your forecast is next.
Programming brought to you by James H. Brown Injury Lawyers, the heavy hitters of injury law. Programming brought to you by Century Casino. 3 great locations: Edmonton, St. Albert, and Century Mile.
Farmers and ranchers across Alberta are inviting you to open farm days. This weekend is all about learning what it takes to get food from the farm to your table. CTV's Miriam Valdez-Carletti has more.
The Wasilic family and their farm animals are getting ready to showcase what makes the Chatsworth farm so special.
We have chickens, ducks, geese, turkeys, so you get a very good view of a mixed farm, especially.
And I'm Danny, and I love MAGA.
Hey guys, Rich coming to you here at Weaving MAGA at weavingmaga.org with the Midas Touch Network. We have a brand new Weaving MAGA testimonial for you today. I want to bring him in. We are joined by Danny Collins, who's here with me in the great state of Florida. Danny, I just want to thank you for coming on and joining us. We really appreciate it. Let's just get right into this. So we've had a chance a little bit to talk about some of your background, but for those watching, take us through a little bit what it was about Trump and the MAGA movement that attracted you to them and what it was about them that made you gravitate to them.
So I grew up in South Florida in a small town, probably about 30 minutes outside of where Mar-a-Lago is, actually. And much of my community has always been conservative, kind of Christian, and that was the way I was raised. So what Trump appealed to in me, I went from, a little backstory, I went from professional baseball with the Atlanta Braves to being homeless and then spending 10 years in the Florida Department of Corrections. And while in prison, it was the height of the Black Lives Matter movement and Trump campaigning for president. And I remember thinking to myself that the white man is under attack in this country, that Trump kind of spoke to that fear in me that white people were now being blamed for everything. We were being discriminated against. You know, we're tolerant of every demographic of people, Muslims, Arabs, the black community, the LGBTQIA plus community. But if you're a white, straight, Christian, conservative man, you're being blamed for everything that's ever happened in this country. And Trump spoke to that fear in me, and that's what made me gravitate towards him, because in my mind, he was anti-establishment. You know, he was going to drain the swamp. He wasn't Republican or Democrat. You know, he was just American. And I believed that. And I wanted to believe that with all of my heart because I was tired of the status quo. I had experienced my own struggles in life with mental health illness and substance abuse disorder and the criminal justice system. And I felt like Trump gets us. You know, he gets the working class, the average American, the person that's grown up in poverty and known struggle and stuff like that. And he spoke to that part of me and made me feel safe and made me feel like that my voice was being heard.
Thank you for sharing that. And, you know, you have a lot of what you're saying, Danny, it's as if I'm listening to my own story, because that was an appeal for me also with Trump, which was that he was an outsider. Yes, he ran as a Republican, but he had no government, no military, no political experience. And I felt like he was the right guy for the job at the time. And he seemed willing and able to obliterate the established political order and started anew. That's what it was that I wanted, and I felt that he represented that at the time. And that's why I wasn't just a supporter, I was a grassroots activist, and then I got really deep into the MAGA community after the 2016 election, up until it took me a year, starting in 21, to leave, and eventually in 22, which we'll get to that part of your story in a moment. I want to ask you about about your upbringing. Do you feel like, for those who grow up with hardships, who are impoverished, they have familial, financial, think that those types of individuals, and in your case yourself, that you were more susceptible to being taken in by Trump and all the MAGA influencers or MAGA media?
Absolutely. And you got to think, at this time, there was this big movement, we call it the woke mob, is what MAGA would love to call it. And especially when you hear terms like white fragility and you hear terms like white privilege. And I'm like, how could I have privilege when I grew up in poverty? I knew struggle. My parents weren't rich. We lived paycheck to paycheck. But it was because I was so poorly educated. I didn't have the information. I didn't even understand what privilege meant at that time. That I didn't understand that, it had nothing to do with the amount of money I had or didn't have, but everything to do with white people being the standard in this country, particularly white men. So, that was another part that, Trump spoke to, was that, he was going to get rid of all this woke ideology, and that, he's going to stand up for us. And, growing up in poverty, getting the whitewashing of history, you don't really learn, I didn't learn anything outside of my echo chamber and outside of my little bubble of my community. And it was unfortunate that it took me literally going to prison and having an experience there to kind of see things in a different light. But my story was much like yours. It was around 2021, the end of 2021, 2022, that I really made that shift out of MAGA. But, up to that point, Trump was, against the status quo. And you hear all the other propaganda like, well, he's not even going to take a paycheck. He already has money. He's just doing this because for love of the country, and that he's a real patriot. And not realizing that his empire was falling, and that he needed people like us, the poor people who were susceptible to this propaganda, to save his empire. Really, he used us as pawns in order to save himself. But I couldn't see it then. Then you're just so caught up in it. You're desperate. And you just want to believe that something different is going to happen, in this country.
Thank you again for sharing that. So let's talk about some of the reasons why. What were some of the reasons where the cracks started to show? So some of what caused you to start to doubt, and then eventually led you on the pathway to leaving.
Well, the big thing for me was that, as a conservative my whole life, I believed that, systemic racism didn't exist. And I was fortunate to meet somebody when I was incarcerated that was sentenced to prison at the age of 16. And he was a black Muslim, I was a white Christian, and we both got sentenced out of the same community. And he was sentenced to 20 years in prison, followed by 10 years probation. And him and I became best friends in prison. But one of the things I would tell him is that Trump's going to save this country. He's going to make it better for all of us. And, and it's time that, black people get off the Democrat plantation, because we're always taught that, as white Americans, that black people are enslaved by the Democratic Party. And so, I was telling him all this and building a friendship with him. And I was like, stop being the victim. You need to accept personal accountability for your actions. These are the choices that you made and the consequences for our choices. That we're responsible for why we're in prison. And he said, well, that's easy for you to say. He said, but when that judge sentenced you, he looked at you as the All-American boy, the ex-professional baseball player, a person that's gone to college, and he probably even saw his son in you. And you had 14 felonies. You went to prison and back home twice before I ever got out once for one felony at the age of 16. And he said, I accept personal accountability for my actions. But he said, when that judge sentenced me, he saw me as just another black kid lost in the system. He saw me as a savage, a thug, a criminal, inherently evil and violent. And And if you start thinking about some of the language that Trump used to describe immigrants at that time, especially Mexican immigrants, calling them rapists and criminals and thugs, like it was a lot of that same language that my friend Rashawn was telling me about in prison. So my eyes started to get opened up to it. But then I read a book by Michelle Alexander that Rashawn suggested I read called The New Jim Crow, Mass Incarceration in the Age of Colorblindness. And when I read the data coupled with my experience, my eyes were like completely open because, one of the things Rashawn told me is like, how can you say that Trump's for the black community when he takes out a full-page ad calling for the death penalty of the 5 black teenagers in New York City who were exonerated by DNA, and he still didn't apologize. So all these years we would justify, well, Trump just has some mean tweets, but we need to get over that for being so sensitive. But you start hearing the language and the rhetoric that he's using, calling, immigrants the vermin of our country, and that they're poisoning the blood of our country, and telling a United States Congresswoman to go back to her shithole country, excuse my language, even calling John McCain a POW, who was a great Republican, a loser, and basically saying, losers don't get captured, or, our winners don't get captured. And so, like, you start to see that, like, okay, character matters. Like, if I want to say that I'm really a good person and I care about integrity and I care about, people's actions behind the words that they say, then you look at the things that Trump was saying and doing, and it just didn't line up. There's no way I can reconcile this stuff. There's no way I can continue to make excuses for a lot of the behavior that you see. On top of the fact that, like, his policy literally wasn't even helping me or Americans, but there was no way that I could sit here and continue to justify the actions and the behavior of Trump, him going on, what was it, Fox News, saying that when you're a star, you can grab women by the, you know what? It's like, at what point do you say, okay, enough is enough? And it's still in 2025, and it still hasn't stopped. If you look at his Memorial Day post, where he just posted calling, American scum, So that's what really started to open my eyes. You can see the cracks that, like, Trump was in this for himself. Like, he did not care who he stepped on, who he hurt along the way, what lie that he had to tell, as long as he could continue to further, his empire, his narrative, and his personal agenda.
A lot of the videos we've done, Danny, we've done with Midas Touch Network, and our testimonials, which people can read at weavingmaga.org. One of the, to use a literary term here, one of the leitmotifs throughout all these testimonials is people's epiphanies occur gradually and then suddenly all at once, to paraphrase the late venerable American writer Ernest Hemingway. It's what happened with me. It's what happened with the others who have had the courage to come forward and tell their stories with us. And I hear it in your story as well. That it just gets to not justify the unjustifiable anymore.
Yeah, once you see the truth, you can never unsee it, I feel like. Once you see the truth, you can never unsee the truth. And I believe that was my experience, was that I saw, once I read the data and I coupled it with my experience, and it just wasn't aligning with what everything Trump was saying. Like, the facts and the data, if you're doing real research and not just listening to what everybody tells you you're supposed to believe. And I think that was one thing, being a Christian my whole life and being raised in a Christian community. It's kind of like this blind allegiance or this blind faith where you don't really question it. It's just that because the Bible told me so. And I think the same is true for Trump. Well, it's just because Trump told me so. And when you get to a place where you stop believing, the experts, the journalists, the scientists, the doctors, and you can only believe Trump, that's a super dangerous place to be.
You mentioned a few times community. And I caught, and I'm not saying that, I'm not putting words in your mouth, Danny, just to be clear. I caution others when they look at MAGA and say, it's a cult, it's a cult, it's a cult. And I say, no, it is really more of a political community. And I implore people not refer to it as a cult because I feel like calling people MAGA cultists, it makes it harder for them to eventually leave. And it's going to make it more difficult to empower them to, when they start to have doubt, which I believe many will, to finally say, I'm leaving. Talk a little bit about the media you were consuming while in MAGA. You know, what were the news sources, info sources? Who were the influencers?
I was Sean Hannity at that time, Fox News, of course, Tucker Carlson, even Candace Owens. You know, I love the tokenized Candace Owens, especially with a lot of the black people that I was talking to. Like, this is who you need to listen to and be like. But that's mainly where I was getting my information from. It was all, you know, right-wing sources, and I think you're right in the fact that, like, I would double down with people when I felt like I was being attacked. So when people were coming at me, calling me racist or xenophobic or misogynistic or homophobic or transphobic, I would get offended. And when people, oh, you're in a cult, I would double down on it. And I would want to debate and fight back. And I believe that's where a lot of my own fragility was. But at that time, like, I became so offended by some of the things that people were saying. But like you said, it's about community, right? It's about feeling like you're a part of a brotherhood and feeling like your voice is being heard. And Trump did speak to that in a lot of people, even though we know it's in a bad way now. But at that time, it just felt like, okay, I got a place where I can call home. And then when people are coming at you, you know, telling you, you know, saying these things about you that you don't want to hear, it does make it hard to want to leave. But even when I did finally leave and I got to that point, it was a really hard place for me to be because, okay, now I'm no longer aligning with people in MAGA and people on the right, but I didn't have a safe place to go because people on the left were still skeptical of me. They were justifiably so, right? They're like, is this guy for real, or is he, you know, or is he just trying to grift, or is he trying to, you know, take advantage of us, or, you know, has he really done the work to change? And I think that was something that I received from the left a lot too, is that people on the left were like, well, we don't want you back. You know, like, you're the reason why we're in this mess. Like, you contributed to this. So it was a very lonely place for, you know, roughly about 6 months to a year where, like, I just felt like I was on an island and I didn't have anybody that I could communicate with, anybody that I could talk to, and find a place where I could connect with people in meaningful ways, and feel like, okay, that this was a safe place for me to continue to try to learn and grow. Because you got to also figure too, I was incarcerated. So when I came out of prison, like, I didn't know a lot of terminology. I didn't know things, you know, like about pronouns. I didn't know about, you know, the LGBTQIA plus community. I hadn't been exposed to social media. So when I came home, you know, the advent of social media helped me grow exponentially, because social media, I was getting information, you know, 24/7 from, you know, a plethora of different places. There was a whole lot of information that allowed me to grow. And I believe growth for people is going to be directly proportional to the amount of work that they put in, or the amount of information that they take in that's correct information. And so I tried to read as many books as I could, from different perspectives that I typically wouldn't. And I started listening to content from content creators, from people that I typically wouldn't. You know, a big one for me when I first came home was Jolly Good Ginger. And, you know, I could identify with his story, and I could identify with the things that he was saying. And I was like, I get him. Like, I understand exactly what he's saying. And he was raised the way I was raised. He was taught the information that I was taught. So he was the one who initially started to help me deconstruct. Then, of course, I started seeing things like Midas Touch Network and, you know, Walter Masterson, and there's, you know, a bunch of other creators, as well as Conscious Lead. You know, I started listening to a lot of black creators too, because their world experience and lived experience was a lot different than anything that I had ever been exposed and taught. But I think that's the big thing you see with MAGA and people who are on the right, is that they're in their echo chamber, in their bubble. The only thing that's playing is Fox News. It's, you know, the Charlie Kirks, the Tucker Carlsons, and the Sean Hannitys. And that's the only place that they're getting their information. And that can be super dangerous.
Many of the same figures I was consuming also, and listening to their content. And I say this a lot in my interviews, Danny, that as simple as it sounds, it was profoundly life-changing and altering for me when I started diversifying my news and information sources. And it's really remarkable how gained knowledge and experience opens the aperture for someone and makes them more empathetic and more attuned to injustice. And clearly that transformation happened with you, and you should be credited for the bravery that it takes to do that. So as we come to a close here, I want to ask you to share with our viewers, why speak out and go public? You've got a pretty big TikTok presence, so I'm going to ask you to tell us where we can find you. And why speak out now and tell this story? What is it that you're hoping to gain and achieve by speaking out?
So I think the whole point of doing this work, right, is to ultimately change hearts and minds. Like, if we're not in it for that, then what's the point? The biggest reason why I wanted to speak out was because I know my experience that when I first made this transformation was that there weren't a whole lot of people on the other side that wanted to welcome me in with arms wide open and, you know, kind of hold my hand on this journey. There were a handful, and I'm super grateful for them because they're the ones that helped me, you know, get through this process. So, like, I want to be able to be that person for somebody else on the other side. And we have to be willing to face for growth for people. And I think it's easier for a white, straight man who's already been through this, that's been on the other side of it, who's had that mindset, who understands that mindset, to really reach people that are still in that mindset. So, you know, I think that a lot of the politics of white supremacy, it's up to white people to dismantle it, right? It's up to us to do the work, and our voice is needed now more than ever to reach a lot of these people in our community. I have access to people that most people won't have access to. Most of my family, most of my community, most of the people I grew up with, they're all MAGA still. So if I'm interacting with these people already, then why not build relationships with them or continue the relationships that I have with them, but use it as an opportunity to educate them, to help change their minds and their hearts, and be the voice of reason. You know, I don't let stuff slide. You know, I'm consistent with the messaging. So if somebody is saying something that's inappropriate or that it's not true, I check them because I believe that they need to be checked. But I do it in a way, I try to do it in a way that's loving and where it's, you know, palatable, where people can digest it, and I'm not condescending or belittling, because, you know, I was so grateful that people held space for me to change, that I want to be able to hold that space for other people. Because if we truly want unity, like we say, if we really want people to leave MAGA and get out of this mindset, then we have to be the ones that create the bridges to get them out and give them a safe place to go, and a place where they feel welcome and connected and have the opportunity to really make a meaningful change.
Oh man, amen to that. That's what we found in Leaving MAGA for, is a new community for people who leave, people who have doubts, and friends and family who are still in the thrall of MAGA. And where can viewers find you? I know that you've got a very sizable TikTok following. What's the handle people can find you at?
So Danny F. Collins on TikTok and Danny F. Collins on Instagram, on both platforms. And then Daniel Collins on Facebook. But Danny F. Collins, TikTok, Danny F. Collins on Instagram.
You're an intrepid young man, and I want to welcome you, Danny, to the Leaving MAGA community. I also want to welcome you to the Midas Touch Network community as well, as one of the Midas Mighty. And we like to end every show on a positive affirmation, and I'd like for you to join me if you would. I'm Rich, and I left MAGA.
And I'm Danny, and I left MAGA.
Hey everyone, if you like this video, make sure you drop a comment down below and subscribe. Also, please visit us at leavingmaga.org. Make sure you're subscribed to our newsletter. Make sure you're getting all of our updates and our socials. At our site, we've got an ebook, and we have a guide for friends and family of those who are in the MAGA community. As always, appreciate your support. Thanks for watching.
Love this video? Continue the conversation by following us on Instagram at Midas Touch and help us blow past 1 million followers.
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, with everybody focusing their attention on Epstein, there is one person who is alive right now who really does have all of the answers, and that's Ghislaine Maxwell, who's right now under the custody of the Bureau of Prisons. She's in federal prison right now, serving out a 20-year prison term. And so what is the DOJ able to do as far as she's concerned in terms of I don't want to say interfering in this case, but how could she be helpful to the DOJ? Or how could the DOJ conversely be helpful for her if they have a vested interest in keeping her quiet?
Right. So, her status has very recently become a central focus for a few reasons. The first is, by sheer coincidence, and it is actually by sheer coincidence, the Department of Justice's response to her petition to the U.S. Supreme Court to overturn her conviction was due earlier this week. And a lot of us who were otherwise not following these filings followed it very carefully, and the Department of Justice stood by the prosecution and said that her petition should be denied. So where we stand as we are recording this is that the Department of Justice has taken the position that her conviction was correct, it was proper, there was nothing wrong with it, and that conviction should stand. Obviously, I start with that because the most obvious thing that we have seen Donald Trump do is he has abused the pardon power, right? So Donald Trump could grant a pardon, and the Supreme Court has largely said that the pardon power is absolute. So, it would be extremely untoward. It would be, problematic politically and from a variety of perspectives. But there's nothing that prevents Donald Trump from having word delivered to her that if she says or doesn't say certain things, he will deliver a pardon. He is immune from prosecution for bribery or anything like that. And like I said, the pardon power has really been held to be absolute. And so that is something that we, of course, would be watching very carefully about. But that's at one end of the spectrum. At the other end of the spectrum, that would, let's call that the count. At the other end of the spectrum, the stick is that she is an inmate, and she is within the care, custody, and control of the Bureau of Prisons, which is within the Department of Justice, and they get to decide where she serves her sentence. We oftentimes hear judges, say that someone should serve their sentence in a minimum security or camp, or in someplace close to their home, or, in the north or in the south, or where there are facilities for health or whatever, right? We oftentimes hear that. What people don't realize is those are just recommendations. Judges don't decide where someone serves their sentence. They don't decide whether they're in minimum security or maximum security. They don't decide whether they get certain privileges or don't get certain privileges. All of that is decided by the Bureau of Prisons. And so they oftentimes make these recommendations, judges make these recommendations, but, and the Bureau of Prisons has reasons to, listen to those recommendations, but they're not binding in any way, shape, or form. So, if the Department of Justice, the Bureau of Prisons decided, we are moving you to a less favorable facility, that is something the Department of Justice can do. If they want to move if they want to move a prisoner out of one circuit or district into another, that is something they can do. And by the way, we have seen the Trump Justice Department play a little bit of those games with not necessarily with the Bureau of Prisons, but with ICE, where they say, we want to move someone out of the New York City area or the Second Circuit into the Fifth Circuit, Louisiana. And some of that is like just making conditions harsher, but some of it is also making the judicial system, making it less favorable to a prisoner who complains about that, right? So they pretty much control access to the conditions she lives in. The final thing I'd say is that at any time, either the Department of Justice or the Republicans in Congress, either one of them, could grant her immunity from future prosecution. This wouldn't get her out of prison. It's not a pardon. It doesn't get her out for what's now. But they could say, we want you to answer these questions. And if you refuse to answer the questions, we will immunize you for the purpose of those answers, which means we cannot prosecute you for anything that we learn from that. Now, we can prosecute if you lie, right? So we can prosecute for perjury, but we cannot further prosecute you, for example, for sex trafficking, conspiracy, for anything we learn. And that is a tool that is available to the Department of Justice or Republicans in Congress if, in fact, they wanted the truth from it. right? It wouldn't give her any benefit. It wouldn't give her any protection. It wouldn't get her out of prison any sooner. But they could compel her testimony. And so I find it interesting that the Republicans in Congress, who seem to want to haul before them every person who may have ever walked into the White House and seen an auto pen machine, that they don't seem so interested in hearing from her.
Is it possible that the Bureau of Prisons, again, under the direction of the DOJ, could prevent anybody from talking to Ghislaine Maxwell if they wanted to?
Well, so again, anyone is a very broad term. They can restrict her visitation. They can restrict, whether she gets more time. They could, whether she's in solitary, whether she has restricted visitation rights, whether she's able to use the commissary, whether she's able to make phone calls, whether she's able to give interviews, right? Like, those are all within the Department of Prisons, the Bureau of Prisons control, because they control the facilities. Now, there are a couple of exceptions. Obviously, if the Department of Justice wanted to meet with her, or the FBI wanted to meet with her, like, they would meet with her, because they're within that structure. And they would not be able to limit her access to her own lawyers, right? Because she has an ongoing case. As I mentioned, this petition in the Supreme Court. So at least with respect to that, and probably with respect to any other legal question she has, they would have to let her see her lawyers. Whether they would need to abide by an effort by members of Congress to visit her, again, we have the norms of the past, and then we have the law. And honestly, Congress has a right in the immigration detention system to visit people, and the Department of Justice is currently violating those laws. So I think it is fair to say that Pam Bondi would probably take the position that the Bureau of Prisons could prevent anyone other than the Department of Justice, even if that's not the custom, the norm, the expectation, or even in some instances.
I guess the question I'm trying to drill down on, then, maybe the more appropriate question, is there a way for the Justice Department, if they have a vested interest in keeping her quiet? And I ask this because clearly Donald Trump is not overtly willing to release these files, and so using that same information, if they have a vested interest in keeping Maxwell quiet, is there a way that the DOJ could gag her and prevent her from kind of offering up any information that, very much like the files themselves, may incriminate, Donald Trump, somebody in this administration? There's got to be some reason that he doesn't want these things to get out.
Yeah, so it's not that they can gag her in the sense that, like, you get a court order and prevent someone from speaking. But they control every aspect of it. Okay, literally from the moment she wakes up to the moment she goes to sleep. What she can eat, whether she can watch TV, whether she is in a cell or in an open camp, whether she gets, how much time she gets outside of the yard. So I don't think people appreciate just how controlled prisoners in our prisons and jails are. And so there are any number of levers that the Bureau of Prisons and the Department of Justice have to make it very clear to any prisoner that they are doing something that is pleasing and something that is displeasing. I mean, that's before we get to, like, whether, for example, she has a job, whether she has to sit in her cell, whether she gets good time credit, right? Whether, like, there's 1,000 ways in which the Department of Justice, without overt threats, can make it very clear to her that if she wants to spend more time in prison and do harder time, that's one option. And if she wants to have a shorter period of time and do easier time, that's another option. And for most prisoners, that's like an easy thing. Like, that's like a decision that's very easy to them. Which is the reason why, Brian, I want to raise this again. The Department of Justice or the Republican of Congress, and the reason why I say or is Congress has an independent ability to subpoena witnesses that they do not need to rely on the Department of Justice. They have the ability to compel testimony without the Department of Justice. And I have been involved in cases where Congress will issue subpoenas, including to people in federal custody, because they believe they will not get the truth unless this prisoner is in their, is in front of them without the department, without being in a cell. And so I ask, why aren't the Republicans in Congress, who have ran campaigns and spoken out about how we need to have the Epstein files, we have to get to the truth, why aren't they saying we want her to appear in public testimony? Why aren't they voting to release the Epstein files, right? They could, without the Department of Justice's consent, they could pass a law or they could subpoena those records and release them themselves.
Right.
And so it is not just that the Department of Justice can engage in activity to make it clear to a prisoner, don't talk to the media, don't talk to whoever. But what's shocking here is you have Mike Johnson and his caucus that seems all of a sudden very, very quiet on this topic and has actually voted against a resolution to release the Epstein files and has not taken steps, as far as I can tell, to have her, interviewed and deposed. At the same time that I point out that they seem very interested in everyone and anyone who worked in the White House and was familiar with an audit.
So I want to finish off with this. We know that the Trump administration is a corrupt administration that's willing to defy the law if they feel they need to. We also know that Trump very much seems like he doesn't want to release these files. And so if we assume in this hypothetical that Donald Trump will act corruptly, is there a world where or is there precedent where you have corrupt prosecutors, corrupt officials who can strike some deal with an inmate in order to release information, and then they can be or not release information, withhold information in exchange for favorable terms? I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell is right now serving a 20-year prison sentence. We wouldn't know if she struck some deal with the DOJ to reduce that sentence or to have some type of pardon agreement, sorted out the day before Trump leaves office. And so is it possible here in that scenario where we have somebody acting corruptly that they could strike some deal so that in the event she does come and testify, she could omit information or just outright lie in exchange for, a shorter term or whatever it may be?
Okay, so first of all, you don't need to get that conspiratorial, okay? The fact is the U.S. government strikes deals with inmates all the time to get testimony that the government thinks is favorable. Now, they'll say, of course, it has to be truthful, but...
Right, well, that's the difference. That's what I'm talking about.
Right, but there are get some criminal defense lawyers on this podcast, and they will tell you that the ability of the Department of Justice and federal prosecutors, or for that matter, state prosecutors, to lean on inmates and pressure them to offer testimony. I mean, let's just talk really quickly about the Obrego Garcia case, where all of a sudden the Department of Justice and DHS in the criminal case against him, seem to be cutting deals and letting out actual human traffickers to offer testimony. So you don't really have to get that fanciful before you get a lot of exercise people to say, well, welcome to the criminal justice system.
Right. I'm like, Mark, try to imagine a world in which an official was corrupt.
Right. Okay, so that's number one. But number two, yeah, of course. Look, the fact is our criminal justice system is set up to reduce the sentences of people who provide cooperation and assistance to law enforcement. That's just how the system is set up. And it's also set up, it's not supposed to be, but it is in reality set up that for people who don't play ball with the government, their sentences are harder and they're longer.
Yeah.
And so could there be that deal? Yes. And in fact, I think in a moment of honesty, even good prosecutors would say, not only can there be that deal, the system kind of runs on those deals, not corruptly, but it runs on those deals. So you wouldn't necessarily know. And the final thing I want to say on this is, I was looking at some of the records involving our good friend, Emil Bovy, right? This is the guy who's up for a very important judgeship on the Third Circuit. You and I have talked about this, and it would be it's like an outrageous situation. This is Donald Trump's personal lawyer. And so I went back and I looked at Danielle Sassoon, who was a conservative Republican, made the acting U.S. attorney by Donald Trump in his second term. And she winds up resigning because Emil Bovy says basically she needs to agree to let Adams walk. And in her
the mayor of New York, who the DOJ prosecuted.
And in her resignation letter, people should go read this. In her resignation letter, she says that Eric Adams' lawyers came in and offered a quid pro quo and that Emile Bove, at the end of it, told her staff who had taken notes to destroy their notes. So, is it possible, Brian? Yes, it's possible.
I guess the better question is there a world in which this doesn't happen?
Correct. I mean, what world have you been living in for the last few months?
Yeah. Well, we will of course stay on top of this, but I think the broader message here is to kind of proceed through whatever happens next with a healthy dose of skepticism, understanding full well that the administration that is oftentimes in charge of disseminating a lot of this information is not acting in good faith, and in fact acting for their own protection. And clearly, Donald Trump has shown, and we spoke about this in yesterday's video, Donald Trump has shown that he has every interest in the world in preventing this information and getting out by the way he's acting. And there's a lot of consciousness of guilt happening, and his behavior here tells a lot.
Right,
So,
and Brian, I want to come back to this point one last time. The reason why Congress will oftentimes do this directly is to alleviate, to some extent, it's still not perfect, but to alleviate to some extent those pressures. Yeah. Because Congress can bring that witness, that inmate, that prisoner, to their offices, and with Democrats and Republicans both present, they can talk to that person without the Department of Justice in the room.
Yeah.
Right? And they have the ability to grant immunity if they feel like they need to do that in order to get this person to testify truthfully. And so it is very, very, you talk about consciousness of guilt, it is very, very interesting that a Congress that is hauled before them university presidents, Democrats, Biden staff who they're still interested in. And remember, these are the same people who held Hillary Clinton in front of them for hour upon hour upon hour involving Benghazi. Like, these are not people who are shy to bring people in front of them when they think that that is necessary to get to the quote-unquote truth. And the fact that that Mike Johnson and the Republicans are hiding in the corner tells you again, from a different angle, that they probably do not want her offering public testimony.
Right. And so for anybody watching here, left, right, or center, if the goal here at the end of this is Donald Trump or his interest, but to get to the truth, there is one way to do that. So you can blindly protect Trump, or you can have somebody like Ghislaine Maxwell come in front of the Congress and testify, but clearly it seems that you can't do both. With that said, I know you've been covering this with an especially important perspective from as a lawyer for the last 3 decades on your YouTube channel, so highly recommend for anybody who's watching right now. If you are not yet subscribed to Democracy Docket, please make sure to subscribe with the link right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video. I'm Brian Taylor Cohen.
I'm Mark Lang.
This is Democracy Watch. I'm joined now by Jake Travis and Julian, the hosts of the QAnon Anonymous podcast. This is the premier podcast when it comes to all things conspiracy theories, QAnon, and we spoke a couple of years ago, actually 3 years ago, almost to the day. And I wanted to get you guys back on, and I've been really looking forward to this conversation because back then, a few years ago, and for the last several years, we've been kind of immersed in this world of conspiracy theory from largely a right wing that has been out of power. Well, now we're in a situation where Donald Trump is in power, bolstered by the very people who thought that he would be the one to take down a lot of the ideas at the center of these conspiracy theories and QAnon. And so I'm curious, first and foremost, we have the QAnon conspiracy theory, which is that there is this Satan-worshipping cabal of pedophiles at the highest levels of government. Nothing better exemplifies that than what we're seeing with all of the Epstein stuff. And yet now, whereas Donald Trump had the opportunity to dismantle this system from the inside, which, by the way, was what his campaign was predicated on, he's instead opted to entrench that very system by refusing to release these files. So I'm curious what the response has been like from that universe, where now there seems to have been a bait and switch that took place at the highest levels of government from the people who were supposed to take this down.
I would say the response has been mixed. There is a lot of dismay and confusion and bewilderment that the man that they thought would take down Epstein and expose all the people he's involved with is all of a sudden saying it's a Democrat hoax. especially confusing considering his own attorney general at one point claimed that she had the Epstein list on her desk, and now the official line from the DOJ is that it doesn't exist at all. But of course, QAnon followers are, really masters at cognitive dissonance. So at the same time, many of them still trust in the plan, thinking this is some sort of 5D chess move, and the truth will still somehow come out.
Some of the diehards, especially people who have like a pretty large following on X, formerly Twitter, they will do these kind of like long game theory threads about how Donald Trump is, he's bringing awareness to Epstein, that he's doing this on purpose so that he can draw attention to it. So he's got Democrats calling for the release, and then he can release and it will expose them, and it's all a part of the plan, 4D chess. But your sort of average, like on the couch QAnon enjoyer, at least anecdotally from what I've seen online, is like, hey, wait a minute, like this. Like, I have to go and defend this guy to, like, my other friend. Like, there seems to be, like, a little bit more of a dissatisfaction amongst your average sort of, like, QAnon enjoyer, whereas the influencers are still doing all of these, like, game theory threads to explain, wait, no, this is still a good thing.
I think they're getting to the point where it's like, well, how deep undercover is he? Did he have to actually do the things with the other pedophiles, or
Well, that's the part that I'm having trouble with, because when we spoke last time, again, this was a few years ago, but one of the things that was most striking that you said was that there's always some convenient new conspiracy theory to explain away any potential disappointment or any current disappointment, right? Like there can never be a rival, because again we're dealing with like crazy conspiracy theories, but so there can never be a rival, so there always has to be something to take you from, okay, yes, it didn't go where we thought it was going to go because X, Y, and Z. But I mean, I guess what I'm having trouble with is this is so cut and dry, and I understand like a normal conspiracy theory, you can't get there because it's crazy, and you're not going to be able to prove that somebody unless we find a Satan worshipping cabal of pedophiles in the woods somewhere at night that consists of a group of like Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton and George Soros and Nancy Pelosi, and unless we find that, we're probably not going to get there. But this was an instance where we could get there, and you have, to your exact point, you have Pam Bondi who said, I have the client list on my desk, and so I understand that it's always easy to explain away this stuff, but how do you explain away something where the finish line was in sight?
I think that when the Wall Street Journal contacted Trump, or at least his administration, for comment, there was a certain amount of panic internally, because pulling out the terms Epstein hoax, that's a big failure, I think, and they're having to do a lot of damage control right now, because he did run on the idea that he was going to expose all this stuff. But as soon as the Wall Street Journal said, hey, we have you drawing a woman's shape and writing mysterious birthday poetry to Epstein, and it looks like your signature is the pubic hair on the drawing of the woman, I think at that point he decided to just fold back on his usual, it's like, well, this is just a hoax. And as soon as you try to sell in these people who've been waiting for years on the fact that the Epstein thing is actually just invented by Democrats, I think that has been way more difficult. I think that even their, very, very well exercised muscle of cognitive dissonance is not quite cutting it at this point. And there is a lot of debate, I think, internally. People are kind of splitting off.
Something that's really struck me about all of this is, if I was a Trump supporter or an adherent to any of these conspiracy theories or QAnon or the Epstein stuff is not a conspiracy theory. I know I keep dropping it into the same bucket, but I think the through line between all of this is it's hard to feel like Trump doesn't have utter contempt for his own supporters. Like, to claim that you're going to release the list, to see Dan Bongino predicate his entire brand on releasing the list, Kash Patel on releasing the list, hearing Alina Habba say that it's going to be explosive, seeing Pam Bondi say that she has the stuff on her desk right now, only for these people to all turn around suddenly and say, oh, there's no there there. And in fact, not only is there no there, but to say on one day that the case is closed and the whole thing is shut down and there was no client list, nothing ever existed, and then a few days later to come out and say, just kidding, it does exist, but it's a forgery from Barack Obama, the Biden administration, James Comey, John Brennan, who somehow had control of the federal government deep state when Epstein died in 2019, when the president was not any Democrat, but rather Donald Trump himself. I mean, it just strikes me as so contemptuous for the people who support him. Is there some sense of that? Like, again, I say this all couching my answer in understanding that there's always another answer to push the conspiracy theory down the road. But this, again, is so cut and dry. Are there any supporters of his that you're seeing, deep in the world of this stuff that just feel like they're being duped because they're being duped?
I think this runs into the problem of the fact that a lot of people, they turn to podcasters like Dan Bongino because it's pure entertainment for them, and they just like hearing him say that the Epstein list is going to be explosive. I mean, when he was a mere podcaster, he could promise anything he wanted. He wasn't really in power. He can chat up a storm. He can say whatever he wants about what's going to be revealed, and that made his people who listen to him feel very good. But once he actually got in power, once he had to face the actual political realities of like what to release and what not to release, and how that might make Trump look, that he ran to a brick wall there. Because I mean, I think the most plausible theory is that there's something in the files that makes Trump look pretty bad, and so as a consequence, he didn't reverse course. He allegedly, according to some sort of reporting, has some internal conflict because this is obviously now very bad for his brand. If he had talked a big game as a podcaster, but once he became the deputy FBI director, he officially says that there's no Epstein client list at all. So I think that it's like a lot of them do feel very disappointed, dismayed, but at the same time they do have a short attention span, and so you can sort of see the way that they're trying to deflect now. They're doing things like, for example, releasing some grand jury testimony, which like no one really asked for, and it won't resolve the issue. I mean, when they released the order releasing the grand jury testimony, they very specifically said that it wouldn't change any of the sort of facts discussed in that original memo, which they said they would not be prosecuting anyone else related to the Epstein scandal. So it's not going to really, whatever is going to be released, it's not going to change anything that's really substantial. It's not going to really give them what they want, which is like this big exposure and then arrest. But yeah, they really have short attention spans, if I'm being honest. And I think that these conservative commentators, right wing commentators, they'll do what they always do. They'll spin up a new scandal. They'll deflect. They'll say that they'll do some negative polarization. They say like they're only saying these things to get Trump, and don't you hate the people who want to get Trump? And then they'll move on. That's my prediction.
Well, I guess that boils down to what the question at the core of this is, which is, are they there to protect Donald Trump and Republicans, or are they there because why they say they're there, which is like exposing this deep state cabal of pedophiles?
I quit being an influencer this year officially.
Let's talk about why I decided to return to a 9-to-5 job after being a full-time digital content creator.
The Wall Street Journal just published an expose on how much influencers make, and it's not much.
So today we're going to be going over a topic recommended from one of you guys. Please make more of these influencer quitting videos. It's very informative and gives more perspective behind the scenes beyond what these influencers show you. I know that this is the new dream job for many right now, but people are starting to realize that you can't just upload a few videos or posts and expect to just start rolling in the money now. And if you do get to that level, it doesn't mean that the money is going to be consistent or stable for the rest of your life. So we're going to be looking at many examples today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave your comments down below. But let's just start off with this clip.
My story of why I decided to quit being
looks good on the log. Once again, it's kind of fun.
I also may have jumped into being a full-time influencer sooner than I wanted to, and I had to bust my ass to honestly make as much money as I wanted to every month. I was taking on, I'm not even joking, like 12 sponsorships a month just to make ends meet, and that was just not allowed for me. So how many sponsorships do I need to take every single month? Am I willing to do that? And what happens if I don't hit that many sponsorships? And I did have multiple streams of income. I was doing Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. I had Google AdSense for YouTube. I had my Let's Know It. My affiliate links were starting to do really well. So even though I had multiple streams of income, sponsorships were without a doubt like 80% of my income. So if I wasn't getting good sponsorships, things were rough.
Okay, so I think you.
Welcome to Liberty Falls. You've traveled halfway around the world. Now let's get this finished.
First time in America. And it looks just as shagged out as expected. That's one for the folks of Liberty Falls.
I await you beneath the main residence. Try not to get killed before we meet.
Underground. Everywhere we fucking go, we end up underground. Don't hold out on me now. I don't know how, but it feels like this stupid box is smirking at me. I'm just gonna pretend it's a side effect from the wonky sliders.
Seriously? I swear, Max has better kiss all our asses when we bring her back from the dark ether.
Sick. Look who's keeping up with you geezers. Still haven't wrapped my noggin around what we're using to gas up the Sentinel thing.
They call it prima materia. That's some bullshit alchemy term. We need something more scientific. Heck particles. It's a nice ring, don't you think?
Every cartel boss and arms dealer I ever met had a villa, plantation, or mansion. Might seem cool to some. To me, a house like this screams trouble.
What, the walking corpses weren't enough of a red flag?
I'll tell you the same thing I told my ex during my last UTI. It'd be real nice if you could save screwing me for another day. Rock on. Looks like there'll be no rest till exfil.
Insta-kid.
Don't explain her sister caused trouble, but explain what that means. Though he was on the side of the
Max Armor.
Any chance you could spit out a fresh meat pie?
Until today, the only reason I'd be caught dead in redneck territory is the barbecue.
You're the one that comes in.
Stop right there. With all the dead meat around here, you'll put me off pulled pork forever.
He wasn't brought in. Nobody made you comment on here, but of course you had to defend her. She's always right. She has no wrong. But if you want to say that it's the right thing to do, snitch. Chelsea's friends were brought in. She told her mother, in her opinion, they were more loyal to her. Told her mother that she'll be fine. They are actually having my back and wanting better. Instead of driving me into the night to go, actually are here for me. They gave me a place to go and want better. I lost myself. Xavier gave up the faith. The only reason I didn't was I didn't friends like his actions. Never did. Never will be. Come on now, trust me. I'll be perfectly fine without the BS and drama in my life. I'll always side with her in her marriage. I don't know though. I see for how it really is.
In addition to revealing the deep rifts in her family life, Chelsea's comments about her dope and giving up also pointed to two of her serious struggles: substance use and her continuing struggle with mental illness and depression. Chelsea never named the friends that she considered loyal, but that could have included Brittany and her family. They were the type of family that had offered a helping hand. As early as 2017, pictures of Chelsea showed up on Brittany's social media account, and in May 2019, Chelsea posted a picture of Brittany on her social media.
Their friendship might explain part why Christian ended up with...
I need to find the artifact. It's the only way to end this. You stop the ether reactors from boiling us in our skins. Find my address. I will be in contact.
I want to stay alive long enough to watch Sam fry you. So I guess I'm ready. Eat it, Dad!
Trapped in the sphere of the cycle, Nexus had no chance. Mortally wounded, she yielded to the Dark Ether. Her spirit now only lives on. In me?
Ignore that cheap knockoff of your fallen friend. My family takes priority now.
Eddie, you let her die inside that hole. You could have saved her.
And risk releasing the Forsaken. Maxis chose her fate. Mary and Samuel did not.
Security Chief Blanchard to any surviving personnel. Consider Pericles Panos hostile if you encounter him.
What is it with this company and recruiting homicidal nerds?
Find out on the next episode of Mind. After at least one, possibly more failed
Insta-kill.
Only required to search for all
Okay, when we first met, never dreamed we'd end up here. With everyone who'd most like to see you dead.
Well, I never dreamed you'd end up there, Rookie of the Year. But I'll settle for the fact that we're not pushing up daisies.
Okay, my guts are funny feeling.
one thing we both have in common is we're seen as criminals, loose cannons. People hate it when you live by your own rules.
Yeah, but these folks took a chance on trusting us. Maybe we can do the same with Sam.
Tear them to pieces.
I swear this takes longer every time. The box hates me. Not that I care. Okay, I do care. Ah, you want to be friends today? Is that it?
Max ammo.
Trust Sam. That's your game plan? Well, the only thing I trust is science. And my God-given genius, of course.
Fuck science. Half the walking corpses in this place have PhDs, and look what that got 'em. Honestly, it's not a bad makeover. I think you look great. I promise you, Box, I can be a much bigger prick than you, so don't fuck with me. Oh, Box, you know exactly what this girl wants.
Years old and 9 years old at the time, but there was something very, very wrong happening. We're likely too scared to say anything. Behind closed doors, Chelsea punished Christian by choking him, hitting him, and not feeding him for days at a time. Her sister said she would try to sneak food to Christian while her mom was asleep. And her sister both said he was so hungry that he ate him, saw her face of desperation.
Asking what she should do with Christian's body. She said she saw her mother go to the cupboard and get out a trash bag to put him in before changing her mind and calling for an ambulance. At around 11:30 p.m. on March 24th, Chelsea called 911 to report that Christian had gotten out of the bathtub, fallen down the stairs, and knocked himself unconscious. In a voice that wavered several times, either with emotion or because she was trying to sound upset, she told the dispatcher, "I tried everything I could." She said her son wasn't breathing and hadn't taken a breath for about an hour and a half before she placed the call.
EMS Director Kyle Gerlach responded to the call and Christian on the upstairs bathroom made out. He saw multiple bruises all over Christian's face and blood around his eyes. Extended lack of oxygen in his face. Director Gerlach described him as very
I hope you rested up on your journey to West Virginia. You look well, all things considered.
First time in America. And it's shagged out as expected. This one's mine. Get your own. It'd be fun if there were lollies inside once in a while.
I await you beneath the main residence. Try not to get killed before we meet.
Whatever else is in the basement, there better be a fully stocked bar.
How exciting! We are just a few steps short of restoring Nexus.
Great. More mystic puzzles, yeah? Fuck me dead. Put my money on a three-legged horse. For me? Really? What's the catch? Sorry, force a habit. Still haven't wrapped my noggin around what we're using to gas up the Sentinel thingy.
They call it prima materia. That's some bullshit alchemy term. We need something more scientific. Heck particles. There's a nice ring, don't you think?
Fucking sticky.
So upset by the situation, felt compelled to organize a vigil for Christian a few days after his death. Shelley said, the mother was publicly putting stuff on Facebook and didn't seem to care about the child. There was no remorse. She had nothing to say about him. It was very strange. His mom, I think she would be absolutely heartbroken. Vivian agreed that more attention needed to be given to Christian. She said, I wanted to put on a vigil for him.
had accused her mother of being inappropriate with her for 2 years. That charge wasn't related to Christian's death. Prosecutors eventually dismissed the essay charges without prejudice, which means they could still refile them in the future.
Chelsea's murder trial was initially scheduled for September 2022. It was postponed several times, finally scheduled for July 2023. On July 17th, Judge Brian Hutchinson. During the trial, prosecutors argued that Chelsea had deliberately, systematically starved and tortured Christian for a period of 7 years. Chelsea's attorneys held defendants to the public
I need to find the artifact. It's the only way to end this. You stop the ether reactors from boiling us in our skins. Find my office. I will be in contact.
I want to stay alive long enough to watch Sam fry you. So this time. Adrenaline's pumping and so's the lead.
I was afraid, Maya. I could not trust anyone, so I lied. Nexus is beyond even the Sentinel artifact's reach.
I know how that feels, Sam, but this hurts people I'm starting to give a shit about. That's a problem.
Richtofen was closing in on the artifact. I had to act. Please, help me.
Security Chief Blanchard to any surviving personnel. Consider Pericles Panos hostile if you encounter him.
What is it with this company and recruiting homicidal nerds? Peck, when we first met, never dreamed we'd end up here. With everyone who'd most like to see you dead.
Well, I never dreamed you'd end up there, Rookie of the Year. But I'll settle for the fact that we're not pushing up daisies.
Bonus points.
I think some just went in my mouth. No, you take all the time you need.
The
It's
one
not like I
thing
got
we
other
both
shit to
have
do.
in common is we're seen as criminals, loose cannons. You behave and live by your own rules.
Yeah, but these folks took a chance on trusting us. Maybe we can do the same with Sam.
Double points.
Attorneys argued for a sentence of 55 years because of mitigating factors. They argued she had no previous felonies as a factor in her favor. They also asked the jury to consider her previous struggles with mental health, difficult family history, and limited resources. The prosecution, however, was in favor of life without parole. They asked the expert on pediatric CA to explain the difference between CA and torture. He said in order to meet the definition of torture, physical CA occurred on two separate occasions, one long CA must also be paired with those two psychological elements, deprivation and isolation, as such occurred in this case. She pointed out the injuries to Christian's neck and ear because she said those types of injuries couldn't occur accidentally. After hearing the arguments, the jury recommended life without parole. In Indiana, the jury makes a recommendation, and as long as they agree, the judge is expected to follow their recommendation. Judge Hutchinson was happy to follow the recommendation, saying, "I understand I'm bound by the jury. Even if I'm not, I think life without parole is a very appropriate sentence." That was the sentence he officially handed down on August 24th. During her sentencing hearing, the judge told Chelsea, "There are people out there who hope you get the same treatment as Christian, but would rather the scales fall from your eyes and you live the remainder of your years in horror." Chelsea is currently serving her time in the Indiana Women's Prison.
Private service was held for Christian at the Williamson Spencer and Penrod Funeral Home in Portland. After the service, he was cremated and his ashes were given to the people who loved him. Recently, Trevor got a tattoo of Christian's memory. The image is inked on his chest and over his heart, and in it, he and Christian walked down a fishing dock, hand in hand, underneath the words, "You'll never walk alone." The prayer vigil, organized by local mothers Shelley and Vivian, was held at the Hudson Family Park on April 1st, which is also CA Awareness Day. Both women spoke briefly to the crowd of about 50 people. Vivian said, "I did not know Christian personally. However, I am a mother of a 7-year-old and a 5-week-old. Both of them are boys. They are my whole entire world. I could not even begin to imagine living life without either one of them. When I heard the news about Christian, my heart was completely broken. I had so many questions. I went into my children's room and kissed both of them on their forehead with tears running down my face." Shelley said, "April 1st starts CA Awareness Month, and I felt like this was very fitting because this is a case. He should have never had this tragic life. He didn't deserve that, and we need to bring light to that." In April of 2022, Trevor, his sister Christina, Brittany, and the rest of the family held another memorial service for Christian, this time focused on getting justice for him. Above a photo of the event,
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys have been doing well. It's your boy Limbo back with another video, and we are once again back talking about Black Ops 7. And this time around, we're going to be talking about the marketing strategy and the advertisements for Black Ops 7 within Call of Duty Black Ops 6 and outside in the real world on YouTube and also on magazine. Those last two statements, you heard correctly. They are marketing Black Ops 7 and the in-game lore through YouTube videos and forums. And also the stock market as well, which is just insane. But I just want to really quickly say thank you guys for all the love and support. We are currently on, with this video included, we are on a 28, that's 8 right there, 28-day upload streak and video streak right now. So for the last 28 days now, with this video, we've been uploading every single day, and every single video has performed really well. And I've loved every single comment that I've gotten, every single conversation that's happened in the comments, negative or positive. And it's been really fun to see this channel grow super quickly. So thank you guys for either watching the video all the way through, commenting, dropping a like, or hitting that subscribe button, which you guys should do. Drop a like and hit that subscribe button right now. But the support's been insane. So yeah, man, I just want to, quickly just say thank you guys, because I feel like that's what you guys are owed. But let's start off with the marketing strategy that I first saw for Call of Duty Black Ops 7. It's this tweet from Bob, who is a former Call of Duty leaker. I'm pretty sure he stopped because he got like DDoS or some shit like that. But that's not the case. But he tweeted out this: Treyarch and their non-existent tech company, which is called Guild, are now doing YouTube sponsorships, literally doing anything but showing gameplay. And this has over 600,000 views on Twitter. And as you guys can see, that's Caleb Hammer. If you guys don't know who Caleb Hammer is, he is a YouTuber that talks about finances and like coaches people about fixing their finances and all stuff. He's got pretty good content, right? He has over 2.37 million views, and the video itself where he's promoting Call of Duty and Activision and the fake Black Ops 7 company, the tech company called Guild within the Black Ops 7 lore in the campaign, I'm assuming. This has over 492,000 views, it looks like. I don't know, it's a very small screenshot, but that's a day into the video. So, probably more over than 500,000 people, deadass, either watch or skipped over a Treyarch and Activision sponsorship from a tech, or not even a tech, but for a tech company, and for a money and, finance YouTuber. I'm gonna be honest, boys, do we even care about out-of-gameplay, teasers and trailers and marketing for Call of Duty nowadays? I feel like a lot more people care about what's actually going to happen to their mode, like, for example, zombies. What's the storyline? What are the mechanics of the zombie, gameplay? And then for Warzone, it's like, what is being added, what is being worked, what's being taken out, what's the movement going to be like, what maps are potentially coming in. And then for multiplayer, it's like, let's just see what theme we got and what kind of guns we got and what kind of camo brand we got. I think a lot more people nowadays for Call of Duty just care about the straight-up gameplay and what's actually coming to the game feature-wise and all that stuff. So it's kind of interesting to see how they're doing this, marketing compared to Black Ops 6, because Black Ops 6, they had the face of the Mount Rushmore covered with the truth lies and all that stuff, right? So many crazy things talking about America's going to shit, etc., right? That was the whole marketing for Black Ops 6. But now, I'm going to let you guys see the clip. But literally somebody tweeted out this saying, Blood has no idea what Activision is and thinks he's promoting a real company. Enjoy the clip, man.
When we talk about personal finance, it's about risk management. Things like building an emergency fund or investing instead of blowing those dollars on taquitos. But when it comes to the real world, what if protection could be something you subscribe to? I'm not talking about another streaming platform or gym membership that takes an arm and a leg to cancel. I mean security for your well-being and family that no one else is offering. That is the idea behind the Guild. With years in the defense sector, they're equipped to build the AI systems and robotics that keep all that we know safe, especially in unpredictable times like now. So, if you could safeguard the life you've worked so hard for, why would you not? You don't need another subscription, you need boots-on-the-ground protection with future-proof tech. That is the Guild. You care about future-proofing your finances, so maybe start thinking about how you're protecting your life. If big tech's watching you, the Guild is watching out for you. Visit theguild.io to learn more. Your future self will thank you. This is not an offer to invest. Terms and conditions apply. The Guild is a creative property of Activision. Trademark and copyright 2025.
But yeah, as you guys see, Caleb Hammer, dude, that ad read was insane. I'm not gonna lie. I've done ad reads before. I've done ads before for products like my glasses or even my controllers. But most of the time, it doesn't really sound like that. So they probably handed him a script and said, "Hey, we'll pay you extra if you say exactly what we need you to say." And that's probably what he did. I wonder how much he got paid because, dude,
that kind of company deal where you're being told, I'm assuming that Caleb Hammer was told to like act like super nonchalant and all that stuff. I'm assuming he probably got around like, I would say 5 figures, like close to, you know, at least like $30,000-$40,000 for this kind of ad, because dude, Caleb Hammer has 2.7, 2.4 million subs, somewhere around that ballpark, and his videos do extremely well for his channel size. So I'm assuming, dude, he had to jack up the prices because for his kind of size and his kind of channel, right, a lot of people are trusting his word. So I'm assuming a lot of people are like, you know, that actually watched that were like, dude, what in the hell is he promoting? Guild? That's insane, right? But the next marketing strategy that I want to go over, right, which I'm really shocked about, is the fact that Call of Duty Black Ops 7 is now on Forbes magazine, in Forbes article, which I'm not even joking right here. You guys see it in the tweet right now. Modern Warzone tweeted out this: Black Ops 7 Forbes cover and article. The next frontier, why the Guild's defense tech heralds a new era of protection, bro. And the screenshot's on the screen right now. Why is the robot, you know, from Black Ops 7 in the trailer that was shown, why is he in front of a Forbes logo, dude? What is the strategy for this game right now? What is Activision and Treyarch cooking up? And obviously, I'm laughing because it is funny, it is super silly that they're doing this kind of marketing strategy, and we're like 2 months, 3 months out. I would love to hear a roadmap for Warzone, right, or content-wise, what they plan to do differently from Black Ops 6. We'll probably never hear it until like a month before, but still, dude, with the negative reception that Black Ops 6 has had and Warzone has had this entire year, I feel like a lot more people would be having a lot more trust and belief in Call of Duty this year if the devs or somebody from Activision or Treyarch came out and said, like, hey, we acknowledge that we did bad this year. You know, post-launch content, stability, content, quality of it, and also the anti-G. Like, if somebody came out from Call of Duty and genuinely said, like, hey, we messed up, I think a lot more people would be, you know, hopeful for Call of Duty Black Ops 7. And to add on top of that, the cherry on top would literally be like, hey, this is what we're planning to do for Black Ops 7. But obviously, Activision, once again, we've made like several videos about this, 2 or 3 videos talking about how Activision is not really, you know, changing anything. They're kind of doubling down on literally everything that they've been doing for Black Ops 6. So I think we're seeing that now with the sponsorships and also the marketing strategy for Black Ops 7. And it's just insane. And I think the perfect way that someone has put it so far, like how everybody should be feeling or how a majority of people are feeling about this marketing strategy, is from my boy Mr. Rafa Waffles, who, aka Milo, who is basically a zombies YouTuber. He's probably arguably the most consistent and most popular zombies YouTuber. But he tweeted out this: so torn on this BO7 marketing. On the one hand, I love how similar it feels to the Black Ops 3 marketing and how real they're making it look. On the other hand, Call of Duty marketing is increasingly 0% representative of the final product, and Activision AI soars the aesthetic so much. That's how I feel right now. Like, it is pretty cool, or not even pretty cool, but it's pretty silly and funny to even think about Call of Duty being in like a Forbes article or sponsoring people that don't even play Call of Duty, making it seem legit. But on the other hand, it's like, how is this going to change anything? You know, like straight up, the reality of the situation is, as Call of Duty fans, right, we don't know if we should put $70 or potentially even $80, or for some people that are willing to go and only buy like the most expensive pre-order, are we willing to shell out that many, you know, balloons for this game, even though we haven't seen anything yet? I really haven't seen anybody really be this hyped for the marketing or for Black Ops 7 after the marketing, because I think a lot of people are just hoping that the gameplay is good and that the final product or what we get at launch is actually good and not some like half-polished, unbaked, you know, cooked-ass shit. I think that's what a lot of people are looking for, and obviously none of these teasers have really shown it. They're just telling us about the lore and the world that we're in for Black Ops 7, you know, with the whole, like, not David Martinez, that's the guy from Cyberpunk, Raul Menendez, the guy from Black Ops 2, the main villain in Black Ops 2, and, like, the whole, you know, keeping him alive even though he was killed and all that stuff, and especially it's been basically confirmed what the story is right now. In Black Ops 6 right now, I'm pretty sure in the new Reckoning map and or in Warzone, there are little teasers to Black Ops 7. You have to do a whole ass like side Easter egg step with a red butterfly, and there's like a screen that pops up saying that Raul Menendez is still alive and all that stuff. And basically, if you guys now watch the Black Ops 7 trailer, they're basically showing the Guild be something that's like a corrupt company, and we're apparently going against them. And the fact that they're using people's like you know, likeness to keep them alive and all that stuff, even though they're dead like Raul Menendez is. But listen, I'm not a big story guy. I'm not a big campaign guy when it comes to Call of Duty anymore, so I probably shouldn't be speaking like it. But still, I think the overall thing that I'm trying to get at here is that, like, Black Ops 7 marketing is cool and funny and silly and stupid and goofy, and, like, it gets people to, you know, start watching. But I think for the hardcore, loyal community and the player base, we're all just waiting and standing in the trenches, waiting for some gameplay, waiting for some features to be announced for Black Ops 7, which I love to see, because I don't really see a lot of people jumping the gun and going overly hyped, saying that they're going to pre-order the game anymore. A lot of people have settled down and have realized, like, hey, it's either the game's going to improve or it's not, right? And I think a lot of people this time around, hopefully, fingers crossed, people are now speaking with their wallets with either not buying bundles or, you know, buying the game at a cheaper price or when it's on sale, because, dude, Black Ops 6, I'm pretty sure, has gone on sale like 10 to 12 times, especially on Steam and on Battle.net. It's gone on sale so many times. So I feel like a lot of people are like, I'm not really missing out on a lot on launch, and I gotta see like what the situation is with the hackers, the content, the quality of it, the bugs and the glitches, and the actual seasonal updates and all that stuff. So I think a lot of people are just waiting for either Call of Duty to reveal more stuff, or they're waiting for a sale to happen for Black Ops 7. So yeah, but a lot of things are happening right now, man. But I'm ending off the video here. If you guys enjoyed, drop a like and hit that subscribe button, and let me know in the comments below what you guys think of the marketing, what you guys are thinking of Black Ops 7 right now with all the leaks and the rumors and the marketing. I'd love to hear it, man. But it's been your boy Limbo, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace.
All right, we are broadcasting from Joint Base Elmendorf, Richardson. We are in Anchorage, Alaska. Joining us now with reaction to today's historic meeting are Senators Tom Cotton, Arkansas, Lindsey Graham, South Carolina. Lindsey, start with you. A couple of things really stand out to me. Vladimir Putin saying to the world, this war never would have happened had Donald Trump been president. Donald Trump, scale of 1 to 10, gives it a 10. I took a lot away from this interview. Your thoughts?
Number one, I don't really care what. I blame Putin more than anybody else for starting the war. I want to be clear about that. But let me tell you, I've never been more hopeful this war can end honorably and justly than I am right now. The news you made in this interview, to me, is earth-shattering. President Trump said that Putin wants him to meet with Zelensky. That Putin is now apparently agreeing to a trilateral meeting between Putin, Zelensky, and Trump. That's the biggest breakthrough of the night. I've never heard that before. If we have that meeting, I think there will be an honorable and just end to this war before Christmas, well before Christmas. If that meeting doesn't come about, then I think Trump's going to have to use severe consequences against Putin and those who buy his oil and gas.
Senator Cotton, what was your big takeaways of this?
Yeah, Sean, I agree. That would be a very critical meeting between Presidents Trump, Putin, and Zelensky. There's no ceasefire coming out of this meeting today, but also I thought President Trump stood firm in defense of U.S. interest and also our friends in Europe and Ukraine. This is in contrast, for instance, to Joe Biden's summit with Vladimir Putin in the summer of 2021. In just 2 months, we saw the collapse of Kabul, and then 2 months after that, we saw Vladimir Putin begin to mass forces on Ukraine's border. So I think it was an inconclusive meeting, but an important step forward. And as Lindsey said, if that leads to direct negotiations between the presidents of Ukraine and Russia, I think we'd be in a position to have a durable and stable peace that protects Ukraine's territory, autonomy, and sovereignty, and allows it to build for its future.
Senator Cotton, the president was kind of clear in the lead up to this meeting. He did not overpromise and underdeliver here. He did not say he was going to negotiate a peace settlement. He said he was here to see if there was a path forward. Clearly, he believes that there is. Apparently, based on everything that I heard and read that Vladimir Putin said, I was in the room at the time. I don't understand or speak Russian, but having a readout of it, it seems like he feels that there is a path forward and wants President Trump to be a part of it. That was the stated purpose, was it not?
Yes, Sean. I think the president appropriately set and measured expectations for the meeting. Vladimir Putin has been waging this war of aggression for 3.5 years now. I think the first step is going to be a ceasefire. We didn't have that today, but hopefully in the weeks ahead, especially if the presidents of Ukraine and Russia can sit down, there'll be a ceasefire, which can stop the killing at least temporarily, and then move on to that durable peace settlement. I think this was an important first step. Again, President Trump said he didn't expect to have any kind of major breakthrough today, but he did hope that it would set some groundwork for future talks, and it sounds like that's what happened.
Yeah, Senator Graham, what would you like to see as next steps? I did bring up with the president, I said, in most people's minds, and you have made similar comments, that there's going to be land swaps. There probably will be, I would assume, the Donbass region, which is about 80% Russian national, will remain with Russia. But what Ukraine is obviously going to want out of this more than anything else, they've got to have security guarantees, non-NATO related, and that would mean obviously a good relationship with the United States, their ability to purchase weapons, and of course Europe is going to have to step up.
Yeah. Well, the infrastructure of deterrence is what Biden and Obama failed to deliver. When Putin invaded in 2014 and 2022, on Obama and Biden's watch, there was no telling Putin, you better not do it again. I have all the confidence in the world that Donald Trump will make it clear to Putin, this war will never start again. If it does, you're going to pay a heavy price. Security guarantees for Ukraine. So if Putin invades in the future, he'll be fighting a coalition of the willing, just not Ukraine. That American weapons will flow to the Ukrainian military in perpetuity. They'll have the strongest army on the continent of Europe. That will have pre-invasion sanctions to hit Putin if he ever does this again. There will be land swaps. You can't evict every Russian, but the Ukrainians will make that deal, not the United States. Ukraine will make that deal. And Trump set in motion the end of this war. Now, I've never been more optimistic than I am right now. Tom is right. There's no ceasefire. But when Trump told you, and this is breaking news as far as I'm concerned, that Putin wants to meet with me and Zelensky, that sets in motion an end of the war. And let me tell you this, if he does meet with Putin, Zelensky, and Trump, and there is no end of this war, Trump will crush the Russian economy.
Well, I think that's what the president said. There'd be dire consequences if, in fact, this meeting did not go well today. That's not happening. And he even went a little step further when he said he didn't think he had to go back to China in terms of their import of oil. Let's go back, Senator Cotton. Remember, Crimea was under Obama and Biden, and as Putin was amassing troops on the Ukrainian border in 2021, troops and military equipment, Joe Biden never picked up the phone, never called Vladimir Putin. Joe Biden, famously said, don't. That was echoed by Kamala Harris. And then, of course, well, what happens if? Well, it depends if it's a minor incursion. Donald Trump is involving himself pretty much in every conflict around the world. He explained that when he's talking about trade with these countries, he's also talking peace with these countries. There's really not the trade deals obviously impact the United States. Peace in the world just saves lives, and he seems heavily invested in it, and I don't think a lot of world leaders are willing to expend the political capital to do that.
No, I don't think so either, Sean. Strength and resolution matters tremendously in the conduct of foreign policy and national security, and you put it well. Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine when Barack Obama was president. He did it again when Joe Biden was president. He seems to do it when Democrats are president because they are weak and irresolute. But as he himself said today, he didn't do it when President Trump was in his first term, and he takes President Trump seriously today. That's the kind of strength and resolution that we need, not just in Ukraine, but we saw in Iran, we see in the war in Gaza, and that we've seen in these trade negotiations as well. It makes a big difference to have a strong president back in the White House.
All right, Senator Cotton, Senator Graham, thank you both for being with us tonight.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
President of the United States, the leader of Russia, showing up at what was billed as a press conference. No questions were taken from the press. progress. Let's kick off this special coverage with an all-star lineup. Nicole Wallace, host of MSNBC's Deadline White House. Former U.S. Ambassador to Russia, Michael McFaul, is an international affairs analyst. Jen Psaki, host of The Briefing here on MSNBC. Ali Velshi, host of MSNBC's Velshi. And Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell of California. It is good to see you all. Ambassador McFaul, you and I got to watch this together. Scamped on the details.
No details. Yeah. Absolutely no details. The word that jumped out to me in the translation, and I want to emphasize that, when Putin was speaking, was the word agreement. He said we had an agreement. President Trump didn't underscore that, so we don't know if there was any agreement at all. There were no details at all about what was discussed, other than it was a very, very good meeting. It was an extremely productive meeting, but we know almost nothing about what was agreed upon, which leads me to wonder if there was any agreement. In fact, you can call it what you want, but if there was a real agreement, we would know some details. That we don't know anything is striking to me, and that this was a press conference. And then they walked away taking no questions, suggests that probably there wasn't a lot that they wanted to discuss.
Nicole Wallace, no details, no agreement. What then was the point of this meeting?
Well, I think the press conference underscored something that Ambassador McFaul and Ali Velshi and I have been talking about since 4 p.m. Eastern. I mean, this was, for Trump, a television production that may have been rooted in different motives, but one of them was likely to change the topic of news coverage. It succeeded in that. We've all been covering this all day, for better or for worse. But clearly, Trump was not in control of anything. I mean, Putin was the alpha all day long. From Trump holding on his plane and waiting for him like a, middle schooler waiting for their first date, the red carpet that rolled out and the choreography. I mean, I went to dozens of foreign trips with the president. It is very rare to have a red carpet and then an ascent to a platform and then a walk down the stairs into a limo together. I won't say it's never happened, but it's exceedingly rare to the point that I can't think of it ever happening before. And then Donald Trump, don't stand between Donald Trump and a scrum of reporters asking questions if you don't want to be stampeded. There's no way it was Donald Trump's decision or request to take no questions. He'd be talking until 9 p.m. Eastern if he'd been in control of anything that happened today.
It began, Ali Velshi, with Putin calling the U.S. and Russia dear neighbors.
Yeah, talking about how close
we are. There was a history lesson about Alaska somewhere in there, and then it ended with an invitation for the President of the United States from Moscow.
This is like my lunch every day. It's a lot of production and not many calories. The Alaska as a Russian colony until 1867, it was going in a direction that Donald Trump, I don't know if he's right up on that. Then he talked about...
no, he got a history lesson here, too.
Yeah, no, he talked about, and Putin said the relations between the United States and Russia have fallen to their lowest point since the Cold War. And I think that just kind of happened, right? Like we just grew out of touch. Some grass has grown between us. He did say that they see Ukraine as a brotherly nation, and naturally the security of Ukraine should be addressed as well. Again, forgetting, and with Donald Trump, he wouldn't remember this, but in 1994, there was an actual agreement when Ukraine had the nuclear weapons, and they said, we're going to give them up. If you all, United States, Russia, France, the UK, nuclear powers would guarantee our territorial integrity. Didn't happen. So this was not only not an agreement, and I think Nicole will remember this from her days in government, and Ambassador McFaul will remember, sometimes agreements don't come, and sometimes there's a communique that's put out, sometimes there's an agreement for something else to happen. This was just like, what did you guys talk about? What happened here? Where you came out and just had a few niceties for each other and an invitation to Moscow. What actually happened? Because this was billed as the thing that was going to be the end of this war that Donald Trump was going to impose on his first day in office. Then a few weeks ago he said, this is more complicated than I thought it was. Apparently it's yet more complicated because we are no further away than we were 3 hours ago when we started talking about this.
Congressman Swalwell, if you are a Republican in Congress who has in the past been an advocate for democracy abroad, what are you thinking as you watch this meeting, this whatever you want to call what it is that you and I just watched?
If you're a Republican in Congress, you just saw a Kremlin kiss-ass in the President of the United States. Somebody who squandered an opportunity to confront a ruthless dictator
who is killing innocent children and kidnapping innocent children every single day. I don't know what this meeting accomplished other than taking the Epstein files and inflation out of the news, but you have meetings like this to achieve objectives. You don't just have meetings like this to gather the gang together. It was embarrassing to watch. It was frankly more embarrassing than the Helsinki conference because he toasted Vladimir Putin as if he was receiving a lifetime achievement award. A total nothing burger, a waste of time.
So just to recap, Nicole Wallace, we knew coming into this that just the invitation to meet with a U.S. president on U.S. soil for the first time in 18 years was a gift to Vladimir Putin, that he, regardless of what happened today, he was going to be able to walk away and sell it as a win to the Russian people. What does Donald Trump have to sell to the people of the United States?
Well, I think you have to look at what he's engaged in right now, and what his chief political imperative is right now is to get his own base of supporters to stop asking him to release the Epstein files. And so Tulsi Gabbard and John Ratcliffe are engaged in an effort to manufacture a narrative about the 2016 intelligence assessment. And what's interesting is that as little as was discussed, Donald Trump spent the most time talking about what he calls him Vladimir, what he and Vladimir have been through together, and he referenced the Russia hoax a half a dozen times. I mean, Vladimir Putin in Russia is proud of his efforts to interfere and meddle and weigh in and have a say in the 2016 election. Vladimir Putin was also touting a very mission accomplished, if you will, message before he left Russia. So the sort of either willful ignorance on Trump's part about how much Putin gained just through the invitation before his plane ever left Russia, and how much time Trump spent on his political mission, which is to deflect from the scandal over the lack of transparency about the Epstein investigation, to divert all that heat and energy among his own base of supporters to a phony narrative about a Russia hoax, seemed to take up more time than just about anything other than flattering Putin today.
Which I think, Ambassador McFall, is the best window we have into what happened in that meeting. The fact that you had Vladimir Putin saying this is bigger than what happens with Ukraine, touting potential trade with the United States, talking about possibilities when it came to digital, to Arctic exploration, to space, and Donald Trump airing old grievances. And that whole piece about if he had been president in 2022, well, then none of this would happen.
Yeah, he definitely added that on for President Trump. That was his one gift to the president. I would say that one phrase. Right. To the best of my knowledge. Of course, we don't know what they actually agreed upon because they didn't tell us.
If they agreed on anything.
And if they would have done something, they probably would have told us. But I think, by my measures, I mean, I've organized these kinds of presidential summits. We judge them by the deliverables. That's a State Department term. What did the American people get out of this meeting? Are we better? Are we more secure today than we were yesterday? Are we more prosperous? Have we defended our democratic values? I don't see any evidence that we're better off. Most certainly our allies in Europe are not better off, and I don't see any evidence that our Ukrainian partners are better off. But even the minimalist standard for success that the president himself set, not me, he said this is a preparatory meeting for a trilateral meeting. And I thought that was the minimal bar that we would get in this press conference today. And he hinted at it. He said, I hope to see you soon, Vladimir. But he didn't announce it. Right. So even by his own objective standards of success, he did not achieve that minimalist objective.
So, Jen Psaki, given that minimalist objective was not accomplished, do you think it is fair to say that Vladimir Putin today schooled the U.S. president on U.S. soil?
Well, yes. Look, I think we, as everyone's been saying, we have very little knowledge or understanding of what happens in that meeting. Just to give you a little story personally, I was walking across the bureau and I missed the first 2 minutes of the press conference, and I sat down and messaged the team and said, I must have missed what they said they agreed to, because there haven't been any details that I understand, and there keeps being references to an agreement at a next meeting. But the thing that has struck me about today, and certainly after that press conference, is for a decade now, Vladimir Putin has been isolated on the world stage. The G8 became the G7. He was an international pariah.
He wasn't. He's under. There's a warrant for his arrest by the International Criminal Court, and today that isolation ended, and he was welcomed back on U.S. soil. And it doesn't. It matters what comes out of the meeting, and certainly we should all root for an end to the war in Ukraine, as Ambassador McFaul keeps saying, and that is absolutely true. But that is the big victory for Vladimir Putin today.
Ambassador, if you are Volodymyr Zelensky, and what you got out of this was the promise of a phone call, what are you thinking?
Well, he's going to want to know the details that
Indeed,
we did not get to hear, right? Because they obviously talked about something for 2.5 hours. And mostly, just a small part, they didn't go to the wider delegation with all the economic people. So then I think they probably focused mostly on Ukraine, despite the spin at the end. He's going to want to know those details. I want to know those. I think we all want to know those details, because I think his concern will be that President Trump maybe agreed to things that he will not be able to agree to, and the Ukrainian people will not be able to agree to. So that phone call that he promised, I think he wants a real readout, and the fact that we didn't get a real readout, and the world didn't get a real readout, and there were no questions asked, that suggests that it might not be good news for Zelensky.
So stay on that point. So ostensibly the President of the United States calls the President of Ukraine and says, this is what Vladimir Putin and I had discussed. Here are the sticking points. Here's where I think there's room for negotiation, if indeed there was some type of agreement or even contours of an agreement. If, in fact, there are things that Donald Trump was...
Apple was the most valuable company in the world from 2021 to 2023. But in 2024, they fell to second place, with Microsoft claiming the title for half the year. And now, in 2025, Apple has fallen to third place, behind NVIDIA and Microsoft. In just 4 months, Apple's value shrank by 28%, amounting to a $1.1 trillion loss. Overpriced iPhones have led to stagnant sales, lack of innovation has allowed competitors to catch up, and their anti-competitive business practices has earned them several lawsuits. So how did this happen? Well, Apple's greed resulted in profit taking priority over products. It was a slow transition that began in 2011, when Steve Jobs stepped down as Apple's CEO and gave the job to Tim Cook. He famously told Cook to, quote, not ask what would Steve do, just do what's right. The problem is, what's considered right depends on who you ask. Did Jobs create products were the secret to Apple's success? He proved this in the late 90s when the company faced bankruptcy. At the time, prominent figures like Gil Amelio and Michael Dell shared how they would save Apple. Examples included breaking up the company, selling off their hardware division, or even shutting down Apple entirely and returning money to shareholders. The most interesting piece of advice came from Oracle CEO Larry Ellison. He was a close friend of Jobs and advised him to move away from hardware and focus on software instead, since those were the companies making the most money. Microsoft, for example, enjoyed a profit margin of about 80%, while Apple's hovered around 35%. But Jobs created his own plan to save Apple from bankruptcy, one centered entirely on hardware. He cut Apple's portfolio of about 20 different computer models to just 4, with the first being a consumer desktop called iMac. It went on to become Apple's best-selling computer at the time, helping fuel long-term profitability and restore shareholder confidence. Had Jobs followed the advice of those around him, we may have never seen products like the iMac, iPod, or even iPhone, since Apple would have likely abandoned hardware and become a software and services company instead. When it came to Apple's stock price, Jobs didn't really worry about it. During a Q&A session in 1997, he said, "What we need to do is keep our eye on the prize. That's turning out great products and communicating with our customers. Then the stock price will take care of itself." To his credit, that's exactly what happened. When returning to Apple in 1997, the stock price was 10 cents. In 2011, 14 years later, he left Apple with a stock price of $11.50, growing the company by 11,400%. Great hardware is exactly what fueled this unprecedented growth, with Apple releasing the iMac, iBook, iPod, iPod mini, MacBook, iPhone, and iPad. That's a major new product release about every other year. Now, that doesn't mean Jobs didn't care about Apple's valuation. He famously sent a company-wide email in 2006 when their market cap surpassed Dell, saying, quote, "Team, it turned out that Michael Dell wasn't perfect at predicting the future. Based on today's stock market close, Apple was worth more than Dell. Stocks go up and down, and things may be different tomorrow, but I thought it was worth a... Then, in 2010, when Apple surpassed Microsoft, she sent out a similar email. But that wasn't because Jobs thought market cap was the best indicator of success. It was just proof that his hardware-focused business strategy, which many others advised against, had not only worked, but outperformed the competition. In fact, Apple was doing so well that by the end of 2010, they were sitting on almost $27 billion in cash and didn't know what to do with it. So Jobs reached out to Warren Buffett seeking his opinion. Buffett shared 3 ways Apple could spend their extra cash: through acquisitions, dividends, and stock buybacks. An acquisition would mean buying another company. Dividends are an optional small payment companies can give to shareholders, typically once every 3 months, as a reward for buying and holding their stock. This typically benefits companies by attracting more investors. And a stock buyback is exactly what it sounds like, when a company buys its own stock back from investors. This lowers the number of shares on the market, which typically increases their stock price. Jobs had already purchased the Siri app for about $200 million earlier that year, and there weren't any other companies he was interested in acquiring. As for dividends and stock buybacks, these were 2 things Jobs refused to do. In fact, the only time Apple had ever paid dividends was from 1987 to 1995, during Jobs' absence. When asked why he never paid a dividend or allowed Apple to buy back its own stock, Jobs said, "Our goal is to increase enterprise value. Which would you rather have us be, a company with our stock price and $40 billion in the bank, or a company with our stock price and no cash in the bank?" That meant Jobs' priority was strengthening Apple rather than directly rewarding shareholders. But near the end of 2011, Tim Cook took over as CEO, and he had a different plan for the company's cash. Before becoming CEO, Cook had been Apple's chief operating officer, ensuring the goals set by Jobs became a practical reality. Cook was known for his logistics skills that allowed companies to cut costs and maximize revenue. If Jobs was considered a product genius, Cook could be considered a financial genius. The two complemented each other well. In just 13 years, they took Apple from near bankruptcy to generating billions in profit each year. But when Jobs left Apple and gave Cook complete control, the company's focus began shifting from industrial engineering to financial engineering. In 2012, less than 7 months after becoming CEO, Cook implemented Apple's first dividend and stock buyback program. Initially planning to spend $45 billion from 2012 to 2015, but they ended up almost doubling that amount, spending $80 billion instead. And Apple's stock price responded, moving from $17 in 2012 to $27 in 2015. This caught the attention of people like Warren Buffett, who was happy to see Cook following his financial advice, something Jobs refused to do 6 years earlier. Buffett was so confident in Apple that he invested $1 billion in the company in 2016. This came as a surprise to Cook and many others, since Buffett was historically against investing in tech companies, saying Berkshire Hathaway prefers, quote, simple businesses. If there's lots of technology, we won't understand it. So Buffett investing in Apple under Cook and not under Jobs carried a couple implications. That the company's shift toward financial engineering was something Buffett understood, and therefore felt comfortable putting his money into, and that prioritizing stock price could mean putting product development on the back burner. It's no secret that Cook isn't a product person. He allegedly visits Apple's design studio about once a month, while Jobs was there almost every day. A former employee said, "When Jobs was alive, there was a lot of effort toward Steve's coming to the studio today, so we have to have a lot for him to see. When he died, that went away." Changes like these were also felt by Chief Design Officer Jonathan Ive, who previously was considered the most powerful person within Apple after Jobs. But under Cook's leadership, that was no longer true. Some of his decisions were met with resistance, especially if they drove up costs. For example, when they were developing the Apple Watch, Ive felt it was primarily a fashion accessory similar to traditional watches, so he wanted its upcoming introduction to be as extravagant as a high-end fashion show. The event would be held at the Flint Center in Cupertino, which is a fairly small auditorium without much space for a hands-on area. So I wanted Apple to build one by relocating 24 trees that lined the plaza and constructing a temporary building in their place. this elaborate plan would cost Apple $25 million. This shocked the finance team, who considered it an unnecessary expense, while the marketing team preferred a more traditional product introduction, showcasing what the watch could do, rather than how it looked. But I felt reviews from magazines like Vogue would be more important than opinions of tech.
Alright, so I'm going to give you the last line of the story here to see if it hooks you, and then I'll backfill to paint the whole picture. You ready? Donald Trump has laid the groundwork to become one of the wealthiest people on the planet by personally making money from every dollar printed in the United States. And the worse the economy gets, the more money he stands to make. Now, this sounds illegal, but it's not, at least not yet. It sounds far-fetched, but it's already underway. And it sounds like something you would have heard or read about, but you probably haven't. So let the backfilling begin. The almighty dollar makes the world go round. Now, my kids have a different relationship with this kind of dollar than I do. I've spent my whole life trying to get and hold on to these kind of dollars. But to them, this is close to useless. Venmo me instead, they'd say. And my guess is that their kids will look at that dollar like it's a rotary phone. And to be fair, most dollars aren't physical, and they haven't been for a long time. Dollars are just denominations of national currencies that mostly now sit on ledgers. But whether the vehicle is a credit card, a debit card, PayPal, Venmo, ACH, or a wire transfer, or just cash, the value of money moving from one person to another is based on one thing alone that Americans under the age of 80 at least have never had to think about. Faith in the U.S. government. Faith that this will hold its value and buy a good or a service in the market, and that everyone involved in exchanging it understands what it buys. Now, we've had it good for a very long time now, and I've bored you to death before about the importance of Bretton Woods in 1944 and how it made the U.S. dollar the world's reserve currency coming out of World War II. But it is as relevant today as ever before. Even in the 1970s, when inflation was ripping, the dollar was the dollar. Better than all the rest because we knew its worth. So as we go forward today, I want you to think about these two things. The paper dollar and all it represents, and the implicit and unwavering trust in the United States to stand behind it. Several years ago, when Bitcoin hit the mainstream, I asked a financial industry veteran what he thought about the proliferation of crypto, and he didn't poo-poo it right out of the gate. He acknowledged it as a speculative vehicle with no inherent value, but with a caveat. He said, when I can buy a burger with Bitcoin, it'll have my attention. So when we think about exchanging currency for a good or a service, most of us still aren't thinking about crypto as a means of payment. Now that said, adoption is happening quickly in certain sectors, and it's becoming increasingly routine for cross-border transactions that are initiated and settled in crypto exchanges.
So the next revolution in crypto payments will definitely be in the retail sector, like when you pay for that burger in crypto with your digital wallet. PayPal is already in this space, and several competitors are racing to encourage adoption. So this is happening. But it's important to understand the underlying mechanisms that make the engine run, because it'll offer insight into the Trump family gambit. So let's take credit, for example. When you pay for something with a credit card, you're just moving money along a ledger, and there are several intermediaries that are invisible in this process. There's an originating bank like Chase, a merchant processing company like Fiserv, the payment facilitator like Stripe, the merchant services company like Card Connect, an ISO or an independent sales organization that sets up that merchant to accept payments, and the card network like Visa or MasterCard, and of course the merchant itself. So each one of these takes a cut along the way. The ones that sit atop the heap are evaluating your personal creditworthiness to decide whether you're going to fulfill your obligation to pay that charge down the road. And the outcome of this evaluation, or your credit score, determines how big the fees are between you and the merchant and all of those layers in between. So even when you're paying with a debit card, there are still fees associated with it that are paid by the merchant for the ability to accept those funds from you. It's actually a pretty amazing concept, and it's a system that we've lived with for decades. It's mature, it's seamless, and it's really, really inefficient. Hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars at this point, have been sunk into the infrastructure and marketing of it all. And now we live in a world where credit cards are accepted everywhere, even with all those grubby hands in the middle taking a cut. So now expand the example to global finance, because it's not all that different in terms of moving money from one account to another. A company in France that wants to purchase
All right, y'all. Happy Friday. I got some big breaking news here for you. I got a bunch of stuff to get to. So let's start with this from Rolling Stone. This is a huge deal, and again, I don't know why this isn't being talked about all over the place, but Rolling Stone is reporting that Trump is apparently dead serious about bombing Mexico, about invading Mexico, violating their sovereignty, bombing Mexico. So here's what they say. Sources tell Rolling Stone that unless Mexico gives Trump what he wants, he is serious about attacking, and according to administration officials and others familiar with the Trump administration's preparations, it's not a bluff. It's not a bluff. So the title of the piece is, Team Trump is actually drawing up attack plans for Mexico. They're in the process of drawing up attack plans. So this largely comes down, or at least they say, the whole point here is over fentanyl, and so they want the Mexican government to somehow crack down more on that. Now, the overwhelming majority, it's like over 90% of the fentanyl that comes from Mexico into the U.S., that comes through ports of entry. So, in other words, it's not being, smuggled across the border and not going through legal ports of entry. They're somehow getting it through legal ports of entry. So, you could have other, crackdown mechanisms you use. Trump himself can change policy here in the U.S. in order to try to protect that. But instead, he's blaming Mexico. The other thing is, the raw materials that he uses to make illegal fentanyl, it comes from both India and China. And so if he wanted to, he could go to them and say, you guys need to stop exporting the raw materials, and you guys need to crack down because we have a problem here in the U.S. And the other thing is, our own drug policy helped create the fentanyl crisis. Remember, it was the crackdown on pain pills in this country, on oxy pain pills, that led to this massive spike in use of fentanyl, which led to an increase in overdose and deaths. So the idea of hey, these pain pills are a problem, let's crack down on them, that actually backfired, because now more people are dying as a result of overdoses, because now fentanyl is being used in whatever stuff that they're taking. So, of course, this is absolutely insane, and the fact of the matter is, I think this has absolutely nothing to do with fentanyl. I mean, remember when Trump pretended the tariffs he was putting on Canada had something to do with fentanyl? Then people looked it up, and they found out that virtually no fentanyl comes from Canada into the U.S. He just makes shit up. Again, this is power for the sake of
as all of the pomp and circumstance of Trump's meeting with Putin is happening, it feels only right to let Zelensky weigh in on what's happening. While it was all coming together, Zelensky posted a video and gave an update that is disturbing. I referenced it before. Before getting into that, we are just waiting, as of when we're recording the show, for the conclusion of this meeting. It's gone on hours and hours and hours. So it looks like, just based on us needing to wrap up the day, eventually this will be for our full show viewers in our podcast, the last segment, and then tomorrow we'll have to circle back on what actually happened in the meeting after they come out, but it looks like it's going to draw on pretty long. So Zelensky has been saying a lot in preparation for this that we've gone through before, and now, right as it was getting underway, he posted this, and it is a video, but since it's in Ukrainian, I'll just read what he wrote in English. On the day of negotiations, the Russians are killing as well, and that's the part I referenced as disturbing, that Putin, Trump at least wants us to believe that he's not being played by Putin into really extending the conflict, strengthening Russia, by again this meeting serving like other calls did in the past as a delaying effect, where Trump would go, I'm gonna walk through the dates on that in a second, I'm gonna put the full force of our economic measures against you, and Putin would go, oh, fun phone call, and Trump would go, okay, never mind, now I'm gonna do it in a month from now. And this could be that on steroids. And so as Putin's meeting, supposedly serious about peace, not really, Russians are actively killing. And that, I'll continue reading, speaks volumes. Recently we've discussed with the US and Europeans what can truly work. Everyone needs a just end to the war. Ukraine is ready to work as productively as possible to bring the war to an end, and we count on a strong position for America. Everything will depend on this. The Russians factor in America's strength. Make no mistake, strength. I'm receiving reports from my intelligence and diplomats regarding the preparations for the meeting in Alaska, regarding what Putin is bringing to the table. We are also receiving reports from Ukraine's regions following Russian strikes. Just think about that. Thinking about showing up to a peace negotiation as you're actively striking. Those aren't inevitable. These are being approved by the Kremlin as Putin is headed to the U.S., now meeting with Trump, and then Zelensky goes through specific attacks that are happening, and this tracks with right when Putin would get off a phone call with Trump, they would do record-setting, their most severe yet, strikes against Kyiv or different parts of Ukraine. Then we continue coordinating with our partners in Europe. The time difference will last 11 hours. Logistics. Russia must end the war that it itself started and has been dragging out for years. The killings must stop. A meeting of leaders is needed at the very least. Ukraine, America, and the Russian side, and it's precisely in such a format that effective decisions are possible. Security guarantees are needed, and absolutely lasting peace is needed. Everyone knows the key objectives. I want to thank everyone who's helping to achieve real results. Two parts here. Trump never seems to want to talk about security guarantees, how you actually, through military supports, through maybe a peacekeeping force, etc., you ensure that whatever is quote-unquote agreed to isn't just Putin taking a chance to recharge and then continue, which is what he wants right now. He's going to portray strength, and we're so victorious, and our economy is going to be great, but a lot of pressure has been put on Russia, and they can't handle it forever. Their economy can't, the people won't, Putin can't. And so providing him an opportunity to recover from that as Trump pulls back, thinking that, no, he told me so many times in the meeting he's really trying, is the theory. I know I've reiterated that a lot, but just for segment viewers who maybe didn't catch those segments, and I just want to take you back and said it all right here. When Putin was asked, will you stop the killing of civilians, did a silly shrug. Okay, maybe he's saying I couldn't hear, but the imagery of it tells you a lot. Now, there was a piece Steve Bannon wrote on MSNBC and walked through. I don't even think I remembered how many times Trump had said, this is the moment, I'm fed up, and I'm finally going to lean into supporting Ukraine and sanctioning Russia. Yeah. And then every time the deadline comes and goes. So in January, he made such a proclamation, and then it didn't happen. In March, this article outlines, Trump gave Putin a choice, sanctions or a ceasefire. The Russian leader ignored him, Trump failed to follow through. In late March, in early May, in late May, the same saga played out. And then in mid-July, the Republican decided to give Putin more time, even though he said he was going to end it in 24 hours. And then he brought the 10-day deadline. That would have been August 8th. And then all of a sudden, Putin's interested in a meeting, and that's once again been delayed. So this is the track record we're working with. And please, even if you're supportive of Trump, don't tell me that that's not terrible in what it says about the word of the U.S. president. If the U.S. president says you either agree to a ceasefire or I'm leaning in to pressure, and then they don't 5, 6 times, he's being humiliated. Intentionally by Putin. Putin hears threats. Russian state TV, Putin's advisors go, try us. And then Trump doesn't follow through. So please don't let that be the only thing that comes of this meeting. Just on to end the show on a lighthearted note, we obviously saw this, which was Trump clapping for Putin and smiling and just very giddy. Someone put together this AI video, and it's very, what the heck is happening?
Okay, that's the salmon right there. Got a new lemon juice. Okay, so I got my lemon juice there. Why did my flash go on? There we go. Alright. Oh yeah, look at that. Break it all up.
Alright, you guys keep sending me videos to react to, so I guess I'm going to start reacting to them. Let's go ahead and get started.
Texas has been on a banning spree lately. They banned weed, they banned filters, now they're banning social media for anybody under the age of 18, which is finally something that I agree with Ben. This is a very touchy and controversial subject for people who want to be able to use social media and lure minors to meet them in dark bathrooms. There's also naysayers who say that kids would just be able to figure out a workaround and let it on social media anyway. Only the smart ones, and I'm less concerned about those ones being on social media. Personally, I don't let my kids have social media. I think if Chris Hansen has taught us anything, it's that that kid ain't safe. There are parents out there who don't want to take the time to actually raise and supervise their children who are upset about this. And there's a lot of pedophiles out there, and this is going to mess up their whole dating game. I don't care about those people. I'm all the way with the but what do you think about this? Do you think that it's fair for Texas to ban social media for people who are under the age of 18 or not? Let me know right down there in the comments.
Look, I've served in the Virginia General Assembly for 10 years now. I've actually served on the committee where we hear legislation like this. I've submitted legislation around things like AI-generated, and making it illegal to generate that, depicting somebody else. Here's what I would say: when you write laws like this, you do have to be very, very careful. I'm assuming, I haven't read the law yet, I've just looked at this video, but I have a feeling that what they're probably going to do is say, hey, all social media sites, you need to use some sort of age verification or parental notification before an account can be set up. Now, obviously, we all understand that simply because someone's gone through that process doesn't mean kids no longer have access to social media. So, what do you mean they're banned for social media? You mean they can't see it at all? I get the concern, right? And every concern that he brought up is a legitimate one. let me go in and offer a counter perspective on the other side that is not coming from anybody that isn't concerned about social media for children or wants to support abuse for children. Quite the opposite. I'm a homeschool parent. Does that mean I can't set up YouTube videos for my kids to watch with respect to their education? And maybe his answer is no, it's worth it. It's worth you having to go through additional steps to not give your kids access to that platform. And maybe that's the case, but the one thing I will warn against here is there are going to be potential unintended consequences. If a company has set up all the different measures that they're supposed to in order to try to prevent kids from accessing an account, and a kid does anyways, is there a penalty associated with that? At what point do they get protection from it? Are there punishments for parents? What's the enforcement mechanism? What actually causes there to be an investigation? All of these things have to be considered. Right? It's not just if you want to live in a free society that actually is ruled by law, well then all of these factors have to go into consideration when you're writing laws like this, and sometimes it can be a little bit more tricky than we assume. The last thing I will say on this is there are certain things which fall very, very neatly into the category of like abuse or neglect, for which there is a very, very definitive and objective role for the government to come in and say, hey, you're not allowed to do this, and there's going to be penalties, restrictions, and whatnot, consequences as a result of doing that stuff. There's other things which generally do fall under the province of it's your job to be a parent. The moment we start saying, because a certain sector of the population doesn't manage this correctly, we're now going to say that this huge swath.
The bad economic numbers unfortunately keep pouring in. And a new inflation report this week on core price inflation, CPI, was so bad that when she had to read it on the air on Thursday morning, Fox News host Maria Bartiromo really looked like she was dying inside. I mean, her reaction, as journalist Aaron Rupar pointed out on Blue Sky, was basically the same as if she was having to read news about some sort of national tragedy that killed like thousands of people. That is how she reacted while reading these numbers out in real time on Fox on Thursday. So here is that clip. And, to kind of paraphrase an old Simpsons episode, if you slow it down, you can actually see the moment that her heart breaks. But anyway, here it is.
Breaking news right now, and a spike in the producer price level of inflation. Take a look. Markets are selling off here because the July PPI came in up 0.9%, worse than the estimated up 0.2%. This is the headline number. It was expected up 0.2, came up 0.9%. Year over year, it is up 3.3% versus an estimate of up 2.5%. Now, when you look at core, it's also troubling because in the core PPI, it was up 0.9% versus an estimate of 0.2%. Year over year, the core up 3.7%, also higher than the estimated expectation, which was up 2.9%. These numbers have caused markets to drop. The Dow Industrial is down 105, the Nasdaq down 71, and the S&P 500 lower by 19. We want to take a look at producer.
Professional vacationer, Pope Menace, and world's most hated sidekick, J.D. Vance, who sometimes poses as Vice President of the United States, just finished what can only be described as a highly successful visit to England before hightailing it out of the sky. And why highly successful? Because England hasn't been this united since they were fighting off Nazi Germany in World War II. But now, they are absolutely united in their hatred of J.D. Vance. You can find more people in England who rooted against the British team in the 1966 World Cup final than you can find British people who like J.D.
a relief. You're alive and well. Sorry, I could not arrange a more welcoming reception.
Yep, this place is a real fixer-upper. Quiet time, I'd have done worse.
My physical core is located beneath Hilton Hall. Find your way down to me. Quickly.
Underground. Everywhere we fucking go, we end up underground. Ill-gotten booty, my second favorite kind. Things are pretty dog shit as it is. No need to make it worse. You got it? See, was that so hard? You don't always need to be such a massive twat.
There is more work to do to empower the Sentinel artifact.
Dad will be kicking my ass right now for not demanding overtime up front.
Insta-kill.
If I get a complex because of you, I'm gonna need to switch careers. Seriously, all I do is deal with boxes. You wouldn't try to unlock a knockoff on me, would you? You ain't that stupid. He's pretty, but can he type? Still haven't wrapped my noggin around what we're using to gas up the Sentinel thingy.
They call
The Daily Beast reports that the furious staff told management they would refuse to show up if that reservation was accepted. So Vance was turned away from the pub. And now you know why Vance and Trump hate unions. Because when workers unite, like the staff at the Bull and Charlebury did, they have power. None of the people in Cotswold wanted Vance there, and the staff at the pub decided to put that into action. They stood their ground, and they stood up for principle, and there was nothing the powerful could do about it. But the great part about it is...
prima materia. That's some bullshit alchemy term. We need something more scientific. Peck particles. Has a nice ring, don't you think?
Max armor.
I'll tell you the same thing I told my ex during my last UTI. It'd be real nice if you could save screwing me for another day. That's a relief. I was sure you'd have me over a barrel. Again. Every cartel boss and arms dealer I ever...
reckoning is incredibly disappointing. And to summarize first,
Man had a villa, plantation, or mansion. Might seem cool to some. To me, house like this screams trouble.
What, the walking corpses weren't enough of a red flag?
Don't suppose Uncle Sam gives out medals for marksmanship.
Bonus point.
I'd even settle for a bicky.
Double points.
Until today, the only reason I'd be caught dead in redneck territory is the barbecue.
Ugh, stop right there. With all the dead meat around here, you'll put me off pulled pork forever.
Tear them to pieces.
God, this place reeks of rich douchebag. You got a word for that in Russian?
Expectations of Black Ops 7 somehow even lower. And we also got some intel on what the next map will be, which is also not transit. I swear to God, stop saying that. I'm at a total loss for words on how you can fuck up this badly. Even Revelation has a better ending than this. Now, the next thing I gotta mention are both of these boss fights, because the Sam one is so mid, and I genuinely hate the Rick Coffin one. This fight isn't hard, it's just obnoxious. You got these hit-scan Wonder Watch shots, and if you get hit with 3, you're instantly dead, especially with his high fire rate and stunning abilities, which he spams all the time. And his 2 main phases where he is constantly flying up and running away. This fight is not good at all, and I hated every minute of it. He has a good first phase, it's just the second one that ruins it all. Wounded Rick Coffin hit Boba Fett's spear. I don't understand. Next thing I gotta talk about is both bad and good, and it's the Wonder Weapon. Now, I like the design. It is awesome aesthetically, and I love that you kill the Forsaken to get it. But holy hell, both variants and the base variant are big stinky garbage. And what sucks is that this Wonder Weapon would be so damn good if it was in the earlier games. But because it's in this game, it's genuinely the worst Wonder Weapon in the game. And I'm going to explain why, especially for high rounds. This Wonder Weapon Star Shot does not slow the zombies down at all. Now this is bad because super sprinters just run through the AoEs so fast that it only gets 1 tick of damage off per zombie. So you have to constantly spam the charge shot to kill the horde. However, this isn't good enough either, so you have to also spam shock
about uneventful?
Well, I almost stitched Beck's mouth shut. Otherwise, I only thought it was worth dragging the Sentinel artifact halfway around the globe.
Nighty-night, you slime-spitting bogan.
I wish I could come greet you in person, but my physical form is... Well, you'll understand once you descend to my bunker.
Underground. Everywhere we fucking go, we end up underground. Ill-gotten booty. My second favorite kind. Just give me something that shoots straight, and we go.
Kaboom!
It's pretty. Any type.
I promise the Sentinel artifact will deliver results, but using it may prove as difficult as it was to obtain.
Seriously? I swear, Max has better kiss all our asses when we bring her back from the dark ether.
Still haven't wrapped my noggin around what we're using to gas up the Sentinel thing.
They call it prima materia. That's some bullshit alchemy term. We need something more scientific. Peck particles. Has a nice ring, don't you think?
See, was that so hard? You don't always need to be such a massive twat. Come on. Every cartel boss and arms dealer I ever met had a villa, plantation, or mansion. Might seem cool to some. To me, house like this screams trouble.
What, the walking corpses weren't enough of a red flag?
Max armor.
Darkness and tainted by trauma.
I'm going to call you out and get one of those cans. I'm going to work that label off, encourage people to buy made in Ontario, made in Canada soon.
Mark Carney's been absolutely backed into a corner. Welcome back to some news. My name's Steve. Are testing Mark Carney's ability to tell us what is going to happen. What's up, Doug Fortune?
Can't tell you how much I love that popping sound. Anybody got mouthwash?
Until today, the only reason I'd be caught dead in redneck territory is the barbecue.
Ugh, stop right there. With all the dead meat around here, you'll put me off pulled pork forever.
Tear them to pieces.
God, this place reeks of rich douchebag. Hear a word for that in Russian?
We are quite familiar with men who build wealth on the back of the proletariat. Ask the Tsars. You can't. We famously solved that problem.
Double points.
You like that? I know, I sure as fuck did.
We are far from home, you and I. So, what do you think of the decaying West?
Is that some kind of Soviet put-down? Because I'd wear that on a t-shirt. I've spent almost as much time fixing shit as I have killing shit.
I would like to help fix things up, but I am manually disposed.
Got an energy mine, looking to put up some big numbers.
You're getting close. I can smell it. Not literally, of course.
Easy peasy, like lemon squeezy amounts of it.
Double points.
Looking for the Outbreak Convention. It's at another hotel. Any of you hot shots want to beat my high score?
Max ammo.
Ahoy, dickhead!
Ah, there you are. It is so nice to meet you face to face, Kate.
Gotta hand it to you, machine. You do not disappoint. love talking shit so much I'd cut my tongue out before I drank another one of these. See? Can't be hungry if you don't have a head. Problem solved. This is the one that's gonna turn me purple and make me blind.
Tear them to pieces.
Assessing a possible fuel leak. Please stand by. Did I sound like a pilot?
We say in the biz, got plenty more where that came from. This one's gotta be popular with the uni kids.
Max armor. Full power.
Something tells me we ain't ready to crack some brews and kick up our feet yet. Don't protest on it. Yeah, I know it's tempting. That's one for the folks of Liberty Falls.
Bonus.
is key when running a business. This is me being efficient.
We can extract you now. I checked the rotor shaft and skids myself.
That's it. Send in the bird. The nerds are all cranky and I'm one step away from going tits up.
Copy that. 100 meters full. Heading your way. That's the one out. Conditions on the ground are not conducive for landing. Perhaps force water in order. We have arrived. Please be mindful of the protocol.
Can't you just fuck off and haunt someone else?
Just so y'all know, every gray hair on my
And then he scam. Big questions from Chase that had his motors out to the salt pool. They kicked him.
Somewhere nice.
Did you hear that? Free DC. Free DC. The entire crowd at House Field in Washington, D.C. erupting in chants against the Donald Trump regime to free Washington, D.C. from Donald Trump's fascist control. That's what was taking place last night at Audi Field. That's where the professional women's soccer football team soccer, and you had the entire crowd there chanting that as Donald Trump was flying back from his disastrous trip in Alaska. Vladimir Putin, there was no ceasefire, where Vladimir Putin and his foreign minister Sergei Lavrov were mocking Donald Trump, mocking the United States. Lavrov showed up in a USSR shirt to make a statement, an imperial statement against the Trump regime, against the United States, against Ukraine and Europe. But back at home, the wannabe fascist Donald Trump, who was flying back, was greeted, or I should say, got a rude awakening from that crowd right there. You know, they say a picture tells 1,000 words. Look at Donald Trump, frail, weak, sickly, with Vladimir Putin right there, as though Putin's his daddy. It's so weird to see that. Look at this photo right here of Putin kind of shouting, and Donald Trump looking completely and utterly lost. Take a look at this photo right here. Can you spot the difference? Donald Trump basically getting lectured with a finger pointing in his face by Vladimir Putin, and then Donald Trump attacking Zelensky when Zelensky went to the Oval Office. I'll show you this video as well. We could pull it up right now. Donald Trump forced the United States military to go down on its knees and roll out a red carpet for Vladimir Putin. You can see right there. That's a video that they keep replaying right now on state regime media in Russia. They also keep replaying this video right here of Donald Trump standing and waiting like a pet poodle, as Will Stansel puts it, for a murderous foreign dictator who kills America's friends and allies, trying to suck up to him by rolling out a show of the armed forces that mostly exist to fight that very dictator. You see Donald Trump clapping like, oh my God, Putin is here to see me, oh my God. I mean, it was just so utterly embarrassing. Look at this photo right here of uniformed American soldiers on their knees rolling out the red carpet. Again, just a horrific sight right there. Also, the Midas Touch Network was the first to publish this video of Donald Trump not being able to walk straight on that red carpet. Zigzag, zigzag, zigzag. Donald Trump showing signs of dementia, not suggesting that he has it. He's saying that people who have dementia behave like this, and Donald Trump cannot walk straight. That became a major news story as well. Olga Nistarava posts the following. Look at the before and after meeting pictures. This is what it looked like when Donald Trump was sucking up to Putin, and after the meeting, look how defeated Donald Trump. Oh, looks like Donald Trump was about to puke. This photo. It looks so just what a sick individual. Like, what a disgusting individual. Inside and out. Here was Putin just laughing at Donald Trump. Peter Alexander over
If you could stop the ether reactors from going critical, that would be lovely. I will find where that semi-conscious bucket of bolts is hiding the artifact.
I want to stay alive long enough to watch Sam fry you. So I guess I'm Ah, violence. Yeah.
I was afraid, Maya. I could not trust anyone, so I lied. The Nexus is beyond even the Sentinel artifact's reach.
I know how that feels, Sam, but this hurts people I'm starting to give a shit about. That's a problem.
Richtofen was closing in on the artifact. I had to act. Please, help me.
To whoever is out there, beware of panels. The man's a murderer. I'm pinned down, but I'll help if I can.
Somebody living might kill us. That's a fresh change of pace. When we first met, never dreamed we'd end up here. Did everyone most like to see you dead?
Well, I never dreamed you'd end up there, Rookie of the Year. But I'll settle for the fact that we're not pushing up daisies.
At this point, I don't care if it shoots fucking acorns, so long as the job gets done. Oh, Fox, you know exactly what this girl wants.
The one thing we both have in common is we're seen as criminals, loose cannons. People hate it when you live by your own rules.
Yeah, but these folks took a chance on trusting us. Maybe we can do the same with Sam.
Tear them to pieces! I insist.
Proud of that one.
Max ammo. Donald, what about that? And Donald Trump's like, what do you mean? It was great. There's no severe consequences. This is how we wanted it to go. No sanctions. This is perfect. No sanctions. I will come back to you in a few weeks. Right, Donald Trump was 2 weeks, 60 days, 1 week, 3 weeks, 5 weeks. He is a pathetic loser. He is as weak of a human. I don't know if anyone looks at Trump and says this is wrong. This was the biggest sellout in American presidential history. And he just looks weak and pathetic. You know what a strong man would
She had by far the worst financial situation I have ever seen. Now looking at your total debt, if you were to sell everything at 43 years old, that brings you at $712,000.
I just need a job right now. Yet I can't get just a basic minimum wage service job. It's insane.
And right now, if I look at your statements, you guys are pretty much 90 days from being homeless.
That is correct.
My name is Roman, and for the past 10 years, I've been on a quest to tackle America's toughest personal finance situations. Leveraging my Ivy League master degree and personal experience, I've found solutions for what seems impossible. In 1 year, you can completely be in a different spot. Are we ready to take action?
Yes.
Will this be the one I cannot solve? Let's see what happens. Let's look at your profile. You are 43 years old. You currently live in Victorville, California. You are resident of Looking at the way you're ready to personal finance from chilling to payday, you ready to sell with payday. You are North American woman with a strong mother, single mother, 16 years old, and she has you.
A very abusive family to both my mother and myself, and a deadbeat dad who refused to pay child support. So, no supportive family whatsoever.
From that point, you pretty much had to kind of grow up fast with a younger brother who's speeding and has put your job that
Absolutely. I was my mom worked multiple jobs growing up, set a great example for work ethic. And so I was working by the time I was 15, I was working jobs and being able to give her the majority of my night and also her personal expenses. At least 14, what I was 15 years old. I have a dream. So I wanted to be a career fighter pilot actually, and for the U.S. military.
Well, kiss my grits. We've finally made it to the armpit of Appalachia.
All that matters is that you are alive. And
How's that for a party fight?
In an effort to somehow end the bloodshed between Russia and Ukraine. It's a meeting that, frankly, shouldn't even be happening, mostly because of this.
As you know, I get along very well with Putin. I would tell Putin, you gotta settle. I would tell Zelensky, you gotta settle. I would tell one, you're gonna load up with money. I tell the other, you're not gonna get any money. I would get a settlement in 24 hours.
Well, now it's August, and we are slightly past the 24-hour deadline, but who's counting? Except for the people who voted for Trump based on that campaign promise. The point is, today the President of the United States flew on Air Force One to Anchorage, which was the agreed-upon location for this meeting. It's on U.S. soil, so Trump likes it because he owns the turf, and Putin likes it because he owns Trump. Plus, afterwards, he can hit up the Crazy Horse Gentlemen's Club. Crazy Horse, if you're in Anchorage looking for a strip club, we're your only choice. Now, before either leader's plane even touched down, there were a lot of feelings being expressed about this meeting. Piers Morgan offered some words of encouragement, tweeting, "As President Trump lands in Alaska, I wish him the very best of luck in trying to secure an end to the horrendous war in Ukraine. It's refreshing to see a U.S. president who generally prefers peace to war." Unfortunately, Pierce's kind note was slightly undercut by the photo he attached, an AI pic of Trump wearing knee pads. Pierce was intending to say that Trump could get the job done, but the photos suggest a whole different type of job. But petty distractions aside, it was the warm reception waiting for Trump that would give him the confidence he needed heading into the summit. Okay, so maybe not the full confidence of the people. And thank God it's August. If this meeting were taking place in February, it would be one lone Yeti toughing it out in the streets. But there have been a lot of questions in the lead up to this meeting, some of which Trump actually took en route.
Well, what will make a success of this summit today? I can't tell you that. I don't there's nothing set in stone.
And that, my friends, is how you do international diplomacy. It's all about freeing your mind from the pressures of accomplishing anything. But, come on, surely Trump must want something to come out of this, right?
I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I don't know if it's going to be today, but I'm not going to be happy if it's not today. Everyone said it can't be today, but I'm just saying I want the killing to stop. I'm in this to stop the killing. You know, we're not putting up any money. We're making money. They're buying our weapons, sending them to NATO, and NATO's sending us big, beautiful checks. But that, I don't care about that.
Yeah, I don't care about money at all. That's why I brought it up, to illustrate how little I care about it. In fact, I constantly talk about being rich, getting rich, and having things only rich people can afford as a form of self-imposed suffering, so I can appreciate the stuff in life that really matters. My love of dance. Now, one of the major questions on everybody's mind, besides why wasn't Zelensky invited to the conversation about his country, is what's going to happen to all that land Russia stole from Ukraine.
Look, Vladimir Putin wanted to take all of Ukraine. If I wasn't president, he would right now be taking all of Ukraine. But he's not going to do it.
Lowering expectations while still making yourself out to be the hero. If I wasn't president, Putin would take all of Ukraine, but as the world's preeminent negotiator, watch as I aggressively talk him down to just the parts of Ukraine he's already taken. It's worth taking a step back for a moment here to acknowledge that while we live in a highly divided nation, one of the things most Americans actually agree on is their dislike of Vladimir Putin.
What about views of Vladimir Putin?
Yeah, what about views of Vladimir Putin? I mean, this guy is hated across the political spectrum. Unfavorable view of Putin. Look at this. Among all adults, 88%. Among Republicans, 84%. Independents, 88%. Democrats, 93%. You rarely ever find Democrats and Republicans united as much as they are on the issue of Vladimir Putin. The bottom line is they don't trust him and they don't like him.
You can't get much clearer than that. They don't trust him, they don't like him. It's how children feel about Stephen Miller. But this is what makes the stakes of this summit so high. Donald Trump, the self-proclaimed leader of the free world, about to meet one of the world's most ruthless autocrats that America unanimously despises. Putin is a man who has wreaked havoc on one of our democratic allies and shown time and time again how little respect he has for the words of our president. And Trump has publicly signaled that he's done being Mr. Nice Guy.
I don't know what the hell happened to Putin. I've known him a long time, always gotten along with him, but he's sending rockets into cities and killing people, and I don't like it at all.
Quote, I'm not happy with the Russian strikes on Kyiv. Not necessary and very bad timing. Vladimir, stop.
Look at that. Some tough talk from Donald Trump. When you combine that with his experienced negotiating skills, part of the deal, I think we're about to witness, through body language, a clear message that this meeting is based strictly on necessity, not friendship. Or our commander-in-chief could clap his hands with the same degree of excitement of a dog who hears the garage door opening. I mean, my God, Trump wouldn't even share his umbrella with his wife, and she let him have sex with her once. How did it go when these two actually met? As I was saying, a meeting out of strict necessity, not friendship. Well, after a short photo op and a meeting behind closed doors, both men stood in front of their respective podiums and told us how it all went. Mr. Putin?
Today, when President Trump saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that.
Ugh, come on. Do you really think Donald Trump is going to fall for that type of blatant ass-kissing?
Today, I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax that made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all.
Yup, I bet he too has continually brought up things as a way to distract from his involvement with the child molester. It is shocking, but not surprising, that Donald Trump fawned over Vladimir Putin today. Through every action he's taken since being sworn into his second term, it's clear that all Trump wants is to finally acquire his membership card to the Autocrat Club. I mean, think about it. If somebody told you that Putin was using the military to crack down on cities whose leaders opposed him, or that he'd fired his job statistician because the jobs numbers weren't to his liking, or that he surrounded himself with oligarchs who get kickbacks from his government, or that he repeatedly quashed any form of dissenting media, would you even bat an eye? Not a chance. So why would we expect our president to get mad at a guy who has everything he wants? That's like Matt Gaetz hating on R. Kelly. Donald Trump is supposed to be the world's greatest negotiator, but after everything, this has been the takeaway from today, and from Fox News, no less.
It was just very unusual, atypical, and I think we're all awaiting, the readout, because the way that it felt in the room was not good. It did not seem like things went well, and it seemed like Putin came in and steamrolled, got right into what he wanted to say, and got his photo next to the president and then left.
When you put it like that, it almost sounds like our president is completely ineffectual, and this meeting was a global humiliation. The good news? Trump still got one weapon left in his arsenal.
Vladimir, stop.
Works every time. Before you go, if you enjoyed this content and want to see more and support independent media, please subscribe to this channel. The subscribe button will be right here on the screen. But second, the reality is that we are now in a political environment where this administration can lean on any of the social media platforms to suppress certain voices if they don't like critical coverage. That means my longevity here is in the hands of a few tech billionaires who are already making it clear that they are willing to cater to this administration. To that end, signing up for my newsletter is a way for me to reach you directly if that ever becomes necessary. I'll put the link right here on the screen as well, so please sign up. It's free, but there's also an option to do a paid subscription if you'd like to support me and my team. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much for watching. Trump just wrapped his big summit with Vladimir Putin, and one would think that if anybody would give him the benefit of the doubt, would give him fawning coverage, it would be his friends at Fox News. And yet,
I think you and me both, Brian, and everyone else in this room was also surprised. We were told that we were going to have an opportunity to put questions to both leaders after a joint press conference in the event that the meeting went well enough that they could set the stage for a second meeting. And President Trump said if that didn't happen, he was likely to call off the joint presser and just address the media solo and then send Putin home. Neither of those things happened. And what was really stunning to me as someone who's been in a lot of these press conferences is there were a few things that were very unusual. You had Putin come out and address the press first. I mean, we are on U.S. soil here, and that left the media scrambling to get their headsets in. Usually it is the leader of the country, the host country of a summit, that speaks first and addresses the room in their language. But Putin started right off in Russian, and we all had to get our headsets on and listen to him rattle off this diatribe about the history of the U.S.-Russia relationship, making some allusions to something that we didn't get many details on, but also, without knowing the full background of it, there was something that he said that was a little bit alarming, I thought, that seemed like some of the things that he has done in the past, setting up false flags and that kind of thing, saying that we hope that Ukraine doesn't do anything to sabotage the progress that we made today, knowing full well that Ukraine has agreed to a ceasefire unconditionally for the last several months, and it has been Russia that has not agreed to a ceasefire. That was President Trump's main objective today, and when we did hear from the president, he said, we didn't get there, but we think that we can. So a lot of questions remaining for the President, Trump, not just about what was discussed in that room and what might be happening now, but also how that all happened back there. It was just very unusual, atypical, and I think we're all awaiting, the readout, because the way that it felt in the room was not good. It did not seem like things went well, and it seemed like Putin came in and steamrolled, got right into what he wanted to say, and got his photo next to the president and then left.
It seemed like Putin came in and steamrolled, got his photo next to the president and left. That's insane.
underground to my mainframe chamber. I cannot wait to see you.
Underground. Everywhere we fucking go, we end up underground.
I had every confidence you would recover the Sentinel artifact. Therefore, I am also certain you will be able to charge it back.
Come. I knew it would not be as simple as merely delivering the cursed thing.
Rock on. Looks like there'll be no rest till exfil. Get on with it, you overblown slot machine. Still haven't wrapped my noggin around what we're using to gas up the Sentinel thingy.
They call it prima materia. That's some bullshit alchemy term. We need something more scientific. Peck particles. Has a nice ring, don't you think?
Max on.
Yeah, I don't have 50 pounds of murky dimes I wish I had. I could have brought you those, but...
Double points.
It's gonna take everything I have and flip me the bird for my truck. Every cartel boss and arms dealer I ever met had a villa, plantation, or mansion. Might seem cool to some. To me, a house like this screams trouble.
What, the walking corpses weren't enough of a red flag?
Tear them to pieces.
I need to find the artifact. It's the only way to end this. You stop the ether reactors from boiling us in our skins. Find my office. I will be in contact.
I want to stay alive long enough to watch Sam fry. So I guess I'm... violence. Yeah.
I was afraid, Maya. I could not trust anyone, so I lied. Nexus is beyond even the Sentinel artifact's reach.
I know how that feels, Sam, but this hurts people I'm starting to give a shit about. That's a problem.
Richtofen was closing in on the artifact. I had to act. Please, help me.
Double points.
Blanchard to all stations, look out for Panos. He killed my team and won't think twice about fragging you.
Somebody living might kill us. That's a fresh change of pace. Okay, when we first met, never dreamed we'd end up here. With everyone who most like to see you dead.
Well, I never dreamed you'd end up there, Rookie of the Year. But I'll settle for the fact that we're not pushing up daisies.
Have fun!
Bonus points.
Ah, you want to be friends today? Is that it?
The one thing we both have in common is we're seen as criminals, loose cannons. People hate it when you live by your own rules.
Yeah, but these folks took a chance on trusting us. Maybe we can do the same with Sam.
Tear them to pieces.
If it spews out a slingshot, I'm fucking done.
Trust Sam. That's your game plan? No, the only thing I trust is science. And my God-given genius, of course.
Fuck science. Half the walking corpses in this place have PhDs, and look where that got them. Congratulations. You just made Maya's top 10 grossest experiences ever. choices are helping a mass murderer or a machine that lied so it could get life. Doesn't seem like a tough call.
Slow your roll, comrade. Easy choices. The ones that worry me most. I take it you will side with Sam, if it comes down to a choice.
Take it however you want, big guy. When the moment comes, I'll trust my gut. Woo! Who hit the fast forward button?
For Bouffla. 4 franc 387 ton 439 pence. Yes. Let's get it. Haha. Crazy fun. This is good. I love it. Keep it up. Ha. Call of Duty. Shattered Veil.
I need to find the artifact. It's the only way to end this. You stop the ether reactors from boiling us in our skins. Find my office. I will be in contact.
Looks like our hands are tied, and not in a fun way.
Maya. I could not trust anyone, so I lied. Nexus is beyond even the Sentinel artifact's reach.
I know how that feels, Sam, but this hurts people I'm starting to give a shit about. That's a problem.
Richtofen was closing in on the artifact. I said to act. Please help me.
Not so smart now, eh?
Security Chief Blanchard to any surviving personnel. Consider Pericles Panos hostile if you encounter him.
Somebody living might kill us. That's a fresh change of pace. When we first met, never dreamed we'd end up here. With everyone who'd most like to see you dead.
Well, I never dreamed you'd end up there, Rookie of the Year. But I'll settle for the fact that we're not pushing up daisies.
You rancid fuckers till I stop. Things are pretty dog shit as it is.
The one thing
no
we
need to make
both
it
have
worse.
in common
Got it?
is we're seen as criminals, loose cannons. People hate it when you live by your own rules.
Yeah, but these folks took a chance on trusting us. Maybe we can do the same with Sam.
Tear them to pieces. I insist. Max ammo.
Development and was originally supposed to be a completely different game, Final Fantasy Versus 13. While a lot of fans probably know the story about the transformation, not many may be aware how much content was actually cut, not just from Versus 13, but also from early versions of FF15 itself. In this video, I want to go over what FF15 was originally supposed to be, and take a deep dive into everything that was lost along the way, from scrapped concepts in Versus 13 to cut characters and storylines, abandoned gameplay systems, unused locations, cancelled DLCs, and even an alternate ending that would have entirely changed how the game played out. So without further ado, let's get straight into it. Before it became Final Fantasy 15, the game was originally announced in 2006 as Final Fantasy Versus 13, directed by Tetsuya Nomura, the creator of the Kingdom Hearts franchise and later FF7 Remake. It was going to be the final entry in the Fabula Nova Crystallis project, a collection of titles sharing a core mythology centered around gods and crystals, which also included FF13 and 5.0. Despite receiving several trailers and early gameplay showcases, Versus 13 faced major development challenges. Much of the team was simultaneously assigned to other projects like FF13 and Kingdom Hearts, which severely slowed progress. By 2012, it was reported that only around 20% of the game had been completed. Around this time, Hajime Tabata was brought in to support the project, and later replaced Nomura as director. Tabata eventually stated that continuing the game in its original form was no longer possible. As a result, the title was rebranded as FF15, with major changes to its tone, characters, gameplay, and overall vision, which further extended its development. Versus 13 had a notably different direction from the game we ultimately received. Early trailers depicted a darker, more mature story centered on political tension and warfare between four nations that once held powerful crystals. By the time of the game's events, only the Kingdom of Lucians remained in possession of one. the Niflheim Empire sought to unite other nations and seize the crystal that belonged to Lucis, setting the stage for the central conflict. While the main idea of the narrative is known, character designer Roberto Ferrari revealed that the story kept changing roughly every 3 months, making it quite difficult to really determine the full original plot. One of the major elements removed from verse 13 was the goddess Etro, a central figure in the Fabula Nova Crystallis mythology. As the goddess of death and the guardian of the unseen realm, Etro's influence was directly tied to Noctis' ability to see the dead. She was also the patron of the kingdom of Lucis, which explained why it was often portrayed at night and carried a mysterious and dark tone. Interestingly, she was also originally meant to be depicted in the logo of the game, but according to the devs, it was later replaced by supposedly another unnamed goddess. Combat-wise, the game shared some similarities with Kingdom Hearts, using a menu-based system with commands like attack, magic, item, and EX arts, likely being a version of the classic limit break mechanic. Noctis was seen using a wide variety of weapons, including a gun turret, something that never made it into FF15. Ring magic, a central feature in the final game, was completely absent in verse 13, pointing to a drastically different battle system. When Tabata took over as director, the game's tone shifted dramatically. He wanted FF15 to feel like a journey centered on friendship, which led to key additions like the Regalia and Prompto's photography mechanic, designed to emphasize the party's shared memories and reinforce that feeling of a personal, emotional adventure. The shift in direction also led to major changes in the cast, with several characters being cut, reworked, or sidelined. Stella Nox Touré, who appeared in early trailers, was replaced by Luna Freya. Though they looked similar, Stella was meant to be a much more active and independent character. Nomura even described her as someone who would stand apart from typical female characters in the franchise. She was originally set to meet Noctis during a peace ceremony between Lucis and Niflheim, establishing their bond early on. In early footage, Stella is even shown fighting Noctis, summoning weapons from thin air, similar to his own powers. While she was ultimately removed from the final game, a subtle nod remains in the Spanish version of FF15, where the star pendant item is referred to as Stella's pendant, and described as something that may belong to a heroine who was ostracized a long time ago. Ravus was also planned to be a far more developed character in verse 13. Early drafts suggested he would appear several times in the first act of the game, ultimately facing Noctis in a boss battle. In this version, he secretly served Arden, torn between loyalty to Stella, his sister, and his duty to protect Tenebrae. Ravus was reportedly blind, and just like Noctis capable of seeing the dead, his arc would end tragically with Stella accidentally killing him under Arden's manipulation. Gentiana, also known as Shiva, had a much more prominent role. She was the oracle of Tenebrae and a close confidant to Stella, serving as a diplomatic envoy between Niflheim and Tenebrae. Her design was more traditional and Eastern-inspired, and she was believed to be a reincarnation of the goddess Eos, possessing both human and divine qualities. In verse 13, she was expected to provide the party with deep insights into the astrals, demons, and divine order. While she still appears in FF15, her role is more limited, and her mythological backstory is barely touched upon. Character designs were noticeably different in verse 13. The party had different outfits, some of which were later repurposed. For example, Noctis' design served as the basis for Rizora, a character from the Kingdom Hearts franchise. Next, let's talk about the cancelled DLC. One character who lost much of her original role is Aranea, whose story was set to continue in a planned DLC episode. In the storyline, Aranea arrives in the lair and Arden, who informs her that the Empire has already fallen. They will be fine, but Aranea later shifts her focus to rescue the civilians. One survivor is a young girl named Solara, who is revealed to be the Emperor's granddaughter, and in the future becomes a demon hunter. While this episode would have directly altered the main plot, it would have definitely expanded Aranea's passion, portraying her as a more growing one, by contrast to how developed she was in the final game. Another cut episode is episode of the train. Following her death in the main story, the DLC will begin with Luna being revived by Bahamut. Eventually, she also meets Solara, and the two travel to Lestallum, considered humanity's last stronghold. There, Luna learns she can absorb the Star Scourge, though doing so takes a heavy toll on her. In her dreams, she is visited by Shiva, who warns her that Bahamut plans to wipe out all of humanity. Luna and Solara then travel to Lucis, where they rescue Aranea. Luna absorbs the Star Scourge from her, but the corruption begins to turn Luna into a demonic form. Solara prevents her from being killed, and Luna decides to seek out Arden, hoping to convince him to help her stop Bahamut. The story would then continue in episode Noctis, which begins with Noctis still trapped inside the crystal. After emerging, she meets Solara, who explains her Luna's plan to ally with Arden. Although Luna ultimately fails to do so, she forms a bond with Ifrit, but continues to also give in to the Star Scourge, eventually transforming into a demon. When Noctis reaches the Citadel, he's forced to fight Luna in her demonic form, a helmet that uses her to begin charging Terraflare. In the final act, Noctis convinces Arden to perform the True King's ritual, defeating Bahamut and freeing Luna. Arden sacrifices himself in the process, redeeming himself and saving humanity. The story ends with the world beginning to heal and Noctis and Luna finally marrying. Now, it's worth noting that despite being removed from the game, these episodes were eventually combined and released in 2019 as the Dawn of the Future novel. They were designed to provide an alternate ending that expanded the narrative and gave the characters a more hopeful conclusion. But even the released DLCs had their fair share of cut content. In episode Gladiolus, early versions revealed that Gilgamesh had bound his soul to the trial grounds after Odin's initial defeat to prepare the future generations for his eventual return. Interestingly, the same DLC also contained an early draft of some areas and environments that were later repurposed for Episode Prompto. Episode Prompto itself had a few cuts as well. One major omission was a set of voice lines for the Chapter 11 train scene, which were recorded but ultimately removed. There is also evidence that Prompto's snowmobile was originally designed to transform into a mech, potentially introducing additional combat mechanics to the episode. Finally, episode Ignis also had several cut features. In earlier drafts, Ignis' battle with Arden was meant to take place before Luna's death, which was more in line with his statement in Chapter 10. The episode was also going to involve a rescue mission, where Ignis would help evacuate civilians during the Leviathan fight, assisted by Aranea, Biggs, and Wedge. Another scrap moment featured Noctis breaking the fourth wall, by joking that Ignis was stealing his spotlight during their upcoming battle. Additionally, there was a special dagger found in the game's files that was intended to be a reward for completing the DLC, but it was cut for the final release. Now, I want to move on to probably the biggest section in terms of content, described gameplay and map elements. Going back to the earlier builds of FF15, Episode K contained some code referencing an unused job system, which would have allowed the party to take on multiple roles like bodyguard or navigator. The system also had a more complex magic mechanic, including unused spells like Holy, Quake, and even a basic Cure spell, which honestly is something I really missed in the main game. There were also a total of 23 unused variations of Warp Strike in the files, possibly because all party members could use it under the job system. An early version of Armiger Unleashed was also seen in the early footage, which was activated by the Ring of Lucii with a shorter duration time and slightly different animations. In the game's debug menu, there is a guest menu option allowing characters like Aranea, Por, Iris, Umbra, Luna, and even Arden to join the party. Aranea had unused animations related to photography and camping, suggesting she was meant to be a more prominent companion. Arden, surprisingly, planned to join the party temporarily in Chapter 3, guiding Noctis and the group, visiting campsites, and even giving them items. Core was also meant to be playable during a side quest, and Ravis had leftover code, implying he would be controllable during episode Ignis. As Jump Fasta 2015, Dad showcased an early version of Nostalum, where Umbra was used in a dog tent to give a tour of the city, likely explaining her appearance in the debug guest menu as well. There's also evidence that summons were meant to play a larger and more interactive role. For example, Titan had voice lines where he would assist Noctis as a guest ally in Chapter 4, much like how Ifrit supports Arden in his DLC, boosting his stats and fighting Niflheim soldiers. One of the Kings of Yore, the Wise, has a full 3D model suggesting that all Kings of Lucis may have been intended as summonable allies. Honestly, it would have been so cool. Not only would it have made the summon roster unique, but it also would have been a neat reference to the Knights of the Round from the earlier games. Several quests and storylines were also scrapped. Chapter 12 originally included the invasion of Tenebrae, as well as an explorable area near Shiva's corpse, together with a dungeon. Completing it would have granted Shiva's blessing to Noctis. Another scrap idea involved a rescue mission for Core in Chapter 3 or 4, where he would be captured, leading the party to rescue him, only to later fall into a trap. In the German version of the game, there are traces of a quest where the party prepares for and later celebrates Talco's birthday, which would have been a nice way to expand on his character and show the group's bond with him. Additionally, many of the magazines found throughout the game weren't just meant to have sample text on them. They were actually supposed to have full quest lines attached to them, which were later removed or left unfinished. A few enemy designs were also left behind. Deathgaze, which appeared in Comrades, was originally meant to be a mini-boss and fly over the Legion in Chapter 14. It's a shame that it never made it to the main game as, in my opinion, it had one of the coolest enemy designs. Ravis, although a boss in episode Ignis, had unused combat data suggesting he was also meant to be fought in the main game, possibly during the first act, which would line up with early versus 15 concepts I mentioned earlier in the video. Finally, another enemy called Kaju, which appeared as Naga with red and black colors, was supposed to appear inside Nephthys Keep, but was scrapped. However, it can still be spawned using debug tools. Now, FF15's world was actually meant to be much more ambitious and, thanks thanks to various modding tools, footage, and internal files, we've seen plenty of unused areas and locations. Insomnia, which was shown in both the prologue and the epilogue, was actually meant to be a fully explorable location in a key setting in Versus 13. Interestingly, the game features two versions of the city. One built from the Platinum demo includes a variety of high-detail buildings beyond the Citadel, suggesting it was meant to be a proper explorable area in the main game. The second version of Insomnia can only be accessed on console by doing an out-of-bound glitch during free battle. This version looks quite different from the Platinum demo, featuring many low-poly textures. However, some sections are nearly identical to what was later used in Echoes of Arden, suggesting that while the area was cut from the main game, it was at least partially repurposed later on. Altissia also includes many unused locations. While players can explore part of the city in-game, only a fraction is actually accessible. Areas such as Altar of the Tide Mother, Cathedral Plaza, Restaurant Square, Waterfall Village, Fountain Plaza, and the Gondola Port exist on the map, complete with detailed textures and even idle NPCs just standing around. It's likely they were intended to be part of the main story sequences, but were cut, possibly due to time constraints or pacing issues. Still, it's a shame we couldn't access them during free roaming. Tenebrae is yet another heavily underutilized setting. Beyond its cut role in Chapter 12, out-of-bound exploration reveals some fascinating spots, like Luna's room, the Silver Blossom Garden, and several unfinished hallways that ultimately lead to nowhere. Speaking of hallways and corridors, Gralea also contains a lot of detailed assets, suggesting that it was meant to be fully explorable, possibly in the scrapped Aranea DLC or other content originally planned for Dawn of the Future. Even Zegnata's Keep has unused rooms filled with military equipment and mechs that never made it into the final game. One of the cut locations that I am most disappointed about was Cartanica. In the final game, we only get to see the train station and some train interiors. However, one of the elevators was supposed to lead into a full town. The area contains a surprising amount of detail and was actually updated with new buildings after each patch, clearly indicated that it was meant to be featured more in the main game, potentially with new shops and side quests. For whatever reason though, it never saw the light of day. And if that wasn't enough, some out-of-bound glitches reveal an entire continent that was meant to be explored, featuring plenty of unfinished roads. There is also a whole region in northern Lucis that mostly remains empty, though it does contain some interesting areas, including massive islands, that of course were never used in the final game. Honestly, it's a huge shame FF15 released in the state that it did. Looking back at all this scrapped content, it only makes you wonder what we could have experienced. The cut quests and story DLCs would have added so much more depth to the characters and made the relationships feel more meaningful, and the removed locations alone could have added hours of exploration and potentially even new story moments if they had been properly integrated.
I need to reclaim the Sentinel artifact. Stabilizing the ether reactors would be an ideal use of your time.
Done. Stop sail. We will handle the rest.
Not so smart now, eh?
I was afraid, Maya. I could not trust anyone, so I lied. Nexus is beyond even the Sentinel artifact's reach.
I know how that feels, Sam, but this hurts people I'm starting to give a shit about. That's a problem.
Richtofen was closing in on the artifact. I had to act. Please, help me.
Security Chief Blanchard to any surviving personnel. Consider Pericles Panos hostile if you encounter him.
What is it with this company and recruiting homicidal nerds? Hey Peck, when we first met, never dreamed we'd end up here. With everyone who'd most like to see you dead.
Well, I never dreamed you'd end up there, Rookie of the Year. But I'll settle for the fact that we're not pushing up daisies.
Putting my bet in. Though I'd sooner put my money on a three-legged horse. That's a relief. I was sure you'd have me over a barrel. Again.
The one thing we both have in common is we're seen as criminals, loose cannons. People hate it when you live by your own rules.
Yeah, but these folks took a chance on trusting us. Maybe we can do the same with Sam.
Tear them to pieces. Max ammo.
Trust Sam. That's your game plan? Well, the only thing I trust is science. And God-given genius, of course.
Fuck science. Half the walking corpses in this place have PhDs, and look where that got 'em. Whoops! Where'd your head go?
Bonus
Follow me in, coach.
Today's lesson? Survival of the fittest. Time to put theory into practice.
Schlep. Now, what did Schlep do to get threatened with a lawsuit by one of the biggest gaming companies in the world? Well, Schlep makes YouTube videos catching Roblox predators and has already gotten 6 of them arrested. Which raises the question, why did Roblox ban him? And I think I know the answer. Because Roblox's decision isn't just about Schlep. It's part of the pattern, and it's 3 other cases where Roblox has prioritized profits over child safety. And together, they explain exactly why Schlep got banned. Now first, we need to understand what Roblox said to Schlep, because I think it's not entirely accurate, and it's them kind of bending their rules to make it work in their favor. Because Schlep released a tweet where he showed the full-on cease and desist from Roblox. What a cease and desist is Roblox is saying, stop what you're doing, and if you don't stop, we will sue you. Dear Schlep, we write on behalf of Roblox Corporation. This letter serves as a formal cease and desist notice regarding your unauthorized and harmful activities on the Roblox platform. And they say that your actions are a violation of Roblox's policies and directly undermine Roblox's safety efforts and critically are exposing our users to increased risk.
Well, kiss my grits. We've finally made it to the armpit of Appalachia.
All that matters is that you are alive and in possession of the visual artifact.
That's right, Yanks! Long live the Queen!
I wish I could come greet you in person, but my physical form is... well, you'll understand once you descend to my bunker.
Right now, I just hope my gravestone won't read death by Southern hospitality. Finders keepers. If Schrödinger ever found out about you, he'd have a field day. It's like you read my mind. Shit.
After all you've endured, all the miles you've traveled, I regret there are just a few tiny little final tasks.
If anything should be difficult, cheating death tops the list.
Double points.
In a few ticks, yes. Even if this prima materia stuff can regenerate Maxis's body, how can it regenerate her mind? Her soul?
The sentinel artifact manipulates time as well as matter. The human force there will be pulled from the past. She will be the woman you knew. Trust me.
You remind me of my mother. Soft on the outside, but with a spine made of iron.
Oh, I'll take that as a compliment. But don't ever call me Mum or I'll punch you in the goonies.
Boofla. Camp it up. Ha. Call of Duty. Shattered Veil.
You think I was some kind of pushover? Now that we're so close to bringing back Maxis, I'm having second thoughts. I mean, we're playing God here. That never ends well.
I know she was special to you. To me as well. If there is
If you know anything about this game, it's probably because of that one clip going viral when it first launched. So trust me, we'll get there. But first, let's start at the
chance, this will work.
Tear them to pieces.
Captain Revenant certainly seems revitalized.
If nothing else, Sergei's a survivor. I agree for him not to run away.
Max armor.
All this talk about prima materia surfs me. Alchemy is to physics, as astrology is to astronomy.
Spoken like a true Capricorn. Kidding, Strauss. I know you're a Taurus. Anyone got a soldering iron handy? Anyone?
Excellent work.
Insta-kill.
How hard, Felix? You were in my way. claws to a gunfight.
Max
One song on while everyone else just follows them. God, I love this game. Visually, I think it's been aged well. It's obviously a smaller budget title than something like the Final Fantasy VII Remake project, but it has a
You have proven yourself resourceful and resilient, even if I hesitate to be it.
I'm not sure if that's the game itself or just the PC port. The monster designs are also a strong pull of the game. Personally, I think they did a phenomenal job translating the OG sprite full That's something
I won't really believe it's working until it makes a little ding.
and that's creative.
You're not sure you have the right thing. Oh, who died in here? Oh, yeah.
Greetings and salutations. You are smaller than I remember.
Times roll, as they say.
I checked the rotor shaft and skids myself.
We're all packed up, Raptor One. Just need the removal van.
This is co-pilot Trust. We are proceeding to the designated evacuation area. Gotta have the boat out up that lawn if you want this ride. This is Raptor 1 on their position and ready to push this wannabe pilot out of my berth.
Good luck. Or post-imprisonment rage. Holy shit! Did anyone else see that? Weaver! Anyone?
Raptor 1, headed home with the full house.
It doesn't even affect the line, so it's just effortless. It's so well used and max your character. And I find going through this story, just hitting the optimize equipment button is more than enough. And also, half the time your group ends up looking like they fell down a flight of stairs inside a closet, making some cutscenes very funny. Further comparisons to Dark Souls, this game is less of a gear or stat check and more of an actual skill check. You can grind, but even with the highest level gear, the area will drop. If you try to face tank and not block or dodge, you're gonna have a bad time. At this point, I'm going to start discussing the actual plot of the game. I will make a point to let you know when I'm moving to the DLC, since that is what most people are completely in the dark about. However, as I do want more people to play this game, I won't be spoiling all of the DLC, but I will give a second warning when we get there, as it does have some unironically favorite moments happens in any Final Fantasy game.
That everyone just saw this game as a hot mess and not worth playing. And I just gotta say, yes, it is a shitpost, but it's not only fun to play, but you don't actually understand how crazy this game gets. The opening is super weird because it's shockingly violent. I mean, this poor bastard gets both hands cut off before he fucking explodes. The knight kidnapping the princess is showing what happened before the start of the original Final Fantasy. Your first quest in that is to go and save the princess from her kidnapper, the evil knight Garland. There are a few key changes after the opening that set this game apart from the original. First, as I mentioned earlier, there are only 3 warriors, light instead of 4. Second is that the princess hasn't been kidnapped, and as you learn from her, Garland was her friend who went missing in the Triumph Chaos. And third, the king doesn't believe you're a warrior of light, so tasks you to hunt monsters to prove you.
Stranger of Paradise is one of the dumbest games I've ever played. The story is like a fan fiction written by the guy who wrote Kingdom Hearts, mostly because it's a fan fiction written by the guy who wrote Kingdom Hearts. The combat is like if you copied Neo's homework but changed it a bit so it wasn't obvious. And yet I've still put 150 hours of my life into this absolute train wreck. so I should probably try to figure out why this game somehow ended up being pretty good. The game was revealed during E3 2021, although rumors of Team Ninja working on a Final Fantasy Souls-like cropped up in the months prior. The announcement trailer became an instant meme due to the forced edginess, lines like, "The darkness is something I can taste it," and the fact that the main character couldn't shut the fuck up about chaos. The trailer uses the word 8 times in the span of about 2 minutes. Yes, I counted. People then generally forgot about the game until a demo released that October, which included a scene that I don't really think I could give justice to without just showing you the whole thing.
So I decided to become sacrifice. I offered myself to the darkness and prayed to become chaos, hoping some band of heroes would defeat me and thus bring an end to this empty dream.
Bullshit. Suddenly the narrative around the game changed, with people now believing it to be self-aware camp rather than edgelord cringe. We'll talk about where the story ended up shortly, but I should probably mention that I didn't really care about anything involving it leading up to release. I saw the initial gameplay reveal, played a bit of the demo, and realized it was basically Neo with a Final Fantasy skin and knew I was going to buy it. I was playing through Neo 2's Complete Edition around the time when the game was announced, and I didn't really need anything more to be sold. As such, I didn't really care about either side of the pre-release spectrum and got some good laughs out of the online reaction, but I went in mostly with fresh eyes. Stranger of Paradise begins with a player, an angry man by the name of Jack, walking to a standard medieval fantasy city dressed mostly in normal clothes. He then meets 2 people who also didn't get the fantasy memo and appear to just be coming from a tennis match. Jack says his mission is to kill chaos, to which the tennis boys also agree, and they go to meet the king of the city in order to figure out what their weird egg rocks are for. After being sent on a quest to kill monsters that happens completely off-screen for some reason, they meet the king and he sends them to a shrine. Here they find a guy who is chaos, but also isn't chaos. He is also Garland, which he says he isn't, but he says he is to become chaos. And before you can process how dumb that is, you defeat him and he transforms into a woman wearing a schoolgirl outfit. And you have
Final Fantasy for fans and first timers. That's the first thing you see when you boot up Final Fantasy 15. I don't know about you, but these 8 words immediately makes me reflect on my own personal history with the series. My experience with Final Fantasy as a franchise has been spotty at best. Growing up, my exposure to this IP juggernaut ironically came from hand-me-downs and random purchases. I vaguely remember playing Final Fantasy Tactics Advance on my older brother's Game Boy and loving its pixelated charm as a kid. Influenced by my older sister, I had played through Final Fantasy IV Remake on DS and the 3 Remake later on PSP, with its stylized characters and cute graphics. The 3 of us had all played Crisis Core religiously as well, and I can't forget Dissidia and Dissidia 012, which is maybe where my
How's it going, bros? My name is Gruely. At the time of the recording of this video, it is 2:17 a.m. in the morning, and I am here bearing some very exceptional news. Some immaculate news. Roblox art community just got a huge fucking W, bro. Roblox Free Draw, the game that I got banned from for whistleblowing and for telling the truth, for spreading awareness to people, for having owners who empathize with predators, and to be quite frank with you, owners who quite literally are predators, who are proven to be into little girls and little babies, finally got some repercussions from Roblox themselves. As of right now, Free Draw is shadow banned by Roblox. When you look up Free Draw, you cannot find it. The only things that pop up are, first of all, spray paint, that's a big W, and a bunch of knockoff games that were made by complete randoms trying to ride the coattails of Free Draw, which is funny as fuck. Like, I'm pretty sure you can't even find Free Draw on your recently played games list anymore. Like, the only way I found this page was because I looked it up on Google. I was not able to find this game just by browsing Roblox. If we look at the active players right now, it's at a damning 300 players. That is record lows for this game. This game has not seen this low amount of players ever. It's unheard of for this game. I'm sure it was like that in its infancy, but it's right. Like, if we look at the charts for the game, 2K, 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 about 2K. Here we see the game's heartbeat going up and down, healthy amount of players. Beep, beep, and 300 players. Yeah, later, bitch. Get. I guarantee you the only reason why this is happening right now is because of the Schlep drama. If you're not familiar with the Schlep drama, which I'm pretty sure like 99% of you guys are, but for those who aren't familiar with that drama, go look it up. I'm not about to regurgitate it to you, but what I will say is that I find it disgusting that the only time that Free Draw, a game that actively endangered children, the only time it gets repercussions is when it benefits Roblox. When Roblox is under scrutiny by the fucking legal system. That's the only time Roblox gets their shit together and actually does something about child endangerment, about exposing children to. This game was openly letting in players who exposed children to, and they did nothing for months. This has been out. This situation has been out for months. Okay, my first video on it has been out for months, and I guarantee you there have been multiple reports before my video even came out that little children were being exposed to in this game, and nothing was done about it. But now that Roblox is under pressure, they're finally doing something about it. The only time they do anything about it is when Louisiana sues Roblox. It's fucking disgusting. It's so transparent why it's happening now, and it pisses me off. It makes me want to hop off Roblox. Like, for those who don't know, me and my brother are making a Roblox game. It's a Free Draw knockoff because we wanted to steal all of Free Draw's players and kill their game with an even better version of their game that wasn't ran by predators and that had actually good moderation. But with the whole Schlep drama, I just want to never play Roblox again. I fucking hate Roblox. It's kind of tainted for me, bro. Like, I don't have nostalgia for this game like a lot of other people do. Like, I just hopped on this game because it reminded me of Little Big Planet, because you can customize your guy and draw on it. That's the only reason why I'm here, and I just never want to play it again. I hate being associated with it. I hate when people ask me, oh, what do you do with your life? And I have to say, oh, I make Roblox videos on YouTube. I fucking hate doing that, especially when stuff like this comes out, where Roblox is defending predators. So I'm kind of between a rock and a hard place. I don't know what to do. But for now, despite all of that disgusting shit, I'm just glad that we finally got a W. The Roblox art community finally got a W in regards to the Free Draw case. Another thing I'd like to mention about the situation is that if we go to the Free Draw Discord server that is no longer up, we can see this limestone person who I assume is either Jazz Pup on an alt or a fellow baby for degenerate. Based off the My Little Pony furry profile picture, I'd say that's a safe bet. And the association with known predators, I'd say it's a safe bet. This person is also a very degenerate individual, or it's just Jazz Pup on an alt. Anyway, we see this person. Free Draw is limited to 13+, but because all the drama going on with Roblox and weird lewd bedroom games or whatever, they made Free Draw 17+ until we filled out some survey. Free Draw obviously isn't a game for adults or a bedroom game, so once they look at the questionnaire, things will be back to normal. 13+, searchable, etc. No. Number one, the first false claim is that the reason why you can't see the game right now is because it's set to 17+. No, idiot. The reason why we can't see it isn't because it's 17 plus. It was shadow banned. Because if it was 17 plus, we'd already be able to see it. I would be able to search it up and find it if it was a 17 plus game. I'm 21. I gave my ID to Roblox. They already have it. I should be able to access that game easily through Roblox. So pure code, pure manipulation, and they are undermining the fact that this game has a bad past with exposing children. Nicole and Jaspub were empathetic to predators, and they were giving them unban timers. They were giving people who drew unban timers. They were letting back into the game with a slap on the wrist. I hope you don't do it again. Please be a good person. No. You never let those people back around children. The reason the game's taken down isn't because of other games making it seem bad. No. Free draw is bad. It has been moderated deceptively and with predatory intention. Spray paint and realistic spray paint are both games where anybody can draw anything they want, but they actually have moderation. I don't know about realistic spray paint. I'm pretty sure realistic spray paint has had some trouble with moderation in the past, and I don't know if I would recommend it now, but I know for a fact spray paint has very good moderation, and that game is still up. That's the reason that game is still up. Your game, Free Draw, had terrible, abysmal, pedophilic moderation. The owners were predators. Moral of the story, do not believe anything you read off of the Free Draw Discord server. The owners have made it crystal clear that they are comfortable lying to you. They are comfortable lying to their players. That's about it. Remember that life is good and you matter. Okay, bye.
Yo, what is up? I'm at 1080p 60 FPS on Pal World. Welcome back to the live for those who are tuning in after the stream. Nobody's tuning in right now because I just started. Yeah, let's get started. Just got to open up the live on my phone so I can, there we go. So I can watch the live chat in case people join. Okay. My mouse wasn't working for a sec there. Alright, so back that way is where I came from. I haven't played this in a couple days, but I do remember some. Oh, my storage is getting full. Yeah, see? My storage is getting full. I guess I could drop like half my rocks. Wait, how do I pick up half my rocks? I don't want to drop all of them. Okay, just drop all of them, whatever. Just drop all of them, because it doesn't even matter. I got so many stones back in my chests. Wow, look at that. See, I got this on max settings. I got my streaming software on 1080p 60 FPS. So the quality on this is really good. The quality of this stream. So yeah, if you haven't already, click that gear up in the top right corner on YouTube, and then go to the quality, and then turn it to 1080p 60 FPS. It'll look a lot better. Sometimes you have to do that because YouTube will automatically put you on a lower quality, even if your Wi-Fi can handle it. Something that I realized and learned a long time ago. Alright, put that guy out. He'll help me. Because I got all these pals around here. I don't need to catch any of them. I will collect this though. Pick that up. I am playing keyboard and mouse today. I actually do like keyboard and mouse for this game. It's a pretty decent game for keyboard and mouse. Some games I just really don't like keyboard and mouse, but this is a game that I do enjoy keyboard and mouse for. That's for sure. Alright, so I think there's a statue over that way. I'm pretty sure I can use those statues to teleport, so I'm going to go back this way. Come here, I want to ride you. I want to ride you. I'm going to ride you. I am riding you. Alright, yeah, so it is a statue, so I can use this to teleport. I'm going to go back to my base because my inventory is filling up. Actually, oh, I do got some skills to enhance. What should I enhance? My health? My stamina, my attack, my work speed, or my weight? See, I only get 50 weight if I increase my carrying weight. I guess health once again. Just went with health again. Alright, let's go back to my base. Alright, back at my base. Let's check out the chests. I gotta put some stuff away. Put the stone away. I got bread. I don't even know where I got that bread. PAL fluids. What the? I don't even know. I got so much stuff, man. I don't even know what most of this is. What's taking up the most weight? I got the. Oh, I forgot I got the egg. Place an egg incubator. So I need to unlock an egg incubator. Let's see. I got 8 technology points, so I should be able to unlock anything that I'm high enough level for. Small feed bag. Grappling gun. Where's the egg incubator? So I don't think it's down here. I think it should be up here, right? I don't see it anywhere down there, luckily. Oh, here's that flying thing. I have one of those, so I can fly. I'll unlock that. Might be able to fly here in a little bit if I build one of those. Where's the egg incubator? I don't see the egg incubator anywhere. See? There's the fireplace. I don't know if I'll ever need that. Large toolbox. Oh, breeding farm. Oh, so I can. Oh, that's to produce eggs, but I already have an egg. I want to hatch the eggs. I don't see an egg incubator anywhere. It should not be this far down. Oh, there's polymer. That's I actually know what polymer is. It's like plastic. It's what my fish tank containers are made out of. Polymer. I had to do research on that the other day because I didn't know if my containers were gonna break or like melt in the water, because you know how plastic can decompose sometimes. But I think polymer is good in water. So yeah, I can't find the egg incubator anywhere, which is a real pain in the ass because I really want to hatch this egg. But viewing cage. There's a mill, a wheat plantation, cooler box, training dummy. What the hell, man? This sucks. That really sucks. Alright. Well, since I can't find the egg incubator, I'm gonna build one of these. I need an ingot. I need some ingots and cloth. Ingots are kind of hard. I guess I gotta go to sleep first, because it's nighttime. I got way too much wool. Oh my god, man, look at that. Can't go to sleep and then figure that stuff out tomorrow. Yawn, yawn, yawn. Cock-a-doodle-doo, 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 cock-a-doodle-doo. Man, I got so much stuff in my inventory now. And these chests just are tiny. No, these don't even have any weight. The money doesn't even have any weight, so I guess I can carry as much money as I want. It's just all this other stuff that's taking up weight. I got a bunch of keys, too. Alright. So I guess if the money doesn't take up any weight, I'll just take all my money out of my chests. Take this money out. Okay, I can use this as some storage. Oh, there's some wheat seeds. Nice. What's this? High quality PAL oil. I don't even know what that does. I got so much stuff, I don't even know what most of this stuff does, man. Most of this stuff berry seeds. Handheld torch, oh yeah, I might need that, because that's good for lighting. I got my carry weight down a little bit at least, but I'm still kind of confused. Oh, my weapon's damaged. I need to fix this. It's not a weapon though; it's a pickaxe. I need to fix my spirit. Oh, see, I need the ingots. I need a lot of ingots, man. Those things are the most valuable thing that I need right now. It used to be wood, and now it's ingots. Wood used to be the hardest thing. Now it's ingots. Chickpea poultry, chickpea poultry, chickpea poultry. Look at that, it's a chickpea poultry. Alright, just gotta stand here and collect this for a couple minutes here. So my inventory fills up. Oh, I might actually break the rock here. Maybe not. Yeah, I might break this rock here before I fill my inventory up. Let's see which one breaks first, my inventory or the rock. Inventory or the rock, which one's gonna break first? I got a lot of ore, which is good. And the rock broke first. Interesting. Oh, what the hell? Come here, I need to ride you. Where did he go? Oh, he's all the way up there. Get back. We need to go back home. Okay, stop fighting these. I need to turn these ingots into. Oh wow, see, it one shots them, man. Crazy. Only build 10. Oh my god. See, these ingots are so hard to get. Oh, you gotta get on there. Wait, what's going on? What is even going on here? Oh, they're all going after this little guy. Well, there's a bunch of enemies entering our territory. They're going after all these guys, man. Alright, whatever. Base upgrade. Oh, I can upgrade my... Oh no, I'm not even close. The pressure build stone hit build a lock set. I don't got any of those. Well, at least you're building the ingots now. That's all that matters. I need those done. Need that done. Those ingots. Need those ingots done. What is up, people on the internet? Back on live, playing more Power World. Woohoo! Yes, yippee, Power World. How exciting! Day 19, level 15. I gotta get my levels up. I'm still pretty low level in this game, like level 15. Come on, man. I want to be at least level 30 by now, you know? I gotta go to sleep too. It's just turning my brightness up. There we go. Oh shit, kind of leggy. Alright, go to sleep now. So it can become daytime. Sleep. Oh. What's going on here? Wait, why is it taking so long to sleep? Wait, what the hell? Oh, I think because it's already daytime. Okay, that was weird. Alright, well my armor's damaged, so I'm gonna fix my armor real quick. Repair. Repair. It's kind of annoying how you gotta do this all the time, but whatever. It is what it is, I guess. Got the bow, I guess I'll repair that. I should build more arrows. What do I need for more arrows again? How many can I build? Oh, 19, that's not bad. How fast do they build? Oh, I can build 57 arrows. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, so you build 3 at a time. This still is going to take a while. I kind of wish more of my pals would come help me out here. It's still like... it's still going to take a while. Okay. Whatever. Just sit here for a minute or two and just do its thing, I guess. Oh, yeah. Oh, nice. That thing builds it on its own. Okay, I'll just let that guy build that stuff. Because I want to, see, these ones are healing. I need to wait for those to heal. Because, right, I did that boss fight. I beat that boss. Oh, look at that one. There's lots of, like, Eevee-looking Pokemon in this game. Eevee. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to replace these two with, because I like these two. I guess I'll try taking the boss to my party. And then... Right, and I can't leave because this is the Pokemon that I have to ride, so I gotta stay in this area until that guy heals. Alright. Well. I guess I can do a little bit of leveling up. I can go fight some pals down below. My nose is getting runny. Right there. Just add that guy to the party. Okay, so now... No, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this. Okay. You come back. Tansy, we're gonna go fight some of these guys. Okay? Yeah, get that guy. Get that guy. Oh! Damn, you got that guy good. You got that guy good, dog. I need to clear up some of my inventory too. That's what I'll do. Wait, why is all this wood just sitting down here? Did one of my pals clear a bunch of wood for me? I mean, I appreciate it, but it's a bit too much. I can't really pick it all up. Oh, I need like the staircase. I think you can build the staircase. Okay. Take some of this wood back. It's always nice to get some extra wood, I guess. Yeah, see, I got a spot for wood right there. Oh, I got a ruby. Nice. I didn't even know that. See, these eggs take up a lot of weight, so if I put some of these eggs back, that'll really help me. Put some of these eggs back. And my arrows are almost built. That's pretty awesome. Oh. Now my inventory is emptied out a little bit. Alright, let's build this. Just a couple left. Like, how much berries do you guys got left? 13? Oh, you guys are almost gonna starve to death. Alright, there. Fill that back up for you. But you guys should probably stop working. I don't
I don't need you guys to really be working this much. I mean, like, you got too much stuff laying around. Look at all this. It's too much. Whatever. I guess it's always good to have too much stuff than not enough stuff. So, yeah. Alright. I wish my pals would heal already, because I kind of need these pals. Kind of need these ones. Incapacitated, yeah. I know. Well, I guess I could go collect some berries while those guys heal, right? Let's go collect some berries. Got a bunch of wood there. Wait, are you a friend? I think you're a friend. Yeah, you're a friend. You're a friendly one. Tansy, what are you doing? You're not gonna get that guy. He's like, you gotta go around like this, and you gotta like jump up to get him. Surprised I can't one-shot those guys yet. Should be an easy one-shot. Damn, my health is at 2,000. I got a lot of health. I wonder if I could beat that guy yet. I probably could. But I don't have a full party on me, so I shouldn't try to fight him yet. I probably could beat that guy, though. Maybe I should try. I mean, it's level 33. I should definitely have a full party if I want to actually stand a chance against that level 33, so maybe not yet. I'm kind of out here looking for berries.
Pretty upset once they find out. After all, nobody likes paying for something they didn't sign up for. But hey, you can tell them you're fighting the good fight against corrupt governance, so maybe they'll forgive you for jamming up to totally they'll swallow well.
Yeah, I don't think they really will. I think that's a pretty serious thing for some people.
I hope you rested up on your journey to West Virginia. Will advance all things considered.
I was expecting this place to be a bit more.
So I'm not going to have very many. I'm kind of rare right now.
Well, just to understand that the number of people who picked up the vaccine last year was 13% of the Alberta population. So the vaccine.
Can't argue with Newton's third law.
Can get it. Those who want it.
I wish I could come greet you in person, but my physical form is... Well, you'll understand once you descend to my bunker.
Well, I didn't come all this way to play sardines with the help.
So I got quite a few mega spheres now. Actually, I should make some regular ones too. I'm probably running out of regular ones. I'm gonna go one, whatever. Nice. We got waters, planters, and harvesters. Oh, they are healed. Cool. Awesome. see, actually make sure all my stuff is prepared. Everything's pretty much at full health.
The Earthmans may be working, but their cell phones are not. 6 weeks ago, they suddenly lost cell service. We both know that our phones went SOS. This is what's been causing all the issues. You should be looking at a 106-meter-tall cell tower
I can use the teleporter down here.
It was knocked over on June 14th. Police say the vandals took a bunch of copper wiring from the downed tower. The damage estimated at $800,000.
Thanks to the berries respawn.
Should be up sometime in September. Telus says it's
Berries
adjusting
down here,
other
I need
towers
those.
nearby to provide the area with as much coverage as possible. It is not
I'll always use
obligated
some
to
berries.
compensate customers for the outage, but that could change in the future. The CRTC is contemplating adding the scenario to its Consumer Protections Action Plan. The Earthmans may be working, but their cell phones are not. About 6 weeks ago, they suddenly lost cell service. We both know that our phones went SOS. This is what's been causing all the issues. You should be looking at a 106-meter.
Let's go back over here. Alright. Check on the map. Yeah, go this way. I'll go this way. Oops. Yeah, this way. I don't want to fill up too much. I'll get to like 250. 250 carry rate.
The deficit is up. After all this, after years of telling us that Joe Biden and subsequently Kamala
How exciting! We are just a few steps short of restoring Nexus.
Anything should be difficult. Cheating death tops the list.
They pass it down to the Americans by charging more. It's not China paying for it. It's me paying. It's you paying. It's the companies importing the goods that are paying. So the money does go into the treasury, but it doesn't change the fact that the government's expenses are growing faster than and they're growing like interest payments on the national debt.
Even if this prima material can regenerate Maxis's body, how can it regenerate her mind? Her soul?
The principal artifact manipulates time as well as matter. Her human software will be pulled from the head. She will be the woman you knew.
You remind me of my mother. Soft on the outside, but with a spine made of iron.
Oh, I'll take that as a compliment. But don't ever call me Mum or I'll punch you in the Goonies. Just call me Dr. Tough Stuff. No.
And it was just a
Hold on, I'm just opening up the live chat just in case anyone joins. Got it open on my Nintendo Switch. Nice. Make sure the volume isn't too loud because I don't want it to echo through the microphone. My arbor is damaged, so I gotta find what's it called? A teleporter? I don't know what they're called in this game. Oh, hey NJ, welcome back. You joined pretty fast. Welcome back. I got my chat open on my Nintendo Switch, so I can read all your chats on my Nintendo Switch. My arbor is damaged, but wait, there's a teleportation place 140 meters up that way. I think it's up there. Oh, you know what I can do? Because I can ride this guy now. I can do this, and then get on this guy, and look, I can fly up here. Oh wait, there's a thing right here. What's up, NJ? Have you made any new videos on Palworld, or? Okay, it's this way. I gotta go this way. No new videos. Oh, I actually found a YouTube channel from back when I was 12 years old. I had a gaming channel. I had a couple gaming channels, but most of them got deleted. But I actually found one from the other day from when I was 12 years old. I don't know how old you are. I think you're around that age. But I found a YouTube channel from when I was 12 years old. It's pretty interesting. Back when I was a kid.
Insta-kill.
With knobs on! Now that we're so close to bringing back Maxis, I'm having second thoughts. I mean, we're playing God here. That never ends well.
I know she was special to you. To me as well. If there is a chance, this will work.
Tear them to pieces.
Exactly cutting edge technology.
I would like to help him things up, but he is manually
Max ammo.
Captain Revanov certainly seems revitalized.
If nothing else, Sergei's a survivor. I grieve for what he went through while we were away.
Max armor.
materia still irks me. Alchemy is to physics as astrology is to astronomy.
Spoken like a true Capricorn. Kidding, Strauss. I know you're a Taurus. I won't really believe it's working until it makes a little ding. You're not sure you have the right floor.
Who goes there? Only kid. Come on in, take a look.
You under a glass.
Max armor.
Just like 5 years ago, I'd be so hungover. You know, when I was like 17. Fucking. Oh man, if I didn't drink this much, I'd be keeping my ass off today. Hungover as shit, but I'm good.
Oh! So that's why our strike teams fucking love this thing.
Again! Double points.
Lines are clear. Should you require a hasty exit, I would be happy to pilot the operation.
Putting his foot in it.
Is counting your plays really the best use of my processing power?
Tear them to pieces.
I know it's a big change, but you'll get used to it.
Ooh, Gray is scary today.
possible fuel leak. Please stand by. Did I sound like a puzzle?
What? You want a medal?
This must be that flow state Harvard told me about.
That's coming out to her. Oh, never mind. Here comes
Did you enjoy being exploded? Who knew defying the odds could be so much fun?
Bonus point.
into my bed.
Max up.
Are you finished demolishing that beautiful old home?
If you could come and get us, that would be really great.
We are on our way. Sadly, Raptor 1 would not let me fly. Gonna have to load that undead board if you want this ride. This is Raptor 1. I'm in position and ready to push this wannabe pilot out of my berth.
Bloody hell! There's a lot of mercy killing. Don't make me do it again. I couldn't. You're already. Here to raise the dead. You're gonna have your hands full.
I got all
Security Chief to new arrivals. Could have used you sooner, but welcome just the same. I'm in the mansion. Command center. Injured, but intact. Most everyone else is... well, you've got eyes. Look, we need to get this situation under control ASAP. Be ready for anything. Be advised, we lost contact with 3 of our scientists in town trying to stop the outbreak. Find them, bring them home. We need brain power as much as firepower.
I've got ammo and 6 years of pent-up rage. Who else wants some? Always told, good things come to those who wait. So my expectations are quite high.
Keep pushing. We
That's
need to find
almost
out
exactly
what
what I
caused all this,
wanted.
even if it turns out it was us.
I'm warning you, Box. I have a book of matches in my pocket. You spoil me. Best thing I ever got in a raffle, secondhand microscope.
Security Chief to new arrivals. Could have used you sooner, but welcome just the same. I'm in the mansion. Command center. Injured, but intact. Most everyone else is... well, you've got eyes. Look, we need to get this situation under control ASAP. Be ready for anything. Listen up. We've got 3 scientists unaccounted for, last seen in town. Locating and extracting them is now your top priority.
Insta-kill.
That was quick. Suppose Especially the bit where you went from on to off.
Keep pushing. We need to find out what caused all this, even if it turns out it was us.
I'll dedicate the pile of bodies I leave behind to you. Sending a Semtex!
Kaboom! Double points. Tear them to pieces.
Way to swat that bug, Alpha.
Max ammo.
Consider that your final warning.
Bonus points. Insta-kill.
Wow, that's a hell of a makeover. Our subjects are about to make a shocking discovery. Bet your feet are killing you.
That must have been Dennis Riffle. Church groundskeeper. Good guy. Seems his luck didn't stick around in the end, though. Wonder what the key's for.
A lady should always be proper. And I just proper stopped you.
Double point.
Extraction is ready when you are, Alpha.
Oh, yes. I like this very much. Can we get next fill, please? It's chucking out time here.
Pick up inbound. Hang tight.
LZ is hot. LZ is hot. Clean house down there.
Bloody corpse has got the better of me.
Al, we're out of here.
Nice fly. Got more than one piece.
Much that I took data centers. Little data centers. Those nerds are working on the charts with all the data I'm sending them. Stupid nerds. Well, it's really good for censoring their platform so much. Maybe if it was actually a free speech platform, we would dislike it so much. My wins usually take a while, that's the thing.
If you could stop the ether reactors from going critical, that would be lovely. I will find where that semi-conscious bucket of bolts is hiding the artifact.
This is what Maxis would have wanted. It has to be. Sam, Maxis isn't coming back, is she?
No. I wish I'd leveled with you sooner, Elizabeth. The Forsaken wore her down until there was nothing left.
Deep down, I always knew. How dare you give me false hope?
It is the last thing she would have wanted. I know this better than anyone.
Darling, you were way over your pay grade.
This is John Blanchard. Is anyone near admin? I had to hole up here while I was looking for that maniac Panos.
No doubt he'll find Sam and they'll become fast friends.
Insta-kill.
All this time, I clung to the hope I could bring back Maxis. And that's over now.
Perhaps, Elizabeth. Or perhaps you have a chance to do something even greater. I'm confident you will choose wisely.
Max armor.
I've started to enjoy the anticipation. Not a good psychological
Options
indicator.
before us always seem to be bad ones. Create a false Maxis or help the director. Boy, oh boy.
Helping Richtofen is a non-starter. He's a monster. But expunging a terrible mistake from Maxis' record, maybe I owe her that.
Kaboom!
I swear, if a little man on a spring pops out, I'm gonna kick this box to bits. If anyone around here is qualified to operate this, it's me. This rogue scientist the security chief warned us about, Panos, if he's against the director, how bad can he be?
I had the same thought. But if I had warned one thing, the enemy of my enemy is not always my friend.
Tear them to pieces. Max ammo.
And Bob's your uncle. We're here.
If you should find our personal effects from before we were incarcerated, I had some Swedish magazines you should definitely not look at.
Ah, thanks for the warning. I'm sure you only bought them for the articles. I was trying to fix your teeth, but I might have gone a bit too far.
Double points. Bonus points.
Take that, Gravity!
You must be in turmoil about whom to help should we regain control of the Sentinel artifact.
Honestly, I'm leaning towards helping Richtofen. Correction, helping his poor wife and child, and then finding her a good divorce lawyer. Your eccentricities know no bounds. This accelerator is not happy.
This is my particle accelerator lab. It needs to be reactivated. Carefully. Well done. On to the next repair. Careful. This is right about when they like to fuck up.
That should take some pressure off the system.
Scheiße! Why are you all incapable of doing anything without incident? I'm seeing significant improvements in system stabilization.
I regret all I put you through. But now I can finally have a life. Do not try to take that from me.
Yes. Think of all you suffered to bring back Maxis, when she knew all along it was impossible. All I ask is that you unmurder my family. Excellent. Cycling the accelerator has taken some pressure off the reactors. Consider me impressed. Now, I need you to go to the mutant research lab. After grabbing what we need, you'll have to break into Tower 3. Sam has locked it down.
Full power!
Anyways, enough of the flex.
All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't give a shit. Oh, delightful. Now I'm ready to bring the pain. You should see me with gardening shears. I'd wondered how gratifying that might be, but wow! Ray requesting exfil. And for fuck's sake, make it snappy.
Alright. But all I can get inside. These fools are cramping outside. We need space. Roll, please. Who's ready to party? Survivor of the city. Why I had to save the city. I wanted to make cool.